Chapter 123. Alright, there's nothing wrong with being stupid. Just be yourself. There's no need to compare yourself with others. You're an actor. You don't want to be a comedy star, do you? You want to stand at the peak of acting, so you can just compare your acting skills with them. Why do you have to compare who's funnier? That made sense. Lin Che said, I just think they're great. Jiu Jingzi said, you're great too, in other aspects. Really? Lin Che thought that he was probably useless in Jiu Jingzi's eyes. Jiu Jingzi said, yes, you have to believe in my taste. You're good enough to be my wife. He was still praising himself. Hey, why are you so narcissistic? Of course. If you don't love yourself, how can you expect others to love you? Get lost. Tell me, do I have any good points? If you want me to say it, you're forcing me to lie. Okay, you. I'm hanging up. Hey, don't hang up. Let me think, Jiu Jingzi said. You are good at kissing. Lin Che was so angry that he wanted to hang up. Jiu Jingzi, alright. Don't call me that. Although you're a little silly, stupid, and uncultured, I want you to praise me, not insult me. Lin Che couldn't take it anymore. How could this person be like this? It's a little rude, but fortunately, your figure is quite good. It feels good. Lin Che blushed. Jiu Jingzi, you pervert. You're saying that I'm a vase? Jiu Jingzi said, a vase has its own advantages. Some people can't be a vase even if they want to. Alright, you're still saying that I'm a vase. Jiu Jingzi was speechless. He was praising her for her good looks. But this idiot. If he wanted her to hear it, the world would probably change. Forget it. The two of them chatted like this for a long time before they realized it. Jiu Jingzi first looked at the time, then said to Lin Che, you still have to wake up tomorrow. It's already past midnight, go to sleep. Ah, it's already midnight. It's all your fault. Why did you talk to me like this? As Lin Che spoke, he hurriedly hung up. Hey, don't hang up. Jiu Jingzi stopped Lin Che. Lin Che paused for a moment. What? You'll be back the day after tomorrow, won't you? He asked. Lin Che said, Amen, yeah. Alright, don't delay any further. His deep voice passed through the invisible signal line, making Lin Che feel a sense of softness in his heart. You can't be missing me, right? Lin Che said with a smile as he lay on the bed. On the other end of the phone, Jiu Jingzi said calmly, yeah. What? Lin Che jumped up from the bed, but Jiu Jingzi had already hung up. Yes. Holding the phone, Lin Che's heart was filled with sweetness. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Perhaps it was because she had been on the phone with Jiu Jingzi for a long time and talked about a lot of things, but Lin Che's previous nervousness suddenly disappeared. She just leaned on the bed and felt a lot more relaxed. Her mind was filled with Jiu Jingzi's figure, and she gradually forgot about everything else. Lin Che also didn't expect that the phone call with Jiu Jingzi would last for so long, and that they could talk about so many things under the sun. But it was also because she was shameless that she could still ask him a lot of questions even though she didn't know a lot of things. He was very patient and would tell her everything. But she thought that Jiu Jingzi really knew a lot of things. She didn't have to worry about not having enough to talk with him. Very quickly, Lin Che lay there and fell asleep. The next day, she didn't expect that someone would directly rush into her room early in the morning. Luckily, because they were outside, Yu Minmin had already reminded her to dress properly when she slept, in case someone took a photo of her. Even so, when Lin Che woke up, she was still in a mess. Her hair was a mess, and there was no makeup on her face at all. There were dark circles under her eyes. Because she drank too much water at night and chatted with Jiu Jingzi until late at night, her whole body was swollen in the morning. When she saw the camera, Lin Che was completely stunned. Hearing everyone laughing and taking pictures of her embarrassed appearance in the morning, she could only speechlessly rub her eyes. She faced everyone calmly and said, just you wait. I'm an idol. If you take pictures of me like this, how can I go out in the future? If no one is my fan in the future, you'll have to pay for it. Everyone laughed along with her. Lin Che thought that since the worst had already been seen by others, He might as well not care about who would be the one to break the jar. When she went out, she didn't have any makeup on. She yawned and saw everyone standing there in a row. She was speechless and lowered her head. Qin Wanwan and Wang Qingchu seemed to have received the same treatment, but Wang Qingchu was still glowing. She said to them coquettishly, "Why didn't you tell me that I didn't have any makeup on?" Qin Wanwan sneered and whispered to Lin Che, "What? My manager told me that she didn't have any makeup on. She didn't even take off her contact lenses." "No way. Even the manager knew?" "Of course. Didn't your manager tell you? I even wore pretty pajamas." "Tell my ass." Lin Che really wanted to kill Yu Minmin. Did Yu Minmin give up on her treatment because she thought that she didn't perform well? At least give her a chance to redeem her image. When they finally found Yu Minmin, Lin Che said, "I'm going to kill you, Yu Minmin. Why didn't you tell me that the director would be knocking on the door early in the morning?" Yu Minmin looked at her messy appearance and burst out laughing. "There's no point in telling you. You don't know how to act anyway. You might as well act naturally. Look, isn't this better?" Lin Che was speechless. But thinking about it, he wasn't as considerate as Wang Qingchu, and he pretended as if he didn't know anything. "Really? Then you should have reminded me. Didn't I tell you to wear more clothes and not to be naked? You don't have the habit of sleeping naked, do you?" Lin Che was speechless. "Aren't you afraid that I'll be exposed if I bring a man in the room?" "Of course not." Yu Minmin rubbed her chin. She thought for a while and said, "But it's not certain. What if Jiyu Jingze is here? But if Jiyu Jingze is here, and is photographed with you, it'll be explosive." Lin Che glared at her unreliable manager. But since things had already come to this, she could only continue to act recklessly. When they walked out, everyone was still smiling at Lin Che. "You're too interesting. You didn't put on any makeup." "I'm happy to. Do you need makeup in your sleep? Are you going on a date with a ghost?" Lin Che said, waving his hand. Chapter 124. Thankfully, the filming went smoothly today, so they didn't need to delay it by a day. When it was over, the group flew back together. Qin Wanwan happily dragged Lin Che along and said they had nothing to do that night, so they should celebrate together and have a meal together. Including the director team, the group of 7 or 8 went to a club they frequented to have dinner, sing, and have fun. It was Lin Che's first time coming here with them. Qin Wanwan's social skills were pretty good. She could strike up a conversation with anyone and didn't put on any airs at all. As Lin Che sat by the side and watched, Qin Wanwan walked over and said, "Is this your first time here?" "A lot of people from the industry come here." Lin Che said, "I'm a newcomer. I don't know many people in the industry." Qin Wanwan said, "You'll get to know them slowly. There's no harm in knowing more people in this industry." Yeah. Lin Che was a slow person to get to know people. She wasn't used to actively interacting with people. It was fine if she was passive, but once she got to know someone, she was also a talkative person. Qin Wanwan said, "All right, I'll take care of you from now on. Come, let's go eat together." Lin Che smiled at Qin Wanwan. He was envious that Qin Wanwan could get to know everyone so well. Qin Wanwan said, "But you're quite close with Jiyu Jingyu." Lin Che was speechless. "Not really. We haven't talked in a long time." "Really? He's my idol." "Hehe, but I might be able to act in a TV show with him soon." "Really? That's not bad. His acting skills are really good," Lin Che said. Qin Wanwan chuckled and looked at Lin Che. "Then, your scandal, it's definitely fake." Lin Che said quickly. "I said it's a scandal. It's a scandal." Okay. Lin Che was talking when he realized that a call was coming in. It was Jiyu Jingze. Qin Wanwan's eyes were sharp. She saw the words "dear husband" and smiled. "Ah, something's up." Lin Che blushed when she saw this. When Qin Wanwan saw this, she smiled and patted her shoulder. "All right, it's not a big deal even if you have a boyfriend." "How old are you?" "You're not allowed to have a boyfriend." "I won't tell anyone, so don't worry." Lin Che said, "It's not what you think. Anyway, I'll answer the phone first." Lin Che hurriedly picked up the call. After the call connected, he heard Jiu Jingza ask, "When are you coming back?" Lin Che couldn't help but smile. "I'm going back soon." "All right, I'll pick you up." Jiu Jingza was actually a very tolerant person. He thought it was a good thing for Lin Che to come out and have fun. People should have their own social space, which was healthy. So, when Lin Che saw Jiu Jingza, he hurriedly got into the car and said, "I'm just here to take a look. There's nothing much here. The people who are here are all from the show and the crew." Jiu Jingza said, "It's not good to stay at home every day. You should make more friends. Otherwise, a stupid person like you won't be able to survive without a few friends to help you. Hey, can't you just say that I'm stupid? Be good. This is your distinguishing characteristic. I don't want to mention it every day, but when I see you, I'll remember it. What should I do?" As he said that, he reached out and rubbed her head. Lin Che hurriedly dodged. She really didn't know what was wrong with him. She wasn't a child. Why did he rub her head? She went home with Lin Che and saw that Lin Che was busy removing her makeup, taking a shower, looking at things, and chattering with the servants. Jiu Jingza sat on the sofa. He didn't find it noisy at all. Instead, looking at the whole room, it seemed like there was only one more person in it, but it suddenly filled up the whole room. This Lin Che was really noisy. After that, before the reality show that Lin Che participated in was broadcasted, the trailer was quickly edited. In the trailer, there was indeed a part where Lin Che was barged into the room. Lin Che had originally felt embarrassed when he experienced it himself. When it was broadcasted, he felt that he was really ugly at that time. However, after holding it in for a day, he went online to look at the comments and realized that he was gaining fans again. In the comments, his fans said, "I still like Lin Che. He's real and not pretentious. That's right. That Wang Qingchu is too fake. One look and you can tell that she's acting. And she's so delicate. One look and you can tell that she's a little girl. I don't think this part is ugly. Lin Che is quite good looking. Even without makeup, his skin is still so good. His eyes are still so big and white. Lin Che is so cute." Lin Che was a little stunned. He didn't dare to believe that this part was actually broadcasted and it was full of good reviews. In the afternoon, he looked at the screen with Yu Minmin in the office. Yu Minmin said, "This is just the beginning. When the show is broadcasted, you'll know the effect." Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che. "Also, you have a good foundation and you're very beautiful without makeup. You don't have to be so unconfident. Look, you can still shake off Wang Qingchu without makeup." "No way, Sister Yu, you're exaggerating." Yu Minmin said, "Oh right, Qin Wanwan's manager contacted us and said that we should do a joint promotion this time." "Joint promotion?" Lin Che didn't quite understand. Yu Minmin said, "It's a bundle sale. You can do a few more events with her. Fans like to see the relationship between two people, so it might be more interesting if you do the promotion with her. If you agree, we can develop in this direction together. It's nothing much, just do a few interviews and a few programs together. Qin Wanwan usually has a good reputation. You're still lacking when it comes to social interaction, so she can help you in this area." Lin Che heard that and nodded. "Okay, I don't know much about these things, so I'll listen to Sister Yu." Yu Minmin smiled. It was decided then. After that, Lin Che finally understood what it meant to work. Although Lin Che's performance on the show was really silly, the internet started to spread that Lin Che's silly and adorable appearance really made people speechless. In the scene, Lin Che was on the show. Everyone was playing games in front of her while she was daydreaming in the back. There were also countless moments where she was in a daze. Everyone was teasing her, but she only realized after a while that they were teasing her, so she flirted back. This made many fans laugh uncontrollably. Everyone gave Lin Che a nickname, Short Girl. Lin Che inexplicably became popular on the internet for a while. Lin Che said to Yu Minmin in surprise, "I didn't expect this to work. I thought I was done for after performing so badly." Yu Minmin said, "Your performance wasn't that bad, and you were indeed too silly. This is the real you. What can you do?" The assistant beside him laughed and said, "Lin Che, Sister Yu is a professional. You have to believe in Sister Yu's words. She's really capable and amazing. Sister Yu is just too lazy to compete with others. Otherwise, she would have become a famous manager long ago. Sister Yu is also a well-known manager in the industry. Everyone knows that Sister Yu's professional skills are amazing. You're lucky to be with Sister Yu. Chapter 125. Yu Minmin said to the assistant speechlessly, "All right, stop talking nonsense." She said to Lin Che, "I should at least have a survival skill." "Actually, I'm not that good." The assistant said, "Anyway, I've known about Sister Yu for a long time. Sister Yu is simply a legendary figure. I entered this industry because I knew about Sister Yu. In the future, I want to be like Sister Yu. Everyone who knows you will give you a thumbs up. All right, people will only think that you're good if you can promote a heavenly queen. It's useless for someone like me, no matter how good I am. I'm just famous in the industry. Do your best. We have to work hard together. This is just the beginning." Lin Che truly felt that Yu Minmin was a very hardworking person. Now that he heard Yu Minmin's words, his heart was filled with vigor. At the same time, Mo Hualing was at home, watching the news about Lin Che on the television. Lin Che's adorable image seems to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Recently, Lin Che and his good friend Qin Wanwan talked about how someone barged into her room and forced her to take a photo of her bare face during a reality show. She admitted that she was really shocked. It was the first time she appeared in front of the public so ugly. She thought that her acting career was over. "You're just pretending." Mo Hualing was so angry that she threw the remote control. She must be like this in front of Jiyu Jingze. That was why Jiyu Jingze hated her so much at the beginning, but now he treated her very well. At this moment, someone came in to urge her. "Miss, this land has been expropriated. Old Master said that if you don't move back now, it'll be over." I won't move, I won't move. If anyone expropriates this land, I'll be expropriated too," she shouted angrily. She didn't want to leave. She wanted to watch over Jiyu Jingze and Lin Che every day to prevent them from developing feelings for each other. The more Mo Hualing thought about it, the angrier she got. Something must have happened for her to be chased away. How could this land suddenly be expropriated? It was impossible. It must be Lin Che's doing. It must be Lin Che's devious idea. He must have done this in order to chase her away. Mo Hualing heard the servants outside rushing her again. She rushed out angrily and ran towards the Jiyu family's house. The servants of the Mo family wanted to chase after her, but before they could, Mo Hualing was stopped at the Jiyu family's door. Mo Hualing shouted angrily, "How dare you stop me? Do you know who I am? I want to see Jingze. I want to see him. It must be Lin Che. He wants to drive me away." However, the security guard at the door still blocked her forcefully and refused to let her in. "Jingze, why can't you see through Lin Che's evil intentions? She must be a sly and despicable person, a vixen. She's trying to confuse you and make you break off your relationship with me. Why can't you see it? You've been tricked by her." In the room. Naturally, the subordinates had already reported Mo Hualing's mischief. Jiyu Jingze frowned. He was working in the study. He could only stop and rub the space between his eyebrows. "Send her away. I don't want to see her today. Seeing her again would only make her worse." He had given her face several times, but she became crazier and crazier each time. He could only harden his heart to prevent her from causing more trouble and worsening her reputation. In this circle, girls still cared about their reputation. With such an order from him, the people outside naturally sent them away very quickly. Even though Mo Hualing was indignant, she was still brought back home. The Mo family was speechless and could only lock her up temporarily. Mo Hualing said angrily, "What are you doing? Don't you want me to marry into the Jiyu family? How can I marry Jiyu Jingze if you do this?" Papa Mo could only shake his head and look at Mo Hualing. "The easier it is to get, the less interested I will be. Men can't be so shameless as to chase after them. Don't you know that you're so stupid? You'd better think carefully before you go out. If you cause trouble and accidentally offend the Jiyu family, the Mo family will be doomed. You're so stupid. I can't let the Mo family die because of you. At the GU family residence, the subordinates quickly reported Mo Hualing's situation to GU Jingza. Knowing that Mo Hualing had been sent back to the Mo family, GU Jingza heaved a sigh of relief. But recently, Lin Che had been busy with work and didn't pay much attention to him, which made him a little depressed. At this time, he heard someone say that Lin Che had finally returned. GU Jingza hurriedly got up and walked out. When he saw Lin Che walking in, he raised his head and looked at GU Jingza. He greeted him and was about to go in. GU Jingza said gloomily, Lin Che, why are you running away? I have something to tell you. Hearing this, Lin Che walked back and asked, what is it? GU Jingza didn't know what it was, so he could only bite the bullet and say to her, have you been very busy lately? Yes. GU Jingza frowned. We agreed that after we got married, you would cooperate with me. Now you're so busy with work that you seem to have forgotten that you're already married. Lin Che said suspiciously, what's wrong? Do you need me to be Mrs. GU? Of course. We're going to prepare a family banquet for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Aren't you going to prepare it? Do you want me to go by myself? Ah, family banquet. What banquet? I don't know. I'm going to Phuket. Get ready. Wow, it's so far away. I'm sorry, I really don't know. I'll prepare well. Seeing her sincerity, GU Jingza nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that Lin Che had gone in, the housekeeper looked at GU Jingza strangely and asked, Sir, is there a Mid-Autumn Festival banquet at home? Why don't I know about it? GU Jingza turned around and gave the talkative housekeeper a deep look. The housekeeper quickly shut up under his cold gaze. GU Jingza picked up the phone and quickly called the GU family. Mom, it's almost the Mid-Autumn Festival. Don't you have any plans at home? Mu Wanqing said, Oh, I'm afraid that you'll be too busy. Your older brother is busy too, and your younger brother is nowhere to be found, so I haven't prepared anything. Mom, how can you do this? A family needs to maintain a familial relationship. If you do this, won't the family gradually drift apart? Then what should I do? I see that the weather in Phuket is quite good recently. Why don't we go there and rest? Ah, that's good too. Then get ready. GU Jingza put down the phone. He thought of Phuket and the tropical ocean there. He couldn't help but think that with Lin Che's figure, she would look very good in a bikini. Chapter 126. GU Jingza quickly asked someone to prepare the things for his wife and arrange the trip to Phuket. Lin Che told Yu Minmin that she was going on vacation with her family. Yu Minmin agreed quickly and asked where she was going. Lin Che said, GU Jingza said it's a Mid-Autumn Festival party. They're going to Phuket. Yu Minmin said over the phone, look at their party. It's a family party and they're going to Phuket. Lin Che said, it's my first time going too. I've never been to an island before. Yu Minmin said, okay, have fun there. Take it as a break. You've been working hard recently. Lin Che searched for Phuket on the internet. It looked very beautiful and she was excited. She had never been to such a place before, so she started to prepare. She picked out all kinds of swimsuits and clothes in the room and placed them all over the bed. GU Jingza saw it when he came in and walked over in surprise. Are you moving? Why did you pick out all these things? Lin Che looked up and said, I'm picking out clothes. Which one do you think looks good? GU Jingza said, picking out clothes for fun? Yeah. Just bring a few. Why do you have to make such a big scene? It's my first time going to an island. It's my first time. I've never been abroad before. Of course it's different. It feels so grand just thinking about it. GU Jingza was speechless. Actually, Phuket is quite close. It's not that special. There are many other islands that are better. Seeing Lin Che so excited, GU Jingza felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have said it out loud. If he had known this would happen, he would have picked a better place to bring her. Lin Che said, it's not good enough for you, but it's good enough for me. Lin Che looked at the dazzling array of clothes on the bed and said, we used to go to Thailand for our school's spring outing. I didn't dare to tell my dad when I got home, and he didn't care about it. I didn't dare to tell my aunt either, so I think the biggest city I've been to is S-City. Jiyu Jingze looked at her and thought for a moment. I'll take you out if there's a chance in the future. Lin Che raised his head. You've probably already gone around the world. Jiyu Jingze thought for a moment and said, I've been to many places, but I haven't really explored them. Oh, are they all going to work? Yes. Lin Che said, that's too lame. If you're so rich, you could have traveled around the world. Looks like your money isn't easy to earn. Jiyu Jingze said, of course. He looked out of the window and smiled. When he came back to his senses, he said calmly, gains and sacrifices are really equal. I enjoy more, so I have to bear more. After all, there are tens of thousands of employees working under me. I have to be responsible for their lives, their families, and the entire Jiyu family. Responsible for the rise and fall of a family. Lin Che felt very tired just thinking about it. In fact, Jiyu Jingze was also a person, but he had too many burdens on his shoulders. Jiyu Jingze came back to his senses and looked at the swimsuit on her bed. They came in all kinds of shapes and colors. Jiyu Jingze's interest was piqued. He picked one up and looked at it. Lin Che saw that he was holding a bikini with very little fabric. Blushing, she quickly snatched it over and said, this is for the pool. Jiyu Jingze snatched it back with a smile. This is pretty good. Take it. Lin Che said, no, I don't want to wear it. Jiyu Jingze said, why don't you wear it? It looks pretty good. Lin Che said, Aya, I'm choosing clothes. What are you doing? Go, get out. Lin Che said as she went to push Jiyu Jingze out. Jiyu Jingze grabbed Lin Che's wrist to stop her from pushing him. He picked up the small swimsuit again. Of course I have to choose. He moved closer to Lin Che's ear and whispered, after all, you have to wear it for me to see. I have to choose something that looks good to me. Lin Che blushed again. Although there were only the two of them in the room and there was no need to speak in such a low voice, he still used such a voice to talk to her so close. It was like a low melody. It was so pleasant and had a hint of ambiguity. Lin Che quickly pushed Jiyu Jingze away. Aren't you annoying? Who wants to wear it for you to see? Jiyu Jingze's face tightened. Who else are you going to wear it for? I can't wear it for myself. Jiyu Jingze smiled and ignored her. In the end, he said to her, that one looks really good. It will definitely look good on you. Take it, do you hear me? I won't. Lin Che quickly pushed Jiyu Jingze out. Jiyu Jingze chuckled and had no choice but to go out first. In the room, Lin Che slowly chose what she wanted to bring. In the end, her gaze fell on the bikini. She couldn't help but hear Jiyu Jingze's voice from before. It will definitely look good on you. Lin Che couldn't help but pick up the clothes and look at them over and over again, as if there was some sort of magic in the voice. Did he really think that she would look good in this? She thought about it and her face burned. But in the end, she still took the things and threw them into the box. The next day, the Jiyu family had already asked the airport to prepare. The family then went to the airport's private VIP lounge. When Jiyu Jingze and Lin Che arrived, Mu Wanqing was already there with her 7 aunts and 7 aunts. When she saw Lin Che and Jiyu Jingze, she quickly came over to welcome them. Their luggage had already been brought in by the servants. Mu Wanqing came over and held Lin Che's hand. She said, Aya, you're still so thin. Seriously, why don't you get fat after eating so much? Lin Che quickly said, that's probably my body type. I eat quite a lot. Jiyu Jingze laughed and said, yes, Mom. She eats more than me, but it's a pity that it's all for nothing. Lin Che said, I become essence after I finish eating, unlike you who become fat. Jiyu Jingze said, do you think I'm fat? You said it first. Seeing that the two of them were talking more and more casually, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but laugh. The plane was quickly prepared. The group boarded the Jiyu family's private plane and arrived in Phuket a few hours later. Below, Phuket welcomed the Jiyu family according to the scale of a distinguished guest from another country. When Lin Che got off the plane and saw the welcoming party outside, he was shocked. But thinking about it, as the biggest family in Country C, it was understandable that the Jiyu family would receive such treatment. Lin Che stood beside Jiu Jingzi and said in surprise, "We're not on a state visit. There's no need to make such a big scene." Jiu Jingzi said, "I didn't inform them, but they probably found out. Let's go. When we reach the resort, no one will follow us." Chapter 127. Lin Che looked at them embarrassedly as they gave her flowers. The officials came to welcome Jiu Jingzi and the two of them spoke in a language that Lin Che didn't understand. Hearing Jiu Jingzi's fluent English, Lin Che couldn't help but admire him again. Although she didn't understand, she felt that he was very good. After they got into the car and went to the resort, Lin Che said, "What were you talking about just now? What language were you speaking? It was so fluent." Jiu Jingzi said, "I was thanking them for their welcome. I spoke in French." "Why? You can speak French. I learned it when I was in France. Do you know English?" "Of course. It's the common language, okay? What other languages do you know?" Lin Che stared at Jiu Jingzi and asked with her bright eyes. Jiu Jingzi said, "Italian, Japanese, Russian, and German. I can speak a little, but when it comes to real business negotiations, I need a professional translator." "Why do you need to learn so many things? You don't have so much time." Jiu Jingzi patted her face amusedly. "People with your intelligence won't understand. I just use the time you spend thinking about eating, watching TV shows, and fooling around to learn something." Lin Che pouted. "How boring." Jiu Jingzi said, "Yeah, for someone with your IQ, it's really boring. Get lost." Jiu Jingzi couldn't help but laugh. Lin Che said, "But why is it so grand when your family is here? Is it because of the president?" Jiu Jingzi said, "Your knowledge. Even before Big Brother became the president, the Jiu family sponsored every presidential election. It can be said that the Jiu family plays an important role in this aspect. Even if they don't say it to the public, the people outside know it. Does this mean that the Jiu family has a say in the president of country C? I see that you're not completely stupid. You can understand." "Of course." Lin Che said, "I look stupid, but I'm actually very smart." Jiu Jingzi looked at her with a smile and shook his head helplessly. With this level of IQ, she was very smart. Very soon, the car stopped outside the resort. The resort was very big. In the distance, the blue sea and blue sky could be seen. The holiday villa was by the seaside, and one could see the sea when they went out. Mu Wanqing looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "You guys stay in the villa in front. We'll stay in the back. We won't disturb the two of you anyway." Lin Che hurriedly said, "Is it a bother? I still want to live closer to Mom." Mu Wanqing said, "Forget it, Jingzi is still going to blame us to death. Actually, we shouldn't have come this time. You guys have a vacation, so you should go on a honeymoon together. After you got married, you haven't had a honeymoon yet, and you haven't had a proper wedding either. It's all because of this Jingzi, who says he's busy every day." Mu Wanqing snorted and glared at Jiu Jingzi. Jiu Jingzi looked at Mu Wanqing helplessly. Seeing this, Lin Che quickly said, "There's nothing between the honeymoon and the wedding. I'm busy too." They had a fake marriage. At that time, they had agreed not to hold a wedding to avoid trouble. Mu Wanqing looked at the two of them. "So, even though this is a family gathering, you guys are still playing. We won't disturb you. There's really no need." Lin Che glanced at Jiu Jingzi and quickly said to Mu Wanqing. He also wanted Jiu Jingzi to say that they wanted to move together with the organization and not act alone. Unexpectedly, Jiu Jingzi stood there without saying a word. He just stood there like a block of wood. Mu Wanqing pushed the two of them and said, "All right, go to your room and take a look. Don't worry about us." As Mu Wanqing spoke, she glanced at Jiu Jingzi and quickly left. Lin Che couldn't stop her and could only watch as Mu Wanqing left. He raised his head and complained to Jiu Jingzi, "See? Why are you being special?" Jiu Jingzi said indifferently, "All right, I don't usually come out with people. They already know my habits." Lin Che still felt that it wasn't good. "But it's a family gathering after all. It's not good for us to come out alone." Jiu Jingzi wrapped his arms around Lin Che's neck. He was so tall that when he hugged Lin Che, Lin Che lowered her body a little and was sandwiched in his armpit. They looked very intimate. Jiyu Jingza said, "Don't worry, my mom won't be angry. They want us to be together all the time." He moved closer and said, "So that I can give them a fat grandson." "Go to hell." Lin Che poked his waist. Jiyu Jingza burst out laughing. Lin Che said, "Let go of me. Don't hug me, okay? Don't move. My mom is watching from behind. Isn't that how a husband and wife are? Why are you hiding?" Jiyu Jingza still hugged her and refused to let go. Lin Che only felt that it was very hot in his arms, and this position was a little too intimate. However, when she heard Jiyu Jingza's words, her small eyes drooped and she didn't dare to move anymore. She could only be held by Jiyu Jingza and enter the villa together. In the afternoon, the blue sea and sky were blue. The weather was just right. The sun was very bright. On the beach, there were tourists playing in the distance, but there was no one nearby. Because of the Jiyu family's arrival, they had deliberately circled a place to prevent people from approaching. On the beach, Mu Wanqing saw that Jiyu Jingza was alone. She grabbed Jiyu Jingza and said, "How are you getting along with Lin Che now?" Jiyu Jingza knew that it would be like this when he came back. "It's pretty good." "Then why don't you hurry up and have a child?" Jiyu Jingza said, "Mother, children can't be had just because we want them. We will work hard slowly." Mu Wanqing said, "Why can't you have them just because you want them? Are you really working hard? You're not fooling me, are you?" Jiyu Jingza looked ahead. "Of course we're working hard. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. I can't arrange for you to see the results of our hard work, can I? You brat, you only know how to go against me. I don't believe what you said. But it's important that you guys want a child. In your generation, no one in the family works hard. Look at me and your father. When we were your age, you could already do nothing. But you three brothers, none of you are easy to deal with." Sigh. Jiyu Jingza sighed. Okay. Mom, stop nagging. I'll work hard for 3 days and 3 nights when I get back. Mu Wanqing said, "That's more like it." Just then, he heard someone sighing from behind. Jiyu Jingza turned around and saw Lin Che coming out in a swimsuit. Her delicate skin was wrapped in an olive bikini. Thin ribbons were wrapped around her body. Her belly didn't have any excess fat, and her chest was protruding upward. She looked gentle and alluring, but there was no lack of clarity and cuteness. It was the swimsuit he had chosen on the day of the wedding. Chapter 128. Jiyu Jingza was stunned by her beauty. He knew that she would look good in a swimsuit. As expected, she was as beautiful as a mermaid. Her flawless body made people's eyes light up. However, at this moment, they heard the exclamations of the tourists. "Wow, who is that? She has such a great figure. It's useless to look at her. She's someone else's woman. You can stare at her for a while. You won't be able to look at her anymore." Jiyu Jingza's eyes flickered, then darkened. He turned around and walked to Lin Che's side. Lin Che didn't want to wear this at first. However, seeing so many beautiful girls playing on the beach and thinking of Jiyu Jingza's expectant look that day, she chose the one that Jiyu Jingza thought looked good. When she came out, she saw Jiyu Jingza wearing only a pair of swimming trunks. His strong muscles glistened under the sun. He looked healthy and sexy. His figure was so good that passers-by looked at him. However, Jiyu Jing took a few steps forward, grabbed Lin Che, and dragged her into the room. Lin Che, who was being pulled, said speechlessly, "Why are you pulling me? I still want to go play in the water." Jiyu Jingza turned back to look at her. He didn't expect her to be so attractive. If he had known, he would have asked her to wear something more conservative to cover her tender flesh. Jiyu Jingza couldn't help but lower his head to take a closer look. He felt that her body was usually covered by clothes, so her figure wasn't perfectly displayed. Especially her chest, that beautiful round shape, looked much better under the thin fabric. Jiyu Jingza looked around and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to a special place." He didn't let her take off her clothes. He just led her to another place. Soon, they arrived at a deserted beach. Jiyu Jingza looked around. It was very quiet here. He let go of Lin Che's hand in satisfaction. He heard Lin Che looking around and asked curiously, "Why are we here?" "I haven't told Mom yet." Jiyu Jingze pointed into the distance. "Isn't it nice here? There are so many people that the seaside scenery is gone, right?" Lin Che thought that he was right. She happily walked to the water. "Big sea, I'm coming." Jiyu Jingze couldn't help but smile when he saw Lin Che running in exaggeratedly. Lin Che stood at the edge of the water, feeling so comfortable that it made him want to sigh. Step by step, he walked a little deeper into the water. Seeing that the water was quite shallow, he walked even deeper. Jiyu Jingze watched her play by the water like a child. He thought to himself, "This girl is really old-fashioned. She has never been anywhere and has too little experience." When he came to the seaside, he was still like a child, easily becoming happy. However, at this moment, the waves crashed and Lin Che accidentally fell into the water. Water splashed everywhere, and Lin Che couldn't help but cry out. Lin Che was still flopping around in the water. She didn't expect the water to be so difficult to deal with. One wave after another, she directly lost her strength and fell there. She was still a little dazed for a moment. It wasn't until Jiyu Jingze grabbed Lin Che's waist that his hand accidentally touched her chest. Lin Che was stunned. He lowered his head and saw that his hand was placed on top. He lost his balance and almost fell down again. However, this time, Jiyu Jingze exerted some force and the thin fabric on her chest fell down. The tender flesh inside was wet and crystal clear from the seawater. The touch was directly transmitted to Jiyu Jingze's palm. His throat itched and his lips moved, momentarily forgetting to do anything. Lin Che let out a cry of surprise. In the next moment, he felt that his waist was being pushed by something hard. Because Jiyu Jingze was originally hugging her from behind, the position must be very awkward. Lin Che was so shocked that she didn't dare to move again. "Jiyu Jingze, you." Jiyu Jingze gritted his teeth gloomily. "Shut up." Lin Che covered her mouth. She felt Jiyu Jingze hugging her and bringing her to the beach. Lin Che was released by him. She hurriedly put her clothes back on, but her body was already drenched. She turned around and saw Jiyu Jingze looking at her with a dark face. He stood there sideways, looking very displeased. And Lin Che's gaze involuntarily fell on a certain part of him. Because he was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks, the bulge there was naturally very obvious. Lin Che covered her mouth and said in surprise, "You, there, you." Jiyu Jingze turned around and glared at her fiercely. "It's all your fault." Lin Che hurriedly said, "Then what should we do?" Jiyu Jingze was embarrassed and looked at Lin Che casually. But damn it, his body was uncontrollably excited. In a moment of anger, he looked at the surface of the water and jumped directly into the sea. Lin Che was shocked. But when he saw him swimming beautifully in the sea, his posture was very handsome, like a swimming fish, so beautiful. He stopped there and thought, how can he be as stupid as me? He doesn't even know how to swim. He definitely knows how to swim, right? After a while, Jiyu Jingze was tired from swimming and returned to the shore. His drenched body looked extremely sexy. He wiped the water off his face and looked at Lin Che, who was covering her mouth with an excited expression. Her eyes were burning with admiration. Her gaze swept across his body as if she wanted to see through every inch of his body. "It's over." He clearly felt his body, which had just recovered a little, swell up again. "This damn woman." Lin Che saw that Jiyu Jingze was looking at him angrily and asked puzzledly, "What's wrong?" Jiyu Jingze sighed and said resentfully, "Who told you to look at me like that?" Lin Che was speechless. "Can't I look at you?" Jiyu Jingze glared at her again, shook off the water on his body and walked over. As he walked, Lin Che realized that he was different. There, Lin Che hurriedly said, You're not sick, are you?" "Why are you?" Jiyu Jingze turned around and said, "That's right, I'm sick." "Ah. Then what should I do?" Jiyu Jingze's eyes moved and he waved at her. "Come here." Lin Che hurriedly ran over. Jiyu Jingze looked at her silly look and couldn't bear to tease her for a moment. But his body was unbearably hot, as if all his attention was focused on a certain spot, making him feel very stifled. "I'm sick." I've contracted an illness that only you can cure. What? Lin Che had just walked over when Jiyu Jingze grabbed her hand. Lin Che wanted to cry but no tears came out. What exactly do you want? Jiyu Jingze said, come and help me, or else I might die because of you here today. What? Chapter 129. Lin Che didn't know what he meant by helping him, but she felt him grabbing her hand. After a while, he was finally done. Lying comfortably on the beach, Lin Che quickly retracted her hand and exclaimed angrily, why were you? What should I do now? But Jiyu Jingze was still immersed in his own feelings and had no time to care. Lin Che could only run to the water and wash herself quickly. Jiyu Jingze was in a good mood and he laughed quietly again. Sitting there, he couldn't help but recall everything that had just happened. It was a completely different feeling to have her help and come with him. He could still recall her delicate little hands. Thinking about it, it still made one feel good. Seeing that Lin Che was still washing, Jiyu Jingze got up, walked over, and carried Lin Che horizontally. Lin Che let out a cry of surprise. He felt Jiyu Jingze carrying her and spinning her around the beach. Her skin rubbed against his and she blushed. Facing the sea breeze, she felt very comfortable. Lin Che shouted, let go of me. What are you doing? Is it comfortable? Yeah, it's very comfortable, Lin Che said as she hugged his neck. Jiyu Jingze hugged Lin Che. I know it's been hard on you. I didn't mean to take so long. I'm already trying my best to shorten it. Get lost. Who told you to say that again? Lin Che went up and slapped his shoulder angrily. Jiyu Jingze laughed and was in a good mood. Lin Che couldn't help but think, is it really that good? Why is he so happy? Men. Seriously, even the most intelligent men are sometimes animals that think with their lower bodies. Jiyu Jingze hugged her and spun around again. Okay, to reward you, I can promise you something. Lin Che couldn't help but ask, what is it? You say it. Anything is fine. Lin Che thought about it and didn't know what to say. Her mind was blank except for what had just happened. Then, I can't think of anything now. I'll tell you when I think of something, okay? Jiyu Jingze said generously, okay, I promise you. Jiyu Jingze put Lin Che down. The two of them sat together on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze and enjoying the unique atmosphere of a foreign country. Lin Che said, it's really beautiful here. I'll take you to a better place next time. No need, I already like this place very much. Lin Che said. You're so easily satisfied, Jiyu Jingze said, looking at her. Of course. Lin Che said, not everyone can get whatever they want, so people like us, who might find it hard to fulfill our dreams, can only be satisfied easily. That way, we can be happy. Jiyu Jingze looked at her and said seriously, if there's anything you want, I can help you. Hearing this, Lin Che hurriedly said, there's no need. There's really no need. Yes, Jiyu Jingze said. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze. What she wanted was simple, yet difficult. She wanted someone who loved her, who also loved her. However, some people might not be able to realize this wish in their entire lives. Lin Che shook her head and said, there's really no need. Some dreams have to be achieved by hard work for it to be meaningful. If you can achieve it just because you say you want to, it's meaningless. Jiyu Jingze looked at her and thought that what she said made sense. Chapter 130. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful sometimes. Jiyu Jingze reached out to touch her head. Of course. You're so annoying. Didn't I say that I'm smart? Ha, I see it often. Smart. Jiyu Jingze looked at her with a smile. Get lost. I'm ignoring you. H, after using me, you start to insult me. Thinking of how she had been used just now, she still felt embarrassed. It was the first time she had done such a thing for a man. It was the first time she had come into contact with a man's most important body. Why did he want her to serve him so happily? In the end, she didn't get anything. She just had to serve him. However, thinking of Jiyu Jingze's comfortable look, Lin Che felt that what he had done was right. His happiness made her feel that no matter what she did, there was a meaning to it. Lin Che soaked in the water for a while. Jiyu Jingza said, "You don't know how to swim. Don't go in yet. There's a pool in the resort. You can learn how to swim in the pool first." Lin Che was helpless, but he was quickly pulled back by Jiyu Jingza. At night, he rested in the villa. Because he was tired during the day, Lin Che went to bed early. When he woke up the next day, he found that Jiyu Jingza was still gone. Lin Che walked out and saw Mu Wanqing admiring the flowers outside. She looked very casual, and was different from the elegant Madame Jiyu of the past. "Good morning, Mom." Lin Che called out to Mu Wanqing happily and walked over quickly. Mu Wanqing was also very happy to see Lin Che. "Lin Che, you're up so early." "Yeah, I slept early at night," Lin Che said with a smile. As they walked, she said, "Jing Ziyi went to take care of business early in the morning. This child is usually too busy, and doesn't have his own life. This time, he took the initiative to say that he wanted to hold a family gathering, and everyone came out to play. I'm really happy. He's never liked family gatherings, and he doesn't like to interact with others. It seems like he's really changed a lot when he's with you." Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing strangely. "He was the one who suggested the family gathering?" "Of course. He called me and asked if there were any programs for the Mid-Autumn Festival. I said no, so he said that it would be better to come to Phuket." Lin Che thought strangely. Jiyu Jingza seemed to have said that it was organized by his family and he had to come. Lin Che said, "So he did it." Really, Jiyu Jingza was getting more and more difficult to understand. Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "In any case, this is all thanks to you. If he wasn't with you, he wouldn't have changed so much." Lin Che smiled embarrassedly. Yes, now that he was with her, he had to act. Every day, he had to act as a filial son and a responsible husband. Of course, there would be changes. Mu Wanqing said, "I knew that it would be best for you two to be together." Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing. Actually, Jiyu Jingza and Miss Mo should have had a good relationship in the past, right? When Mu Wanqing heard Miss Mo, she quickly said to Lin Che, "Is it the Mo Hualing that Jingza told you about?" "Seriously, why did he tell you this?" "That Mo Hualing, we never liked her. Not only is she too spoiled, she's also always scheming. Jingza, that fool, he's too busy with work and never comes into contact with women, so he never knows that women are the most complicated animals in the world, much more complicated than any business negotiation. It's also our fault that we put such a heavy burden on Jingza's shoulders, causing him to lose a lot of other pleasures in life, and he doesn't even know a few women." Lin Che asked curiously, "Is that so?" "Mom, I thought that a family like the Jiyu family would pay attention to matching their family backgrounds." Mu Wanqing smiled, "It's fine if we're of equal status, but if we don't, we can't do it by force. Besides, there are benefits to being of equal status, and there are also disadvantages. How many women want to marry into the Jiyu family, but it's obvious that many of them want the Jiyu family's power and money. Even though these family marriages are beneficial to the Jiyu family, they are still my sons after all, and I can't push my own children into the pit of fire." Mu Wanqing patted Lin Che's shoulder. "The first time I saw you, I knew that you were different. You were much stronger than that Mo Hualing of yours. She was the same in front of Jingza, and she was the same behind his back. Don't think that I can't tell, I've seen a lot of women, and I still don't know what she's thinking." Mu Wanqing said hatefully, "In the past, when that Mo Hualing came home, she would act like a young lady. She would be arrogant in front of the servants and be very picky. If this kind of woman were to enter the Jiyu family, it would be a disaster for the Jiyu family." The more she looked at Lin Che, the gentler she became. "But you're different. You're pure and innocent, and you even know how to talk. It's not just me, but all the servants and housekeepers in the house like you very much. Mom, if you praise me again, I'm going to be complacent." Mu Wanqing said, "Is what I said true? We really hate Mo Hualing, so you must be good with Jingza and have a baby as soon as possible." Lin Che thought, even if everyone didn't like Mo Hualing, so what? As long as Jiyu Jingza liked her, there was nothing anyone could do, right? Love was a matter between two people, and it had nothing to do with others. The next day was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Old Man Jiyu came as well. When the old man saw that everyone was here, He was so happy that another wave of red packets flew everywhere. When Lin Che went back and looked at the red packet, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. Aya, your old man is really giving away a house just because he doesn't agree with you. Jiyu Jingza, must you organize more such events in the future? Look at how greedy you are. You have the most valuable husband in country C now, and you still think that a house is good. With your poor taste. If you were in the business world, you would definitely be cheated. Lin Che raised his head and glared at him. I'm happy to. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingza and remembered Mu Wanqing's words. He said, but Mom said that you were the one who arranged this gathering. Jiyu Jingza, didn't you say that it was a family gathering? Why did you arrange a family gathering? Jiyu Jingza's hand that was holding the teacup paused. He turned around and glared at Lin Che. He put down the teacup and said, for the sake of family harmony, this is what a man of the Jiyu family should do. What's wrong? Lin Che felt that what he said was right, but he felt that something was wrong. But Mom said that you never had such a sense of responsibility, and that you hate family gatherings, Lin Che said. Jiyu Jingza's eyes moved as he looked at Lin Che. Do you think that everyone is like you? As you grow older, your mind doesn't grow. People are slowly maturing. I've also matured. I know the importance of family. Can't I? Seeing that Lin Che was about to open his mouth, Jiyu Jingza wrapped his arms around Lin Che's neck and lowered his head to make her shut up. However, his hand couldn't help but touch her cheek. Looking at her face and thinking of her expression when she released him, his body suddenly missed her again. Chapter 131. Lin Che stared at him and said a bunch of things. All right, I got it. He was the one who organized it. This man really had endless excuses when it came to finding reasons. However, Lin Che didn't ask him anything else. The next day, everyone prepared to return. Mu Wanqing was still reluctant to part with Lin Che. She said that they were usually too busy. Although they lived so close to each other, they didn't often go home to play. Lin Che promised Mu Wanqing that he would go home often in the future. Mu Wanqing took the plane back first, and Lin Che went back with Jiyu Jingza. On the plane, Lin Che was still looking at the photos he had taken at the beach. Jiyu Jingza said, they're all good. You don't have to choose. Lin Che said, that's right. With a good foundation, everything looks good. That was true. Lin Che wasn't bad looking to begin with. However, Jiyu Jingza still looked at her and said, you're the one who's getting more and more narcissistic. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingza. Of course. Look, if I can find such a good husband like you, it must mean that I'm not bad myself. Jiyu Jingza raised his eyes when he heard this. He couldn't refute it. You're right. Jiyu Jingza said, this might be your only good point. What? You're lucky to have met me. Get lost. Soon, they reached home. Lin Che turned on the news and saw that the reality show she had participated in was still being broadcast. There were many comments online about her being a cute and silly girl. There were also photos of her without makeup, which were completely exposed to the public. However, the comments were really high. However, there were also jealous people who said that there was nothing good about a face with plastic surgery. One look and you can tell that the nose is fake. Lin Che thought gloomily. These people really knew how to be jealous. Even when she was very frustrated and really wanted to see if she could change her luck, she didn't have money at that time. Did they think that it was so easy to get plastic surgery? Were those faces also built with money? Qin Wanwan invited Lin Che out for dinner again. Lin Che thought that since he had nothing to do, he could go out with Qin Wanwan and expand his circle. She had entered the industry late and her circle was too small. She didn't know many people and it was really not good for her future. Moreover, she really thought that Qin Wanwan was quite good. There were some things that Lin Che could learn from her. So, that night, Lin Che went to the club. The last time he came, he had entered a private room. This time, he realized that there were quite a lot of people in the industry. Qin Wanwan sat at the bar counter and said to Lin Che, reporters usually don't come here, so it's fine if you relax a little. Also, a lot of people in the industry come here to have fun, so you can slowly get to know a lot of people here. As expected, many seniors and big shots came to greet Qin Wanwan. Lin Che looked at Qin Wanwan enviously. You're still the best. I really don't know anyone. I'm really lacking in this area, sigh. I was also introverted in the beginning, but I gradually got better. It's okay, I'll teach you slowly. Qin Wn patted Lin Che's shoulder and said. At this moment, someone called out from behind, Lin Che? Why are you here? Following the voice, Lin Che turned around and actually saw Jiyu Jingyu walking over from behind. Lin Che was also very surprised. Why are you here? Seriously, I realized that you come and go like a ghost. I always bump into you. Jiyu Jingyu sat down, looked at Lin Che and said, I come here occasionally. Since you can meet me, it means that we are fated. Why are you so surprised? Who's fated with you? Seriously. If someone was fated with him, they would be written on the headlines and then they would be scolded by his fans. Lin Che was a victim of that. Jiyu Jingyu said, How do you know about this place? Lin Che then remembered and turned around to introduce her. This is Qin Wanwan. Jiyu Jingyu saw the girl next to him and greeted her with a simple smile. Oh, hello. Qin Wanwan immediately said, Jiyu Jingyu, I'm your fan. I've watched many of your movies and TV shows. Also, I'm not sure if you've heard that we might start filming a TV show soon. Jiyu Jingyu smiled. Oh, really? Most of my work is handled by the company, so I'm not too sure. Qin Wanwan smiled and said, I hope we can work together happily. Okay. Qin Wanwan was very friendly and acted very naturally. She asked someone to bring some wine and said that she wanted to treat them to a meal. Jiyu Jingyu gave a simple reply and whispered to Lin Che, Aren't you going home? I'll send you home. Lin Che saw that it was getting late, so he turned to Qin Wanwan and said, I'll go back first. Qin Wanwan looked at Jiyu Jingyu and said pitifully, You guys are such a killjoy. Forget it, let's get together next time. Okay. Qin Wanwan got up to send the two of them off. Seeing that Jiyu Jingyu had gone to get the car, she patted Lin Che's arm and said, Looks like you really have a good relationship with Jiyu Jingyu. Lin Che said, I guess so. Qin Wanwan said, Jiyu Jingyu is usually very cold. It's really rare to be friends with you. Look, he doesn't even pay attention to me. Lin Che smiled bitterly. He's a little weird. It'll be fine once you get to know him. Aren't you going to film a TV show together? You'll probably get to know each other after filming. Qin Wanwan said, Anyway, I envy you. It's really good to be friends with such a superstar. Don't worry, we're not that close. We just casually said a few words. You don't understand. It's very hard to get to know these kinds of superstars. They all like to mingle in their own circles, especially Jiyu Jingyu. His family is especially rich. Hehe, is the scandal between you and Jiyu Jingyu real or fake? Actually, even if it's real, I won't tell anyone else even if you tell me. Of course it's fake. You saw it, we're really just friends. Lin Che said quickly. Okay, then hurry up and go. Don't let Jiyu Jingyu wait too long. Next time, bring Jiyu Jingyu out to play. Okay, Lin Che said goodbye to Qin Wanwan. After going out, he got into Jiyu Jingyu's car and told him the street name. Only then did Jiyu Jingyu say, Why are you with her? Lin Che said, Didn't we participate in the reality show together? She takes good care of me, and I think she's really passionate. Why can't I learn to be so passionate? Jiyu Jingyu was speechless. You're really. With your IQ, it's better not to get too close to this kind of person. You won't even know you've been tricked. How could I? How could I be tricked? Also, don't all of you keep saying that my IQ is low, okay? Jiyu Jingyu said, There's actually someone who thinks the same as me. It seems like your IQ is really low. Anyway, don't get too close to her. Jiyu Jingyu frowned. I feel uncomfortable when I see her. I don't particularly like her. Lin Che said, I've never seen you like anyone before. Chapter 132. I like idiots like you. Jiyu Jingyu turned around and patted her head. Aya, you're the idiot. Your whole family is idiot. Lin Che cried out gloomily. Soon, they arrived. Jiyu Jingyu left her on the street and went away. When she came back, Jiyu Jingze was waiting for her. He was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, reading a book. Seeing that Lin Che was back at 9 o'clock, he stood up and said, "Why are you back so early? I thought you'd have to wait for 10 o'clock. Lin Che didn't say anything. It was Jiyu Jingyu's fault for pulling her back for no reason. It's nothing. The food isn't good, so I came back. You didn't eat? Yeah, I don't have much appetite. Jiyu Jingze thought for a moment and picked up his clothes. I'll get the car ready. I'll take you to eat. Ah, it's late, let's go. Jiyu Jingze walked over and dragged Lin Che out. Lin Che followed Jiyu Jingze and looked at him. What do you want to eat? I don't feel like eating anything. Think about it. You can eat anything you want, Jiyu Jingze said. Lin Che thought about it carefully. I want to eat spicy soup. You won't eat it, right? What? Jiyu Jingze frowned. What's that? Lin Che said, it's just a snack. Jiyu Jingze said, it doesn't sound very good, forget it then. Lin Che thought that he wouldn't eat that kind of thing anyway. Let's eat something else. Jiyu Jingze looked at her deeply and pulled her up. Let's go. Where's the best spicy soup? I want to try it too. Lin Che heard that and said happily, okay. I know a place. It's very good. I used to go there often when I was in school. It's on the food street near the school. Jiyu Jingze smiled and followed them out. Driving the car, they soon arrived at the food street next to the school. From afar, they could see students in groups of 2s and 3s. Lin Che said, isn't this place great? I feel so young the moment I come down. I feel so young. Jiyu Jingze looked down. There was a youthful atmosphere. Jiyu Jingze parked his car nearby and asked his men to follow them quietly. He didn't want to cause any panic. After getting out of the car, the two of them walked on the streets together. Lin Che said, our school used to be nearby. Look, that's the drama academy over there. This is the university town. There's also H University and Q University over there. They're all on this road, so this place is really prosperous. Jiyu Jingze nodded. The road here was not very clean, but it was very lively. Looking at the chattering boys and girls walking by, eating simple snacks, holding hands, walking, and laughing, it gave people a special feeling. Lin Che said, you must have never experienced this kind of feeling when you were studying abroad. Jiyu Jingze said, yes. I've been running around in school. I don't have much time to hang out. Lin Che said, the troubles of being a top student. Sigh, at that time, I often skipped school to eat supper and skip my night study sessions. Thinking about it, he quickly covered his mouth and looked at Jiyu Jingze embarrassedly. I mean, occasionally skipping class. Jiyu Jingze shook his head helplessly. All right, you don't have to hide it. With a brain like yours, you probably won't learn anything in class. It's a waste of time. Hey, I don't. Lin Che glared at him. At this moment, a young couple walked past them. The girl was holding an ice cream cone and looking at the boy with deep emotions in her eyes. The two of them were talking to each other as if the world belonged to them and they didn't need to look at anyone else. Their hands were holding each other's hands very tightly. Jiyu Jingze couldn't help but look to the side. Lin Che's hand was swaying beside him. She didn't seem to be in a stable state. She walked slowly and quickly at times, looking very lazy. Jiyu Jingze touched her hand and his body trembled slightly. He couldn't help but look down. However, in the next moment, that hand moved elsewhere. Jiyu Jingze had the urge to hold her hand, but he felt embarrassed. After all, their relationship was a little too strange. Being affectionate didn't seem to suit them. However, Lin Che was still looking at the things at the side. She chattered and explained to Jiyu Jingze what kind of snacks this was and what kind of snacks that was. Jiyu Jingze grabbed it once and didn't succeed. He couldn't grab it again, so he could only look at Lin Che with a sullen face. Lin Che said, "Hey, what's wrong? Don't you like it here? Otherwise, we can go somewhere else. It's a little too noisy here." "No. Hurry up and look for it." Which shop are you talking about? Lin Che said, "Oh, it's just in front. Let's go." With that said, he rushed forward. At this moment, a car drove by. Jiyu Jingze saw it and grabbed Lin Che, who was about to rush over. Lin Che was also startled. He was pulled back by Jiyu Jingze and leaned into Jiyu Jingze's arms. He saw the car brush past him. He had almost been hit by it. Ayo, that was close. Lin Che quickly patted her chest. Jiyu Jingze frowned and looked at her. You don't even know how to watch where you're going. If you really go out on your own in the future, you'll get into trouble sooner or later. Is there a problem with that car? There are so many people and it's still driving so fast. What's the point of arguing who's right and who's wrong when you get hit? Come here, don't run around. Be careful. As Jiyu Jingze said this, he lowered his head and grabbed her hand. He held it tightly in his palm and pulled her forward. Lin Che was stunned. After crossing the road, he still didn't let go of her hand. He just changed his posture and held her hand. The two of them walked forward step by step. Lin Che couldn't help but lower her head to look at his big hand. Her small hand was tightly wrapped in his hair, almost to the point where it couldn't be seen. The warmth in his palm was so obvious, causing her heart to feel warm as well. She lowered her head, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and a smile slowly appeared in her eyes. Jiyu Jingze held her hand and walked forward. For a moment, he raised his head. He felt the people beside him looking at him, but he still couldn't suppress the spring breeze-like smile on his face. The two of them walked forward step by step. It was as if the street had suddenly become very, very long, and neither of them wanted this road to stop. They only hoped that there would be no end to this road. They could hold hands and walk like this for the rest of their lives. The people beside them also looked over. They saw the two of them walking hand in hand. Jiyu Jingze was obviously an old man, but he was smiling like a child. The ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them was even better than those children who had just fallen in love. It was so pure and beautiful. Chapter 133. After walking for a long time, Jiyu Jingze said, "Haven't we arrived yet?" Only then did Lin Che react. Just now, he was at the side, looking at the side of his face, looking at his smiling face. For a moment, he actually forgot about the matter of the malatang. Only now did he realize that he had actually walked past it. "Oh, I've walked past it. It's behind me," Lin Che said embarrassedly. Jiyu Jingze was speechless. You should be more careful. What's wrong with your IQ? You ate it. Humph. Lin Che glared at him and thought, if you hadn't pulled me away for no reason, I wouldn't have been so distracted. I didn't even think about it and just walked past it. Lin Che didn't dare to look him in the eyes. She could only say, all right. We'll talk about it when we get back. We didn't walk far. Jiyu Jingze was still holding her hand stubbornly, so Lin Che didn't break free. They arrived at the spicy hot pot restaurant. There were many people inside and most of them were students. Lin Che immediately sat inside. Seeing that the place was almost the same as before, she sighed with emotion. After settling Jiyu Jingze down and asking him to wait for her, she went to buy the spicy hot pot. Standing there, she couldn't help but look down at her hand. Thinking of the way they held hands just now, she smiled foolishly. While she was shopping, she didn't forget to look back at Jiyu Jingze. He was sitting there with his back straight, looking around. He looked completely out of place here. It seemed that everywhere else was vulgar, but in his place, it was a beautiful oil painting. At this time, the girls next to them also noticed Jiyu Jingze. Wow, the man over there is so handsome. He's really handsome. Is he from our school? I don't think so. He's dressed very maturely. He's like a star. I'm going to faint when I see him. Someone go over and get to know him. I don't dare. You go over. Lin Che was speechless. Girls nowadays. They weren't reserved at all. However, Jiyu Jingze really caused such a huge reaction wherever he went. She looked back and saw that the devil still didn't know it. He was still sitting there quietly, glowing. Lin Che hurriedly took the number and went back. He hurriedly sat opposite Jiyu Jingze before the other girls did. Lin Che turned around and saw the disappointed looks on the faces of the girls when they saw Lin Che sitting down. Lin Che felt proud from the bottom of his heart. Jiyu Jingze noticed that Lin Che was still smiling. He asked curiously, "Why are you smiling like a fool?" "Oh, it's fine, it's fine. I'm just saying, those kids are really..." Jiyu Jingze looked at the little girl over there and said, "She's not that young. She should be about the same age as you, right?" Lin Che said, "I think they're about 18 or 19. I'm already 23. In their eyes, I'm already old. Sigh, it's good to be young. Look at those tender little boys and girls. They're all so youthful." She had forgotten that the older one was sitting right across from him. Jiyu Jingze's face darkened. He looked at the group of students walking by and said to her, "What's so good about youth? The older a man is, the more valuable he is. How would those kids know how to treat a girl well?" "That's true, but does youth have unlimited possibilities? Besides, fresh meat is always better." Lin Tui didn't notice that when she said this, the man's face darkened again. "And they're not well-rounded and don't know how to make you happy. What's so good about them? Young and strong? Heh, they'll have a long life and unlimited energy," Lin Che said as she winked at Jiyu Jingze. There was a hidden meaning in her words. As a man, Jiyu Jingze was naturally sensitive to such things. He immediately understood what Lin Che meant. He looked at her with a gloomy face. "Do you need me to prove to you that mature men can also have unlimited energy? And they're more well-rounded. And they know how it feels to pay attention to a woman." Lin Che saw a dangerous glint flash across Jiyu Jingze's eyes and realized that she had hurt his pride. She quickly laughed dryly and said, Yes, you're the best. You're handsome, rich, and gentle. Other than the fact that your words are a little harsh, you're a little troublesome, you're a little difficult to serve, and you have a lot of rules, you're pretty good." Did she really think he had so many flaws? Just then, the spicy soup was finally served. The aroma hit his nose and Lin Che immediately forgot about everything else. "Aya, hurry up and eat the spicy soup." Jiyu Jingze looked at the oily food stewed together. He had no desire to eat it. However, Lin Che enjoyed it very much. Her mouth was red and swollen from the spiciness. It looked very good. She looked up and realized that Jiyu Jingze was only looking at her without eating. She looked at the spicy soup in front of him and said, "You don't want to eat it, do you? It's fine if you don't want to eat it. I'll eat something else with you later." "No, I want to eat it, but you have to feed me," Jiyu Jingze said. "Ah!" Lin Che stared at him and felt that his gaze had suddenly turned evil. Jiyu Jingze said, "It's okay. You can feed me while eating." "How do I feed you then?" She mumbled with something still in her mouth. Jiyu Jingze suddenly cupped her face across the table and bit down on her mouth. When the tip of his tongue came in, Lin Che was slightly stunned. He swept the thing out of her mouth and licked her lips as if he hadn't had enough. Then he withdrew his tongue. "Ah, you." Lin Che's face was red. She couldn't tell if it was because of the spiciness or because of him. Jiyu Jingze suddenly realized that it was really delicious to eat like this. He licked his mouth and nodded. "Yeah, it's very delicious. Continue." Lin Che protested, "I'm not doing it anymore. Why are you like this, hooligan? Not doing it anymore?" Jiyu Jingze hadn't had enough yet. "If you're not doing it, I'll feed you." With that said, he picked up something and put it into his mouth. It was very spicy, but he didn't mind sharing it with her. He held her head and kissed her again. This time, he pushed the thing into her mouth. It was very spicy, and both of their mouths were numb from the spiciness. The one who was stimulated wanted to drink more. Lin Che was really confused. "I'm not eating anymore." "Jiyu Jingze, you're cheating." "But I'm not full yet." Jiyu Jingze was still feeding her. Lin Che's face was so red that it looked like it was burning. She quickly pushed Jiyu Jingze away. "Can't you just eat properly? Don't be like this." Jiyu Jingze smiled. Finally, he slowly picked up the food and started eating. After teasing her for a while, he also had an appetite. He looked at her as he ate the spicy soup. It didn't look good, but it tasted pretty good. It was probably because there was too much oil in it and it wasn't healthy, but it was very fragrant. Finally, they finished eating. However, Jiyu Jingze had a problem. After he finished eating, he felt his stomach hurt. He held his stomach and rubbed it. Frowning, he said, "My stomach feels a little uncomfortable." Lin Che was shocked. "Wow, it can't be. What happened? Let me take a look." Chapter 134. Jiyu Jingze stopped Lin Che. He looked up and said, "I'm fine. It's probably too spicy." Lin Che was naturally frightened. What if she brought him out to eat mala hotpot and the dignified CEO of the Jiyu Corporation got sick? Wouldn't that be a heinous crime? Although Jiyu Jingze said so, it was obvious that his face was pale because of the pain. Lin Che said quickly, "No, go to the hospital quickly. It might be food poisoning or something. It's very dangerous." Jiyu Jingze couldn't hide his embarrassment. He pursed his lips and thought for a while. Then he took out his phone and said, "Call Chen Yucheng." Oh right, he had his own doctor. Lin Che quickly took out his phone and called Chen Yucheng. "President Jiyu, you haven't talked to me for a long time. I thought you were going to fire me," Chen Yucheng said after he picked up the phone. "No. Dr. Chen, Jiyu Jingyu is sick. You see, Miss Lin." Soon, Jiyu Jingze and Lin Che arrived at Chen Yucheng's house. Chen Yucheng examined Jiyu Jingze and sized him up. "That's weird. You don't like spicy food. Why did you eat spicy hot pot? And so much of it?" Jiyu Jingze looked up with a dark expression. He looked at Chen Yucheng silently and signaled him to shut up. Chen Yucheng glanced sideways at Lin Che. In fact, he already knew that it must be because of Lin Che. He just wanted to tease Jiyu Jingze. Jiyu Jingze wasn't like this in the past. Ever since he got together with Lin Che, he became much more amusing. He was no longer the boring Jiyu Jingze from before. Lin Che blushed and felt guilty. "I'm sorry, Dr. Chen. It's all because I took him to eat spicy food. He doesn't like it. What should I do now? Is it okay?" Jiyu Jingze turned around and said, "It's not your fault. If he really didn't want to eat something, he wouldn't have eaten it just because someone asked him to. It was just that after eating with her, he felt that it tasted good and he was in a good mood, so he took the initiative to eat it. Now that his stomach was hurting, he felt bad." Chen Yucheng said, "Yes, it has nothing to do with you. His stomach is too delicate. Don't worry, madam. It's just a common gastroenteritis. He needs to take some medicine and rest. Eat something easy to digest these days. The good thing is that the pain has just started and he hasn't vomited or had diarrhea yet." The corner of Lin Che's mouth twitched. How did he get gastroenteritis after eating some malatang? Lin Che said, "I'm sorry, Jiyu Jingze. We've been eating junk food since we were young, so our stomachs have evolved. We're not afraid of junk food anymore. Maybe you're not used to it." Jiyu Jingze looked up. "Forget it. It's fine." Chen Yucheng said, "If it's still not good tomorrow, give him an injection." It seems that he's fine now. Jiyu Jingze nodded, and Lin Che hurriedly helped him up. She said to Chen Yucheng, "Sorry to trouble you this time, Dr. Chen." Jiyu Jingze said, "It's fine. He'll pay for the consultation. It's no trouble at all." Chen Yucheng pouted. "Madam is still the best." Jiyu Jingze didn't learn from Lin Che and was so picky with his words. Lin Che blamed herself all the way. Seeing Jiyu Jingze's pale face from the pain, but his expression was as calm as ever, she thought that he must be afraid that she would blame herself, so he didn't complain about the pain. "Jiyu Jingze, if you're in pain, just tell me. Don't keep it to yourself," Lin Che said quickly. Jiyu Jingze looked at her. "I'm not in pain." Hearing him say this, Lin Che felt even more guilty and heartbroken. She thought that he was really a good person. Soon, they reached home. Jiyu Jingze lay on the bed. Lin Che ran around, serving him tea and water. She was very attentive. Jiyu Jingze rested his head on his arms and smiled as he looked at her. It was rare for this girl to be so honest. Lin Che ran in from outside again. She looked at Jiyu Jingze and said, Does it still hurt? Did the medicine work? Jiyu Jingza frowned slightly, but said, my stomach still hurts. Ah, what should I do then? Lin Che said anxiously, I'd better call Dr. Chen and ask him. Otherwise, I'll just give him an injection. No need. Jiyu Jingza stopped her. You can massage it for me. Lin Che said, is that okay? But I don't know how to massage it. Jiyu Jingza said, come here. Just massage it. Lin Che couldn't be bothered with anything else. She walked over and sat beside him. Jiyu Jingza took her hand and placed it on his stomach. Lin Che paused and began to massage. Does it still hurt? Her voice was much gentler, as if she was coaxing a child. Jiyu Jingza rested his head on his arms and instructed Lin Che, a little more to the left. A little more to the right. Yeah, not bad. Lin Che felt that something was wrong as she massaged. She looked up and saw that Jiyu Jingza was enjoying it. His eyes were closed as if he was enjoying a massage. She looked at him speechlessly. Jiyu Jingza. She wanted to hit his stomach again, but she was afraid that he hadn't recovered yet. She could only kneel on the bed and stare at him. Jiyu Jingza said, what's wrong? Continue. Continue, my ass. You're lying to me. You don't hurt at all. Jiyu Jingza smiled and pulled her into his arms. Are you a parasite in my stomach? How do you know that I don't hurt? Lin Che was pulled into his arms. She hit him angrily. What are you doing? What are you doing? Let go of me. Look at yourself. Do you still look like you're in pain? This Jiyu Jingza was getting worse and worse. He even knew how to lie. Jiyu Jingza hugged her waist and looked at her face. It really hurts. It really hurts. Lin Che looked at his furrowed brows. She really wanted to smooth his forehead. Her voice softened and she said, then why are you still making a fuss? Jiyu Jingza said, so I need you to help me divert my attention. Talk to me more and help me massage it. Let me hug you. It might not hurt so much then. Lin Che couldn't help but blush. Why would it not hurt if he hugged her? She wasn't a drug. But she still let him hug her and didn't move for a long time. Jiyu Jingza hugged her soft body. On one hand, he didn't feel that he was in so much pain, but on the other hand, there was another kind of discomfort coming from his body. He really wanted to use another method to relieve the pain. The next day, Jiyu Jingza was still in pain when he woke up. He had no choice but to go to Chen Yucheng's place. Chen Yucheng brought Jiyu Jingza and Lin Che to his studio and asked someone to use a machine to examine Jiyu Jingza. Lin Che waited outside and thought helplessly, it seems that hugging him for the whole night didn't work. Just then, Lin Che heard the phone ring. It was Shun Yuran calling. She said quickly over the phone, Lin Che, I locked the door to my house and I can't get in. I left the key in the room and I have no place to stay. Lin Che said helplessly, what happened? Where are uncle and auntie? They took my sister to the countryside. Chapter 135. Lin Che had no choice but to say to her, you're too careless. I'll pick you up and you can stay at my place tonight. Hoo, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm so unlucky. It's all that damn Ju Minhan's pestering me downstairs. Lin Che asked for the address and asked Chen Yucheng, what district is this? I want to pick up a friend first. Chen Yucheng said, Madam, you can stay here with President Ji Yu. I'll pick her up for you. Lin Che said, you can't find her, right? Isn't it that drunk friend from last time? Chen Yucheng said calmly, yes. I know where her house is. With that, Chen Yucheng took the key and walked out. Lin Che then remembered that he had sent Shun Yuran home. Inside, the nurse was examining Jiyu Jingza. Lin Che quickly went in and asked, how is it? The nurse said, we'll know when Dr. Chen comes back. But I think it's just gastroenteritis. It's nothing serious. Don't worry, madam. Lin Che said gloomily, why does gastroenteritis still hurt after so long? I don't feel so much pain. The nurse smiled and said, everyone's physique is different. Madam, it's fine. Maybe Mr. Gu's stomach isn't good to begin with. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingza guiltily. I won't take you to eat such messy food next time. Me neither. I forgot that you haven't eaten it either. You eat so healthily every day. You're not used to it. Besides, you're so old. You're almost 30. You. Jiyu Jingza raised his head when he heard the words age is not that big. He looked at her with dark eyes. What did you say? Lin Che said, you have to admit your age. After all, you're not a child anymore. You recover quickly, so you have to be more careful. This was the second time she complained about his age. Jiyu Jingza glared at her. Lin Che suddenly realized that he had said the truth again. Seriously, a man still cared about this. He was so narrow-minded. But even so, Lin Che quickly shut his mouth. He laughed dryly. Fortunately, Jiyu Jingza's phone rang. Jiyu Jingza looked down. When he saw the name on the screen, he became impatient. It was Mo Hualing. Mo Hualing was locked up at home for a few days. Although she was angry and helpless, she finally understood many things. Her father was right. Men didn't like women who were too clingy. In the past, she didn't have any competitors, so Jiyu Jingza only treated her well. But now, she couldn't be so willful. Mo Hualing thought that she was not inferior to Lin Che at all. Her family was so good, and she had so many resources. She was the daughter of a rich family. How could Lin Che, who came from an unorthodox background, compare to her? No matter how good Lin Che was, he was just an actor. Even if Jiyu Jingza decided that she was good for the time being, it must be because it was fresh. After all, Lin Che had only appeared for such a short time. She was not like Jiyu Jingza. She had been with Jiyu Jingza for so many years. Their relationship was definitely real. Lin Che could not compare. Hence, Mo Hualing promised her father for a long time that she understood what she had to do. In any case, she would not cause any more trouble for the Mo family. Only then did her father let her out. Mo Hualing immediately thought of calling Jiyu Jingza. She couldn't help it. She hadn't contacted him for a few days, and she felt that she was about to be abandoned. Jiyu Jingza picked up the phone and said, "What's wrong?" Mo Hualing heard Jiyu Jingza's voice and said gently, "Jingza, what are you doing?" Jiyu Jingza said, "I'm busy." "Are you busy?" Mo Hualing said hurriedly, "No. You make it sound like I'm always busy. I just want to apologize to you. It was my fault. I was a little impatient. These days, I've been reflecting on myself at home. I seem to have been bewitched. That's why I've been so willful. I won't do it again." Jiyu Jingza sighed and said to Mo Hualing, "It's good that you know. If there's nothing else, I'll be busy." "Okay, go ahead. We'll meet again when you're free." "Okay." After hanging up, Jiyu Jingza looked at Lin Che and said, "She was too noisy before. Now she's here to apologize." Lin Che pretended not to hear it. Otherwise, what else could she say? It would always be awkward for her to speak about this matter. She wouldn't comment on others behind their backs. Anyway, this was between the two of them. They could deal with it however they wanted. Mo Hualing hung up the phone. Jiyu Jingza's voice sounded listless. It seemed like he was in a bad mood. Could it be that something had happened? Mo Hualing quickly asked someone to find out. Fortunately, Mo Hualing had some connections with Jiyu Jingza in the past. They knew that she was special to Jiyu Jingza, so they quickly told Mo Hualing that Jiyu Jingza went out to eat with Lin Che and ate something bad. Now he was being treated for gastroenteritis at Dr. Chen's place. When Mo Hualing heard this, she was so angry that she almost smashed the phone. "Lin Che! It's Lin Che again." She clenched her fists tightly and forced herself to calm down. She couldn't be so impulsive now. This matter had to be considered at length. She had to return to her former self in Jiyu Jingza's heart. She had to endure the humiliation now and make plans for the future. On the other side, Chen Yucheng was finally back. He walked in with Shen Yuran. Shen Yuran saw Chen Yucheng taking big steps in front of her, ignoring her. She curled her lips and said, "Hey, is this your house? It's so big." Chen Yucheng was speechless. He turned around and glanced at her. "This is a studio. How can you live in a place like this? What kind of look was that?" Shen Yuran said, "It's a studio. I don't know anything about it." When Jiyu Jingze and Lin Che were inside, they heard the two people talking outside as they came in. When Shen Yuran came in, she saw Jiyu Jingze sitting there with an four drip. He looked calm and composed, but it was as if he was shrouded in a layer of light. He looked so bright and eye-catching. She didn't expect Jiyu Jingze to be here too. She said in surprise, "Aya, isn't this Jiyu? President Jiyu? I've finally met someone in person." Lin Che said, "Shen Yuran." She said to Jiyu Jingze embarrassedly, "This is my friend. She told you about him. His name is Shen Yuran." Chen Yucheng rolled his eyes at the back. What an idiot. How could there be such an idiotic woman in the world? However, Lin Che was also quite an idiot. Looking at it this way, they were really good friends. Shen Yuran was only surprised for a moment. However, after the surprise subsided, she smiled and looked at Lin Che. Thinking that the two of them were husband and wife, she felt that it was very magical. Lin Che pulled Shen Yuran and asked, "What's wrong with you? How could you leave the key in the room?" Shen Yuran said, "I didn't do it on purpose. It's not like you don't know that my scumbag ex-boyfriend has been harassing me for no reason. My parents took my sister to the countryside and I didn't want to go back and be urged to get married. The customs in the countryside are really bad. I'm only 23 years old and I'm being urged to get married. How could I go back and be nagged by them?" At this time, Ju Minhan came. I was so anxious that I went downstairs to stop him from shouting in case the neighbors saw it. Chapter 136. Lin Che said, "You're the one who's stupid." All right. Why did he come to you again? Why didn't he come to you when he slept with that guy? Shen Yuran said, "How would I know? I met him at the anniversary celebration and he's been pestering me ever since." Back then, Shen Yuran and Ju Minhan could be considered childhood sweethearts. However, a female classmate from the same school ended up sleeping together during a school trip. Only then did Shen Yuran break up. After graduation, Shen Yuran went abroad for further studies. When she came back, she was pestered by him again. Lin Che smiled and said, "Don't tell me you regret it. Even if I regret it, it depends on whether I care about him or not. You ignored me back then and now, you can't get close to me. Who wants a second-hand woman who slept with someone else? That's right. We think it's dirty." Ahem. The two sisters were chatting happily, but they forgot that there were two men behind them. They were annoyed by what they were saying. Jiyu Jingze was wondering why Lin Che spoke so carelessly. It turned out that there was something wrong with the circle. Lin Che quickly turned around and gave Shen Yuran a look, signaling her to shut up and stop talking. Shen Yuran chuckled and said, "Mr. Jiyu, I'm Lin Che's good friend. I'm sorry to meet you for the first time. Is Mr. Jiyu sick?" Jiyu Jingze was polite to her. He nodded and said, "It's just a small accident. It's okay." Shen Yuran was surprised to hear him speak in such a genteel manner. She looked at Lin Che sympathetically. Lin Che replied with a you-know expression. Shen Yuran said, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Che said, "Gastroenteritis." When Shen Yuran heard this, he hurriedly said, "Oh, it's gastroenteritis. My mom used to say that if I had gastroenteritis, she would definitely mince lotus root and ginger together and cook it for me. It's especially useful. I'll be fine after eating it." Chen Yucheng heard this and interrupted Shen Yuran. "Which medical school did you graduate from? Tell me what lotus root to eat." Shen Yuran said, "What's wrong? It's very useful for me. You're lucky that you didn't die from eating it, but don't mislead people, okay? The test results just now showed that your white blood cells are very high, and your ketones are also very high. You need to ingest a lot of water to wash away the ketones in your body, and you also need to reduce inflammation. Why would you eat lotus roots?" Shen Yuran said, "What? Can't you look down on folk medicine just because you're a doctor? How many years has it been passed down? How can it be understood by a person like you? Do you have the right to criticize the wisdom of our ancestors? I think this is trash. What do you know? I don't understand, but you do. If it's not something that has been passed down for many years, then it's right. You used to bind your feet. Why don't you bind your feet anymore? Chen Yucheng glared at Shun Yuran with an expression that seemed to say that it was scary to be uncultured. Shun Yuran looked at him, unconvinced. That old man pushing the cart and sitting cross-legged on the lotus flower have been passed down for hundreds of years. I don't think you're uncomfortable. Cough. Chen Yucheng's face darkened, and he was completely frozen. At this time, Jiyu Jingze clenched his fists, coughed dryly, and said, Dr. Chen, I need to rest. Miss Shun has been busy all morning and must be tired. Why don't you take her to your place to rest? Chen Yucheng came to his senses and hurriedly said to Jiyu Jingze, Why my place? Jiyu Jingze said, Anyway, she has stayed here once and is familiar with it. You can take her to stay there. But, Dr. Chen, what but are you talking about? Jiyu Jingze looked at him with a smile, but his eyes were full of threat. Chen Yucheng felt bitter in his heart. However, Jiyu Jingze was the boss of the group. Chen Yucheng could only turn around and glare at Shun Yuran. Shun Yuran didn't care. She liked to see Chen Yucheng being humiliated. She would be happy if he was unhappy. It was because Chen Yucheng was so annoying. President Jiyu, you are so nice. Hehe, Lin Che must be very happy with you. She finally said something that Jiyu Jingze liked to hear. Chen Yucheng glared at her again and said, Let's go. Don't stay here. Shun Yuran smiled at Lin Che and said, Take care of your husband first. We'll talk about it when he is better. Lin Che looked at her helplessly and said to her, Be nice to Dr. Chen. Shun Yuran squinted his eyes and left. Seeing the two of them leave, Lin Che turned around and smiled. Dr. Chen, there are times when you can't win an argument. I thought a psychiatrist would be very good. Jiyu Jingze shook his head and said, All right, now that your friend is fine, you should behave yourself and stop fooling around. Lin Che saw that Jiyu Jingze was still in pain, so he obediently sat next to him. After the drip, Jiyu Jingze's illness was much better. The next day, he went to work as usual. Lin Che was busy in the company, preparing for the new TV series. The new TV series was a modern drama. It had a dark and humorous urban plot, which was very emotional. The female lead was a medical examiner. After she arrived at the police station, she learned from her boss, became his apprentice, and fell in love with him. The sharp-tongued, mature boss was playing the role of a popular young actor. Thus, the TV series was already showing signs of becoming popular even before it started filming. This was the script that Yu Minmin had chosen for her after much difficulty. She felt that the role was not so innocent and suited her current image. Lin Che was discussing the script and filming when she thought of Jiyu Jingze's illness. She couldn't help but call Jiyu Jingze when she went out. When the call went through, Jiyu Jingze was in a meeting. He picked up the phone but didn't get angry. He only asked her, What's wrong? Did something happen? Lin Che said, No, I just wanted to ask if you are feeling better. Is your work okay? Jiyu Jingze heaved a sigh of relief and said, I'm fine. I'm much better now. Oh, I'm not interrupting your work, am I? You should go back to work. No. Why? Do you care about me? Jiyu Jingze's voice was relaxed, and Lin Che relaxed a lot. Of course I care about you. Are you sick because of me? Jiyu Jingze snorted, but he still said to her, Oh yeah, I was just about to tell you that there's a banquet tonight. Get ready and go with me. Chapter 137. Lin Che asked curiously, What kind of banquet is it? Jiyu Jingze said, It's a charity banquet in the industry. I need to bring a female companion. Lin Che asked, Are you bringing a female companion? Why would I bring a female companion if I have a wife? Lin Che couldn't help but smile. Okay, then I'll go with you. He looked reluctant, but he was very happy in his heart. Going to a banquet with Jiyu Jingze? This had never happened before. Soon, the butler called to take Lin Che to change and tidy up for the banquet that night. In the evening, Jiyu Jingze arrived at Lin Che's private studio very early. Because the makeup artist was a famous one, there used to be a lot of people here. Yu Minmin had wanted to bring her here to do makeup for the award ceremony, but there was always a queue. Today, Because of Jiyu Jingza, Lin Che was the only one in the studio. Although the makeup artist didn't know the relationship between Lin Che and Jiyu Jingza, and because of professional ethics, she couldn't ask or gossip, she was still very respectful towards Lin Che. Seeing that Jiyu Jingza was here, she was very careful. They weren't afraid that these people would gossip. Gossiping about Jiyu Jingza, they must have a death wish. Seeing that Lin Che was ready, Jiyu Jingza turned around. She was wearing a bright red dress, but it didn't look flirtatious at all. Instead, it was so clear that it looked like a flower after a rain. It was so pure. The makeup artist said, "Miss Lin is really beautiful. You have good skin. I've done makeup on so many people, but Miss Lin has the best skin." Lin Che turned around and smiled embarrassedly. She lifted the dress and looked at Jiyu Jingza. "How is it? Do I look good?" Jiyu Jingza smiled and nodded. "Yeah, it's not a waste of the dress." Lin Che curled her lips. She knew that he couldn't say anything nice. Didn't he know how to speak properly? Jiyu Jingza pulled Lin Che up and said, "Let's go." After getting into the car, Lin Che asked Jiyu Jingza, "Is it a big banquet? Why are you bringing me along? Is it okay?" "It's okay. Everyone will bring a female companion. No one will ask what your relationship is with me. It's an annual charity banquet." "Oh, but I don't think I've ever seen you attend any banquets." Lin Che asked curiously. Jiyu Jingza said naturally, "Of course. Let my subordinates attend banquets. I don't usually attend them." "Is that so? But I thought that on TV, a capitalist like you would attend a banquet or something when you have nothing to do and have a lot of social activities." Jiyu Jingza said, "You're talking about the capitalists of small companies, aren't you? That's why people have to sit at the top. Otherwise, they'll always be at the mercy of others." Did he mean that with his current status, he no longer needed to care about other people's feelings, nor did he need to socialize with others? Jiyu Jingza was really self-praising. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingza speechlessly. He saw that the driver had already parked the car in front of a 7-star hotel. Lin Che got out of the car with Jiyu Jingza. There were already a lot of people in suits and leather shoes coming over to greet them. "President Jiyu is here. Welcome, President Jiyu. President Jiyu, please come in." At the same time, Lin Che also successfully attracted the attention of the crowd. Of course, no one dared to ask who he was. They just watched as Jiyu Jingza and Lin Che walked in arm. Lin Che's clothes were very luxurious. The long dress was dark red and it reached the ground. It was very graceful and generous. Someone behind them was discussing, "Look, that's Jiyu Jingza. You don't see Jiyu Jingza even once a year, right?" "That's right. He's very low-key. There are only legends about him in the underworld. You can't see him in person. Who's that next to him? He must have brought a female companion. She looks quite familiar. I think she's a celebrity." Everyone looked at the people following Jiyu Jingza with jealousy. When they saw the two of them walk in, a group of people followed behind them. They couldn't help but sigh. Jiyu Jingza was indeed worthy of being the center of attention no matter where he went. "But didn't I hear that he's a couple with Miss Mo? Why did he change partners? But I've never seen Jiyu Jingza bring her out." The few people were discussing, but they didn't know that Mo Hualing, who was sitting in the corner, was fiercely squeezing her cup. She had already heard that Jiyu Jingza wanted to attend this banquet. It was understandable. This banquet was held once a year and it was the biggest charity banquet. Jiyu Jingza would attend every time and donate something to show his sincerity. However, Mo Hualing didn't expect that Jiyu Jingza would bring Lin Che. They were right. Jiyu Jingza rarely appeared in public with Mo Hualing. Because Jiyu Jingza liked to keep a low profile, among the 3 brothers of the Jiyu family, he was the only one who had never been exposed. Of course, Mo Hualing wanted to go out with him. However, she was worried that Jiyu Jingza would think that she liked to be exposed. So, she suppressed this idea and didn't dare to do it. She didn't expect that Jiyu Jingza would actually bring Lin Che. Mo Hualing gritted her teeth and looked at them. She moved her eyes and entered the room. Lin Che and Jiyu Jingza sat together at an excellent spot on the upper floor. They could see the whole place, but the people below couldn't see them. It was Lin Che's first time attending this kind of banquet. He couldn't help but take out his phone. I want to take a selfie. Hee hee. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che speechlessly. You take selfies of everything. Lin Che said, it's a rare opportunity. I have to post this on Weibo and let my fans think that I must be a great person to attend this kind of banquet. Hey, I didn't bring a selfie stick. Can you help me take one? Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che speechlessly. She was really amazing now. She wasn't afraid of him at all. She liked to take selfies at first, but now she was asking him to help her take selfies. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze pitifully. Do me a favor. I'm just going to click the button. Jiyu Jingze didn't have a choice. Fortunately, no one could see them. Otherwise, if someone saw that he was helping someone take a selfie with his phone, that would be really bad. He took the phone, glared at Lin Che, and snapped a few pictures of her. Lin Che took the phone and said unhappily, Jiyu Jingze, have you never taken pictures before? Look, are you going to take a picture of the banquet downstairs? Do you think I'm drinking with someone in a restaurant? It doesn't look like a high-class banquet at all. Thus, he took another picture of her, but he was still not satisfied. Jiyu Jingze, I give up. Where's the beauty, the beauty? Why do I look so twisted? Chapter 138. Jiyu Jingze, do you have a grudge against me? The more I take the picture, the uglier I am. Lin Che took the phone and looked at Jiyu Jingze speechlessly. Jiyu Jingze, I finally realized that you have flaws too. Jiyu Jingze's eyes widened and he almost jumped up. What did you say? Lin Che said, look at what you're taking a photo of. I think Mr. Jiyu, you really don't have any skills in taking photos. Sigh, but I understand you. After all, no one is perfect. Lin Che said, I'll just take a selfie. As she said that, she adjusted her pose and took a selfie. She showed it to Jiyu Jingze. Look, this is a selfie. Look at what you're taking. Jiyu Jingze looked at it and looked at Lin Che speechlessly. Isn't this a little too distorted? Is this yours? Lin Che exclaimed, it's fine as long as it looks good. Jiyu Jingze couldn't imagine it. Lin Che said, what else? Take a photo of me digging my nose and post it. That's not good. Of course I have to show it to the fans. It's beautiful. I'm just thinking about the fans. Jiyu Jingze didn't have the energy to complain and could only shake his head. Lin Che said, you don't understand. I don't want to understand either. Lin Che smiled and looked at Jiyu Jingze. He pulled him over and said, come, let's take a beautified photo and see what you didn't take. You'll know once you try it. I don't want to. No, you can't. Lin Che pulled him over and put his head next to his so that both of them could be in the camera. Lin Che said, 1, 2, 3. Take it. With a click, the faces of the two people were framed on the phone screen. After beautifying it, Lin Che grabbed it and showed it to Jiyu Jingze. Is it good? Is it good? Jiyu Jingze raised his eyebrows. You look good no matter how you take it. Lin Che said, Phut, look at the wrinkles on your face. They're so tender. Lin Che. This was the second time she complained that he was too old. Seeing that Jiyu Jingze's face darkened again, Lin Che smiled and said, why are you like this? Do you want to face your age with the right attitude? Lin Che leaned over and said, all right, don't be angry. I was just saying, your face is much younger than many people your age. She was still looking down on his age. Really, all right, don't say any more. Otherwise, I'll be pissed to death by you. Jiyu Jingze thought that it would be infuriating to argue with her. With such a low IQ, what could she say? However, looking at the photo of the two of them that Lin Che sent over, the two of them leaned against each other and looked very compatible. Jiyu Jingze said, send me one of these. Ah, you want it? But why do you want it? Lin Che asked. Jiyu Jingze said, I don't have your photo. If you get lost, I can print it in my phone and put it on a missing person notice. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze speechlessly, but he still sent it to him. Jiyu Jingze took the photo, looked at it, and saved it in his phone. The charity auction started very soon. Lin Che happily posted her photo on Weibo before watching the auction with Jiyu Jingze. Looking at the starting bid of tens of millions, Lin Che was a little stunned. After watching for a while, Jiyu Jingze tilted his head and asked her, "Is there anything you want?" Lin Che turned around and said, "I can't afford it." Jiyu Jingze smiled and said, "Just make me happy more. You can afford anything." Lin Che said, "Am I not considerate enough for you now? Look, I'm already as low as dust." Jiyu Jingze couldn't help but roll his eyes. He couldn't see it at all, he just felt that she was getting bolder and bolder, and she was disregarding him more and more. After watching for a long time, Lin Che got up and went to the bathroom. Outside, the clothes were fragrant, and the hair was silhouetted, everywhere was luxurious. It was Lin Che's first time attending such an upper-class banquet. He couldn't help but look around, as if he didn't have enough eyes to take in everything. When she entered the bathroom and saw how luxurious the bathroom was, she couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the upper-class society. After washing her hands and touching up her makeup, she heard an arrogant voice call out from beside her, "Lin Che?" It was Mo Hualing. Lin Che turned around and saw Mo Hualing in a pink gown walking towards him in high heels. Her arrogant nostrils seemed to be raised to the sky, and she looked up at Lin Che with a disdainful smile. "Why, is this your first time here?" The smile on Lin Che's face disappeared. He looked at Mo Hualing and said, "Yes, it's my first time." She told the truth and didn't feel embarrassed. Everyone knew that it was her first time here anyway, so there was no need to lie. Mo Hualing smiled and said, "That's right. Let Jingze bring you here more often to broaden your horizons. Otherwise, you'll be scared out of your wits at the Jiyu family's banquet." Although this place isn't as dignified as the Jiyu family's banquet, it's still the biggest annual charity banquet in Country C. Lin Che could hear the mockery in her words. He looked at her with a faint smile and said, "Thank you, Miss Mo, for telling me. Of course. After all, don't you know? Oh, yes, why did I see that you posted a photo of this place on Weibo?" Mo Hualing had just seen the photo and was so angry that she came to find Lin Che. This Lin Che was really proud of himself. He came here once and even took a photo. Although it was just a selfie, his high-profile manner was disgusting. That position should have been hers. Everything that Lin Che had now should have been hers. Lin Che frowned and looked at Mo Hualing. "What's the matter?" Mo Hualing's face was serious and there was a hint of reproach in it. She was high and mighty, as if she was the mistress of the house. "Lin Che, it's fine if you want to be famous and show off. But you must know that Jingze likes to keep a low profile and doesn't like to show off. Can you control your thoughts? Even if you want to show off now, you have to think about Jingze. You're making him lose face." Lin Che looked at Mo Hualing speechlessly and said, "What do you mean?" Jiyu Jingze had seen her post these Weibo posts. Jiyu Jingze didn't say anything, but she was warning him now. Mo Hualing said, "Do you need me to be more thorough? Lin Che, you should know that with your identity, you are not worthy of Jingze. So, you may not know what the life of the upper class is like. If you don't understand, you can ask me. For Jingze's sake, I will reluctantly tell you about his habits and lifestyle. But, don't mess around, okay?" Chapter 139. Lin Che looked at Mo Hualing, amused. She was speechless after being scolded by Mo Hualing. "Jiyu Jingze knows that I posted on Weibo. I think he will remind me if there's a problem, so I don't need you to remind me. As for what you said, you're right. Who doesn't know what life is like in the upper class? But I don't think that life in the upper class is good. I'm used to living like this. I won't change myself just because of Jiyu Jingze. I believe that as long as you're sincere, you'll be respected no matter what society you're in." Mo Hualing didn't expect Lin Che to retort so harshly. Mo Hualing snorted. The more lowly a person is, the more they think they're right to be lowly. Lin Che sneered. Then, he heard someone coming from behind. Jiyu Jingze saw Mo Hualing when he came in. "Hualing." Jiyu Jingze quickened his steps and quickly arrived at Lin Che's side. He pulled Lin Che to his side and quietly stood in front of Lin Che. Almost subconsciously, he moved Lin Che to a safe position. Mo Hualing looked at Jiyu Jingze. She had already changed her expression. Jingze, you're here for the party too. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che, as if he was checking to see if she was okay. But Lin Che only looked a little pale. It seemed that she was fine. Jiyu Jingze looked at Mo Hualing. Yes, I still come here once a year. Mo Hualing said, me too. My parents are here. They're outside. Oh, then you should go out and keep them company. What are you doing here? Mo Hualing hurriedly smiled. Although she really wanted to come over, she still stood there and maintained her composure. Her father was right. Women should be reserved and keep a distance. They shouldn't throw themselves at each other. Mo Hualing said, I just came to the washroom and saw Lin Che, so I wanted to talk to her. Jiyu Jingze said, oh, yes. I brought a female companion this time. Mo Hualing bit her lip. Yes, that was his wife. But that position should have been hers. Mo Hualing restrained herself and smiled warmly at Jiyu Jingze. Is that so? Lin Che is dressed up very nicely today. Oh yes, Lin Che, since you're an artist, my dad has a commercial that he wants you to shoot. Actually, your image is very good. If it's possible, you can consider shooting our commercial. Our family's electrical appliances are also very popular in the country. When the time comes, the commercial will be broadcast everywhere. I know that the endorsement fee isn't very attractive to you. The most important thing is the influence. Our commercial has a good influence too. Lin Che wasn't going to listen to her. Those who were unaccountably solicitous were hiding evil intentions. Lin Che thought that with her acting skills, she could totally become an artist herself. What else did he need her for? However, Lin Che still smiled and said, this depends on our company's arrangement. I can't make the decision myself. Mo Hualing looked at Jiyu Jingze. Jingze, I don't mean anything else. I just want to say that no matter what misunderstandings we had in the past, I'm really changing. I hope you can give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. Jiyu Jingze looked deeply into Mo Hualing's eyes and said, Hualing, you're right to think that way. It's okay. As long as you stop being so willful and mature, everything will be fine. Mo Hualing said, then let Lin Che agree to shoot our commercial. You'll forgive me for being willful in the past. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze, protesting with his eyes. She didn't want to shoot it. If a job couldn't make her happy, she would rather die. This obviously wouldn't make her happy. Instead, it would make her angry. Moreover, who knew what Mo Hualing was up to? She didn't want to walk right into the trap. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che and turned to Mo Hualing. I don't want to force her to do what she wants. It's up to her. Mo Hualing could only laugh dryly. Really? Anyway, Lin Che, you can go back and think about it. Lin Che breathed a sigh of relief and said to her, I'll think about it. Mo Hualing wanted to say something else, but looking at Jiyu Jingze, she could only bear with it. She said to Jiyu Jingze, then you can go to the auction first. I have to go back. Okay. Seeing that Mo Hualing had left obediently, Jiyu Jingze slowly turned his head around. Lin Che glanced at her and said, what's wrong with her? Lin Che wasn't used to her leaving so easily. Jiyu Jingze said, maybe she really went home to reflect on herself. I warned her that she's too willful. Actually, she's past the age of being willful and it's time for her to be more mature. It's just that she's still immature. Maybe it's because I've been too lenient with her in the past and didn't care about her. Lin Che nodded. Jiyu Jingze said, actually, she's not a bad person. She's just too immature. If she's willing to improve this time, I'm willing to give her a chance to encourage her and give her some motivation. Lin Che laughed dryly. You're right. Originally, she made a fuss because of you. Lin Che thought to himself. Since she was the woman he liked, even if they were angry, he would definitely coax her to get over it. She didn't want to get involved in their business. She would just be asking for trouble. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che. No matter what the reason is, it's not right to make a scene like this. Even if we were in the same position, there would be many people who would choose a more appropriate method to solve the problem. I know that she has gone overboard in some areas. Lin Che said, you're really serious. But. She looked at Jiyu Jingzi. Well, will it be bad if I post it on Weibo tonight? Even though she knew that Mo Hualing was targeting her. But thinking about Mo Hualing's words still made her feel uncomfortable. Actually, Mo Hualing was right. After all, she and Jiyu Jingzi were people from two different worlds. She really didn't know what she should and shouldn't do normally. Jiyu Jingzi looked at Lin Che. The Weibo that you posted today? Yeah. If I did something wrong, you don't have to give me face. You can tell me directly, Lin Che said seriously. Jiyu Jingzi said, it's okay. It's fine even if you post it. What's wrong? Lin Che said, oh, I thought I couldn't. Miss Mo said that you prefer to keep a low profile. I'm worried that if I do something bad, it will affect you. Mo Hualing said that. Jiyu Jingzi furrowed his brows again. He didn't think that there was anything wrong with posting on Weibo. Moreover, he liked to keep a low profile, but he wasn't that harsh. It was just that he didn't like to be in the limelight usually. But strangely, he liked to see Lin Che in the limelight. He also liked to see Lin Che showing off. Chapter 140. Perhaps it was because she had always been like this and never avoided her hypocrisy, so she didn't seem so fake. Jiyu Jingzi knew that her so-called hypocrisy wasn't fake at all. He just knew that deep down, she was a pure and innocent person. She wasn't a gold digger like she appeared to be. So Jiyu Jingzi didn't hate her. In fact, he liked to see her play around. Jiyu Jingzi said, it doesn't matter. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingzi and said, if it really matters, you really have to tell me. I really don't know much about these things. I don't know what you can and can't do. Lin Che sometimes blamed herself. She felt that as Jiyu Jingzi's wife, he had always been the one helping her and she had never done anything to help him. Instead, she kept causing trouble for him. Because she couldn't think of what she could help Jiyu Jingzi with. She didn't have a family background, nor was she capable, nor did she know how to do business. Ever since she graduated from drama school, she had been determined to become a qualified actress. She liked Judy's acting in The Silence of the Lambs. Judy Foster, who had won 2 Oscars, had always been her idol. Apart from becoming a qualified actress, what she wanted to do the most was to become an outstanding actress. However, this was a completely different life from Jiyu Jingzi's. Lin Che raised her head slightly and looked at Jiyu Jingzi. I'm sorry, Jiyu Jingzi. Actually, I've never helped you and I've always caused trouble for you. But I really don't know much about these things. If you need me to do anything, you must tell me. She didn't want to be the one who held him back. Jiyu Jingzi looked at Lin Che's apologetic face and said to her, I don't need you to do anything, Lin Che. I don't want you to live like a rich missy or a rich wife. You can live however you want. This is my life, and at the same time, it's also your life. You can live freely, you don't need to change anything for me. But I don't want to cause trouble for you, and I don't want to hold you back, Lin Che said. Jiyu Jingzi smiled faintly. A man has to expand his territory for his woman. Don't worry, your little trouble is nothing to me. No matter how much trouble you cause, it won't cause me any trouble. Otherwise, the Jiyu family's efforts to become the best over the years will be in vain. If I can't even indulge my own woman, what's the point of me wanting all this power and money? Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingzi. She was touched by his tolerance and comfort. Jiyu Jingzi held Lin Che's arm and said, I'm standing at the top not because I want to see women sacrifice themselves for me, nor do I want to look at other people's faces. So, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to care about what other people think. Lin Che really didn't know what to say. Jiyu Jingzi pulled Lin Che along. Let's go. Let's see what you like. We can't come here for nothing. We have to contribute to charity. Hearing that, Lin Che was interested. He held Jiyu Jingzi's hand and said, so, everything I buy belongs to me? Of course, I brought a female companion here today to give her a present. That's great. Hihi, I'm going to pick an expensive one later. Alright, it hasn't been long and you're already a moneygrubber again. Of course, You have so much money that you can't even finish spending it. What's wrong with me spending a little for you? All right, you can spend whatever you want. Although she said that, Lin Che really didn't dare to pick an expensive one. She looked at a relatively cheap bracelet and hesitated for a long time. Finally, she decided to bid for it. Meanwhile, outside, Mo Hualing heard the sound of Jiyu Jingzi starting to bid for things. She couldn't help but raise her head and look up. It was a private room. She could see downstairs, but outsiders couldn't see inside. Since Jiyu Jingzi was here, he would definitely sit in that room so that no one would disturb him. Hearing that Jiyu Jingzi had started bidding, many people consciously put down their signs. Jiyu Jingzi easily bid for what he wanted. Mo Hualing was sitting there and she heard someone talking. Jiyu Jingzi even brought a female companion this time. It seems that these are all gifts for her. I think the one he brought is an actress. Her name is Lin Che. Jiyu Jingzi seems to like her too. The outside world didn't know the inside story of the Jiyu family, nor did they know that Jiyu Jingzi was sick. They only thought that Jiyu Jingzi was a low-profile person and didn't like women. They had never heard any gossip about him. This time, he actually brought a woman with him. It immediately aroused the curiosity of the people. Someone at the side said, "This Lin Che is quite good-looking. Jiyu Jingzi has good taste." Mo Hualing finally couldn't stand it anymore. She said, "What do you mean by good-looking? I think she's very ordinary. Moreover, she's an actress and her acting skills are so bad." The people at the side looked over and someone said to the point, "You can't say that about Miss Mo. Her acting skills are not bad. I work in the television industry. I know that the industry has a good opinion of her." Mo Hualing couldn't stand hearing good words about Lin Che. After hearing this, she couldn't stand it anymore. She glared at the person and stood up to leave. Saying that Lin Che was good-looking? Anyone who wore that priceless dress would look good. It was all because Jiyu Jingzi was rich that he bought it for her. When she first met Lin Che, she knew that Lin Che was as shabby as he could be. Mo Hualing thought fiercely. Sooner or later, she would take back what belonged to her, the man that belonged to her. When that time came, she would make Lin Che leave and die a miserable death. After the banquet, Jiyu Jingzi left with Lin Che. Lin Che looked back at the place from afar and said to Jiyu Jingzi, "This place is really big. I don't know when I can come here again." Jiyu Jingzi said, "If you want to come, I can bring you here." "Forget it. You're so busy. Come again next time." "That's what I said." Jiyu Jingzi smiled. "I heard that the beds here are very soft. They're all imported from France. Do you want to try it?" "Get lost." The two of them returned home. Lin Che was exhausted after wearing high heels for the whole night. He quickly washed up and went to sleep. Jiyu Jingzi received Mo Hualing's call when he got home. He picked it up and said, "Hualing." Mo Hualing said, "Are you home?" "Yes, I'm home. I bought a tie clip for you today." "It's a special gift for you," Mo Hualing said. Jiyu Jingzi said, "It's not a good gift for me. Why don't you give it to your father?" Mo Hualing immediately said in a sad tone, "What? You don't even want to accept my gift now?" "I don't mean anything else. As a friend, I can give you something. Moreover, it's just a little thing that's not worth much." Although it wasn't worth much, the tie clip was still bought for 2 million. Chapter 141. Jiyu Jingzi said, "Okay, I'll get someone to get it tomorrow." "Okay." Mo Hualing wanted him to get it, but she thought that she couldn't be too close to him, so she resisted the urge. She had to be more patient than Lin Che. Mo Hualing said into the phone, "I didn't expect you to bring Lin Che to the charity dinner today. It's your first time bringing someone to a dinner. Do you know that you've never brought me there before?" Jiyu Jingzi paused and said, "But there's no one to bring. You don't like to attend dinner parties, do you?" "Who said I don't like it? I thought you just wanted to keep a low profile," Mo Hualing said, feeling wronged. Jiyu Jingzi said, "I like to keep a low profile, but I didn't say that I can't attend dinner parties. Moreover, if you like it, You should have told me in advance. Otherwise, how would I know? Mo Hualing regretted it. Did she misunderstand? She thought that he didn't like it, so she never asked him to bring her there. Jingza, I just think that you're too lenient with Lin Che. Don't be unhappy with what I said, but I'm doing it for your own good. Lin Che is already Mrs. Gu, but she still doesn't care about it. She doesn't know how to be polite and even shows off on Weibo. It's really outrageous. You should tell her how to be a good Mrs. Gu. Gu Jingza said, why can't she show off on Weibo? Isn't it inappropriate to show off like that? I don't think it's inappropriate. Mo Hualing was stunned. She suddenly felt that she didn't understand Gu Jingza at all. Gu Jingza said, I don't have any problem with it. Moreover, she doesn't mean to show off. She just posts it for fun. Mo Hualing said angrily, I'm just saying it out of goodwill. If you don't mind, then forget it. Gu Jingza didn't expect Mo Hualing to care about these things. In the past, he thought that Mo Hualing was very simple and low-key. He always thought that she liked these things, but now it seemed that Mo Hualing had a lot of thoughts that he didn't know about. The next day, Gu Jingza asked someone to bring the brooch back. He wrote a reply to thank Mo Hualing for the gift, but he didn't open the exquisite box. In the past, Mo Hualing often gave him gifts, but they were all insignificant things. He had seen enough of them and knew what was inside. Therefore, since a long time ago, the gifts that Mo Hualing gave him were all placed in a cabinet in his room, and some of them were never opened. That day, Lin Che met up with the actors who would be acting in the TV series with him. They got to know each other for a bit and set the stage for filming. Afterwards, he left with Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said to Lin Che, I saw the press conference for Jiyu Jingyu's new drama. The female lead is Qin Wanwan. Jiyu Jingyu's new TV series is going to be good. The female lead is Qin Wanwan. Yu Minmin said, it seems that Qin Wanwan's next TV series will be good. All of Jiyu Jingyu's TV series have high ratings and the production is also very good. Yes. But we won't be bad either. Director Zhong is also a good TV series. Maybe he can compete for a TV series award. Go back and prepare. Yes, I will, Sister Yu. After returning home, Lin Che entered the bedroom and saw an exquisite box on the dresser. Her heart skipped a beat. Thinking that it was a gift from Jiyu Jingza, she quickly opened the box and found, inside, there was an exquisite tie clip. She remembered that there was an auction for this yesterday, because she thought that such a small thing could be auctioned for millions, so she remembered that it was the work of a famous designer. After the designer died, the things he designed were all very powerful, which was why it was so expensive. But it was obviously a man's. Lin Che quickly found a card on the side. Although she didn't want to look at it, the few simple words on it fell into her eyes. An M was signed at the bottom. It went without saying who gave it to her. It was Mo Hualing. Lin Che heard a sound outside and hurriedly covered it up, but he couldn't hide the sadness in his eyes. He pretended not to know anything and could only pretend not to know. He thought that it was normal for Mo Hualing to give him something. However, perhaps it was because of Mo Hualing's previous words that affected her. She felt inexplicably sad. That night, she didn't have dinner, so she asked Shen Yuran to play together. She followed Shen Yuran to the club that Qin Wanwan took her to. Shen Yuran had never been here before. She grabbed Lin Che and said, this place is so high-end. Lin Che said, I heard that no one outside knows about this place. This is a place that people in the industry come to often. No wonder I saw a familiar person. He looked like a celebrity, Shen Yuran said. Lin Che said, I haven't been here many times, but there should be a lot of celebrities. Shen Yuran looked around excitedly. Lin Che sat there, feeling a little down, so he drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. Yuran, tell me, why am I so stupid? I don't know anything, Lin Che said. Shen Yuran said, how can that be? How are you stupid? I think you're great. That's because you're stupid too. Hey, I'm comforting you. Can't you scold me too? Lin Che told her that Jiyu Jingza received a gift from his girlfriend. Shen Yuran was speechless. Damn, you can do that? You're his wife now. Don't worry, that's his girlfriend. She's the one he truly loves. I can't compare to her. Moreover, Mo Hualing is right. I'm not good enough for him. I'm just too thick-skinned, so I don't think so. Hey, you can't give up just like that. You should give her a gift too. Lin Che looked at Shen Yuran. What can I give him? I don't think I have anything to give him. Jiyu Jingzi doesn't lack anything and he doesn't need anything. Moreover, I don't have Mo Hualing's spare cash to spend millions on a gift. Shen Yuran smiled. Hehe, when it comes to gifts, it's not about money, it's about the intention. If you can't do it, she moved closer to Lin Che. Why don't you just give him yourself? Get lost. Shen Yuran's eyes moved. She seemed to have thought of something. You can give him a surprise. How about this? I'll give you a gift tomorrow. Hehe, if you give it to Jiyu Jingzi, he'll definitely like it. What is it? Lin Che was about to ask when he heard someone calling him from behind. Mrs. Jiyu, why are you here? It was Chen Yusheng. Shen Yuran's face darkened when she saw him. Chen Yusheng acted as if he didn't see her. He walked up to Lin Che and said, "Where's President Jiyu?" Lin Che looked at Chen Yusheng strangely. Hey, why are you here? Chen Yusheng was accompanied by a beautiful woman who was dressed up. She seemed to be flirting with him. I come here often. I should be the one asking Mrs. Jiyu this question. Why are you here? Chapter 142. Lin Che said, people in our circle often come here. I heard that there are no paparazzi here. Hey. Chen Yucheng smiled. I know people in your circle often come here, so I like to come here too. He raised his eyebrows. His meaning was clear. He was here to flirt with a celebrity. Shen Yuran couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of man was he? Shen Yuran said, Xiaoche, that's why people say that all men are black-skinned. You should listen to me, hey. Chen Yucheng looked at Shen Yuran. What do you mean by all men are black-skinned? You make it sound like you've seen a lot of men. Shen Yuran said, hey, how do you know I've never seen a man? Chen Yucheng looked at Shen Yuran from head to toe. From your looks, isn't it obvious that you've been through relationships? Fuck, are you saying that I'm ugly? Chen Yucheng said, I'm just not used to lying. You're the only good-looking one. Luckily, you have good eyesight. Shen Yuran still wanted to say something, but Lin Che hurriedly pulled Shen Yuran back. He relies on his glib tongue to earn money. If you argue with him, how can you win? Besides, what's there to argue about? At this moment, the beauty next to Chen Yucheng tugged at him. Chen Yucheng told her to wait for him inside. Then, he sat down beside Lin Che and said, Madam doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Lin Che looked at Chen Yucheng. How is Jiyu Jingzi's illness? Chen Yucheng said, oh, he still needs medication to control it. But you two seem to be fine. President Jiyu and Madam have been together for so long. Is there anything wrong? Lin Che said, when do you think he'll recover? Recover? I think it's okay if he can control it. But there's no way to cure him now. Although we invest a lot of money into research every year, there are no results so far. Lin Che sighed in disappointment. He put his chin on the table and looked at the cup in front of him. What's wrong, madam? Nothing, I just thought. Sigh, since you're Jiyu Jingzi's psychiatrist, you should know everything about our relationship. That's right. He always tells me when he comes to me for treatment. I just think that since he and Miss Mo are so close, it's not appropriate for me to be in the middle. If his illness can be completely cured, maybe the Jiyu family won't force him to be with me, right? Chen Yucheng almost choked. What's wrong? Isn't it good to be with President Jiyu? She felt strange. Other people would be so happy to be with Jiyu Jingzi that they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Why did she have a look of disdain on her face? Lin Che said, it's nothing, I'm just. A gentleman should help others achieve their goals, right? I also want to help them sooner. However, Chen Yucheng felt that this matter was going to be serious. He said to Lin Che, I don't know about other things, but I do know one thing. The way he treats you is completely different from how he treats Miss Mo. Don't you think that he treats you very well? Of course I know. But, is it because he's too nice and thinks that he should treat me well because he's with me? Chen Yucheng was speechless. This Lin Che, she didn't know what Jiu Jingyu liked about her. Was he stupid? That was really stupid. Hadn't she heard of Jiu Jing's reputation? He was an upright person. That was because he had a good heart, but at the same time, he was ruthless. Because in the business world, being just upright was useless. Perhaps she really didn't know how Jiu Jingze usually treated others, so she thought that it was normal for him to treat her well. Chen Yucheng asked her to continue drinking while he hid in a corner and hurriedly made a call. President Jiu, I'm still taking my medication. I don't need you to supervise me. Aya, President Jiu, you've been disdaining me too much recently. That's right. But I'm not doing this for you this time. Do you want to know who I met at the Purple Club? I don't want to know. She knew that he wasn't kind to everyone. Oh, then I'll let Madam continue to play here. Lin Che. Ah. Yes, beep beep beep. Lin Che was still drinking. As he drank, he felt a little dizzy. He didn't even know who was next to him. In just a short while, the group of people had almost blocked the entire place. Very quickly, when Jiu Jingze saw Lin Che, who was lying on the table, he immediately carried him up. Seeing that Lin Che's face was a little worried and his brows were tightly furrowed, Jiu Jingze's heart skipped a beat. A hint of coldness flashed across his face as he carried Lin Che and quickly left the place. Shun Yuran, on the other hand, watched them leave gloomily. She stomped her feet and said, "Hey, is anyone going to pay for us? I didn't drink much. It was all Lin Che's. You can't just leave like this." She couldn't afford the alcohol here. Behind her, Chen Yucheng looked at Shun Yuran speechlessly. She didn't know when he had arrived next to her. All right, stop yelling. Just put all the blame on Jiu Jingze, Jiu Jingze said. Shun Yuran turned around and looked at Chen Yucheng with a look of disdain. She didn't care. What's wrong? Can't I afford it? Even if you keep me here, I can't afford it. I'm not like someone who can pick up girls as he pleases with a huge sum of money. Heh, do you think it's so easy to be a lackey? It also requires intelligence. Of course, with your intelligence, you naturally won't understand. Hey, you, alright, stop shouting. Do you want me to send you home? Chen Yucheng said. Shun Yuran thought that this was good too. She could save some money. Anyway, she hadn't found a good job yet and needed money. Okay. She hurriedly said fawningly. Chen Yucheng looked at her and said, "So, do you see? This is the benefit of being a lackey. You have a car to drive and money to spend, understand?" Chapter 143. For the sake of the free ride, Shun Yuran didn't argue with him. He got in the car obediently and soon arrived home. After getting out of the car, Shun Yuran made a face at Chen Yucheng. "You're his lackey. You have a car and money, but you still have to send me home." He. Then she ran straight into the house. You. Chen Yucheng saw Shun Yuran enter the house, but he didn't have time to chase after her. He could only watch her run into the building and slam the door shut. Sitting in the car, he muttered, "She runs pretty fast." Shun Yuran went inside and was held down by her mother. "Hey, Mom, you scared me," Shun Yuran cried. Her mother pulled her to the window and pointed at the car that was driving away. She asked, "Who sent you home?" Her sister, Shun Yuran, was standing behind her mother. "Yes, sis." "Who was that? Why did he send you home?" "I saw that he drove a Porsche." "When did you get to know a rich man? Why didn't you tell us?" Shun Yuran looked at her mother and sister speechlessly. "A friend just sent me home." "Not dating?" "Of course not. She was dating Chen Yucheng." "Was she crazy?" Her mother let go of her in disappointment. "I knew it. Why would such a rich man like you? You'd better go on a blind date." Shun Yuran jumped behind her and said, "Sis, since he's not your boyfriend, you can introduce him to me. If you can't handle him, I can try. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, introduce him to your sister. She's 20 years old and can date. You should find a good partner as soon as possible. Otherwise, he'll be taken away by others." He has a lot of women. You guys should just give up on this idea. Shen Yuran couldn't stand this mother and daughter pair anymore. She quickly went into her room. Thinking that she had to prepare a gift for Lin Che tomorrow, she turned on her computer excitedly. On the other side, Lin Che was brought home by Jiyu Jingzi. Once he was inside, he sent everyone away and pulled Lin Che back to the bedroom alone. He asked Lin Che to lie on the bed and took a wet towel to wipe Lin Che's face. Seeing Lin Che's flushed cheeks, Jiyu Jingzi lowered his head and secretly kissed her forehead. However, thinking that this woman had gone to drink alone, he was so angry that he flicked her forehead. Lin Che woke up from the pain and opened his eyes. When he saw Jiyu Jingzi, he frowned and pushed him away. Jiyu Jingzi was pushed to the side. He looked at Lin Che in confusion and said, "Are you trying to get drunk again? Bad person, I don't want you to come over," Lin Che said. Jiyu Jingzi's face darkened. "How am I bad?" Lin Che said, "They're the bad guys who bully me every day." Jiyu Jingzi thought that if he said that, it meant that he wanted to bully her every day. He said to her patiently, "Silly, that's not bullying. That's love." Lin Che was in a daze, so he couldn't have listened very clearly. Taking advantage of the alcohol, he pushed him away and vented his unhappiness. "Let go of me. Get out. I don't want to be with you." "All right, Lin Che, what's wrong with you?" Lin Che angrily shook off his hand. "You have a woman you love. Why are you teasing me? You're bullying me." Jiyu Jingzi was determined. Lin Che lifted his cheek with one hand. It was as if she was in a dream. Because she was drunk, her steps were light and her body was swollen. She couldn't tell if it was reality or a dream. She could only act according to her instincts. Jiyu Jingzi was right in front of her. She looked at Jiyu Jingzi's devilish face and felt that she was indeed lucky. A man like this could never be touched by others, but he was in front of her every day. However, it was also unfortunate that she had met Jiyu Jingzi. How could other men make her feel like this? She was afraid that if she left him, she wouldn't like anyone else. Then why did she have to meet him? Even if she met him, she couldn't get him. Even if she got him, she could only stay by his side temporarily. If his arrival was a missed opportunity, then she might as well not have met him in the first place. Then she might be willing to live an ordinary life and marry an ordinary man, instead of the way she was now, bastard, hooligan, jerk. Jiyu Jingzi, when are we getting a divorce? Give me an exact time. Lin Che slapped Jiyu Jingzi's shoulder over and over again. Jiyu Jingzi's face froze. He looked at Lin Che's sad face and let her hit him over and over again. Until she ran out of energy, he still didn't move an inch. Jiyu Jingzi looked at her little face. "Do you want to divorce me so badly?" Lin Che slowly raised her head and looked at Jiyu Jingzi. Yes. Yes, she wanted to leave him as soon as possible, so that she wouldn't fall for him one day. If she left now, it might not be too late. Jiyu Jingzi looked at her deeply. A dark light flashed in his eyes. Seeing that she suddenly said that she wanted to leave, he strangely had a thought in his heart. No matter what it took, he wanted to keep her by his side. Even if he had to be ruthless and imprison her by his side, he didn't want her to leave. He didn't understand why he had such a thought. He just felt that he had finally gotten used to her existence. But now, she wanted to leave him behind and leave in a carefree manner. He didn't want to. At the thought of getting a divorce, he couldn't help but feel upset and suffocated. The hand that was holding her shoulder unconsciously tightened. "What if I say that I won't allow you to leave?" Jiyu Jingzi's deep voice pressed down like a mountain. Lin Che raised her head blankly. Her mind was still in a daze. Her clear eyes looked at Jiyu Jingzi's unfathomable eyes. Those pitch-black eyes seemed even more intense at this moment. He pushed Lin Che onto the bed and pinned her down. He stared closely at Lin Che's face. As he held her shoulder, he lowered his eyes deeply. Why? Lin Che's voice also lowered. She felt that she was about to suffocate from his oppressive gaze. Why didn't he allow her to leave? Jiyu Jingzi said, "You asked me, when are we getting a divorce?" "Yes, what if I say that we're not getting a divorce?" "What?" In the next moment, Jiyu Jingzi's kiss landed firmly on her. Lin Che completely fainted. She fainted in the crook of his arm, fainted in his intense kiss, unable to extricate herself. Chapter 144. When Lin Che woke up the next day, her mind was still in a mess. She was still trying to figure out what had happened when she realized that it was already late in the morning and her head was resting on a soft arm. She suddenly remembered what had happened. When she raised her head, she saw Jiyu Jingze beside her. She had actually slept in his arms. She looked down to check her clothes. She only relaxed when she realized that she was still wearing the clothes from yesterday. However, she couldn't remember what had happened yesterday. At this moment, Jiyu Jingze slowly opened his eyes. He frowned as he felt this restless woman move again. He hadn't slept much last night. Now that he was woken up again, the word haggard couldn't be used to describe his complexion. Seeing Jiyu Jingze's gloomy expression, Lin Che quickly sat up and moved away from Jiyu Jingze's arms. She touched her head and said, "I'm sorry. Did I get drunk again yesterday?" Jiyu Jingze stared at her darkly. He didn't need to say a word to explain everything. Lin Che felt even more embarrassed. "I'm really sorry. I don't know what happened. Did I do anything wrong last night?" "You've forgotten?" "Yeah." Lin Che had really forgotten this time. She didn't know what kind of wine it was. It was sweet at the time, but it was so strong later on that she didn't even drink much. She couldn't remember anything. Jiyu Jingze said, "You pulled me and forced me to sleep with you. You didn't want me to leave, so I fell asleep before I could wash up." "What?" Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze in disbelief. She looked at Jiyu Jingze. He didn't seem to be injured at all. He was just sitting there in his wrinkled jacket. Lin Che blushed. "I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose," Jiyu Jingze said. "I didn't expect you to be so bold when you're drunk. You even took off your clothes and asked me to sleep with you." Lin Che couldn't believe that she would do such a thing. However, when she looked at Jiyu Jingze, she felt that Jiyu Jingze was so sexy and charming that it was easy for a woman to be fascinated by him. It was easy for her to lose control. Did she really pounce on him when she was drunk? I'm sorry. I didn't do anything to you, did I?" Lin Che put her hands on her chest and looked at Jiyu Jingze worriedly. Jiyu Jingze snorted. "Luckily I blocked you. Otherwise, haha, I'll see how you're going to end today. I'm really sorry." "Then, how can I make it up to you?" "I'm really sorry." "Then, how can I make it up to you?" Lin Che looked at him guiltily. Jiyu Jingze got off the bed and went out. He sat there and slapped himself a few times. He had just told himself not to cause any more trouble, but he was starting to cause trouble again. Jiyu Jingze opened the bathroom door and looked back at Lin Che, who was upset on the bed. It seemed like she had really forgotten this time. In the afternoon, Chen Yucheng saw Jiyu Jingze walking in. He said in surprise, "Wow, President Jiyu, it's my honor to have you here. I thought you wouldn't come to my place anymore since you have a wife." "You're right. I don't think you're useful anymore. I want you to help people who need help." "Forget it. I'm too selfish to tie you down." Chen Yucheng's expression changed and he hurriedly said with a smile, "President Jiyu, look at what you're saying. I'm doing a good job for the many people in the world who are still suffering from the same condition but haven't discovered it yet and don't dare to seek treatment. I've been studying it for so long. It would be a waste if I gave up halfway. Besides, although you have a wife, you can still ask me other questions." Jiyu Jingze glared at him. He didn't want to argue with him anymore and sat down opposite him. Chen Yucheng asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing that something was wrong with him, Chen Yucheng knew that he had a difficult problem again. "I'm just thinking that I don't want a divorce." "What?" Chen Yucheng looked at Jiyu Jingze with a smile. "Well, there's nothing wrong with a wife. Even if her family background and habits don't match yours, she's still not bad." Jiyu Jingze looked up and glared at him. "Can this nonsense solve my problem?" Chen Yucheng sat up straight and looked at Jiyu Jingze. "You know, I can't help you solve your problems. You have to solve your own problems. I can only help you clear your mind. If you don't want to get a divorce, then don't. Why do you have to worry about it?" I just don't understand why I don't want a divorce. What do you think is the reason? Chen Yusheng asked Ji Jingze gently. He could be very professional when he wanted to be. Ji Jingze said, maybe it's because I'm used to her existence. Maybe it's because she's the one who asked for a divorce. Maybe it's because I'm still fantasizing about her. Fantasizing? Chen Yusheng almost broke down. He looked at Ji Jingze. What, fantasizing? Ji Jingze glared at him again. He already knew the answer. Chen Yusheng laughed when he saw the look. Ji Jingze looked gloomy. Chen Yusheng, you really don't want to work anymore, do you? No, you mean to say that you haven't consummated your marriage with her? Ji Jingze's face darkened. Ji Jingze said, I can't make our relationship more chaotic. I can't do bad things to her based on my desire. It's my biological need. She's not a target for me to vent my desire on, so I can't do that. Chen Yusheng said, I think you're suppressing yourself too much. That's why you can't let go of her. Maybe you won't have so many thoughts if you really get together with her. Chen Yusheng said, why? What's your concern? If it's really my biological need that makes me unable to forget her, won't it hurt her? Chen Yusheng said, you're suppressing yourself because you care about her. But why do you care about her? Because you don't know either? Yes, it's a dead question. If you care about her and don't want to hurt her, you can only hurt yourself. That's your choice. Ji Jingze couldn't figure it out. In the end, he still felt that he needed an answer. But no one could tell him the answer. Fortunately, Lin Che seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened yesterday. When he got home, Ji Jingze saw Lin Che opening a box. Ji Jingze walked over. What are you doing? Someone sent it to me. He said he needed me to open it. I don't know what it is. Chapter 145. Ji Jingze took a few steps forward and pulled Lin Che away with a dark expression on his face. I don't know what it is. Are you going to open it? Lin Che was pulled away and looked at Ji Jingze blankly. I think Shen Yuran might have sent it to me. She said she wanted to send me a gift. Ji Jingze was still a little suspicious. He asked Lin Che to move aside and carefully opened the box. When he opened it, he was a little stunned. There were some things wrapped in plastic inside. They looked strange. Lin Che saw Ji Jingze's strange expression and quickly went over to take a look. What is it? He opened the box, only to find that the thing inside there were some colorful and oddly shaped things. When he pulled them apart, he saw something that looked like a banana rolling on the ground. It was soft and plastic. It bounced on the ground for a while before returning to the carpet. Below it, there were also round things, oval-shaped things, one after the other. Lin Che thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Ah, these are not sex toys. Before he finished speaking, he quickly covered his mouth and looked at Ji Jingze in front of him. He was stunned and looked at them with a frown. He instantly understood what these things were. They turned out to be this Shen Yuran. Lin Che wanted to kill her. He said he wanted to give her a gift, but it turned out to be these. Lin Che looked at Ji Jingze's ugly expression and didn't know what to do. He looked at Ji Jingze speechlessly and quickly put the things back into the box. I'll take these things with me right away. Ji Jingze stood there and looked at Lin Che. For a moment, he just thought, what kind of friends did Lin Che have? Lin Che said, I don't know either. This Shen Yuran must be deliberately playing with me. Ji Jingze looked at those things. It was the first time he had seen these things, and it was amazing. But soon, he couldn't help but think, what would happen if these things were used on Lin Che? Perhaps it was because he had just come back from Chen Yucheng's place and was deeply affected by his words. Ji Jingze's mind flashed with the words, try it. If you get it, maybe you won't be so confused. He looked at Lin Che, who was packing the box downstairs. Unknowingly, he had slowly approached Lin Che. Perhaps if he tried, he would really understand why. However, just as he walked over, Lin Che suddenly stood up. Ji Jingze missed. He closed his eyes and felt his body, which had been clamoring for the whole night last night, was once again erect. He cursed inwardly. He was about to become an idiot. And all of this was because of Lin Che. Jiyu Jingze watched as Lin Che moved the things into the storage room. For some reason, he followed Lin Che. Lin Che turned around and bumped into Jiyu Jingze, who was behind him. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze in surprise. He noticed that Jiyu Jingze's face was flushed. It seemed a little unusual. The storage room was filled with all sorts of things, causing the rather large room to suddenly seem very small. Lin Che raised his head to look at Jiyu Jingze, only to feel that Jiyu Jingze had lowered his gaze. What's wrong with you? Your face is so red. As Lin Che spoke, he raised his hand and wanted to touch his face. Was he having a fever? Why was his face so red? Jiyu Jingze held Lin Che's hand. On one hand, he seemed to be telling himself to stick to his principles, but on the other hand, he was thinking about Chen Yuqing's words. He wondered if he would not think this way if he really had her. Lin Che retreated step by step. Jiyu Jingze approached him step by step. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Why don't we try those things together? Since they've already been given, it's no use leaving them here." Lin Che said speechlessly, "What use? I don't know how to use them." Lin Che pushed Jiyu Jingze's hand away with both hands. "Let go. What are you doing?" Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che deeply. "Lin Che, have you really forgotten what happened last night?" "Yes." Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze. Jiyu Jingze said, "But I can't forget." "Then, what does that have to do with me? Did I really pounce on you? I'm really sorry. I'm drunk and my behavior is bad." Jiyu Jingze lowered his head and looked at Lin Che. "But you also want me, right? What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Che's face turned red. She pushed Jiyu Jingze away and said, "Why do I want you?" Jiyu Jingze looked at her red face and kissed her on the lips. Lin Che was stunned. His heart, which had just been raised, suddenly seemed to be stirred up by his wet kiss. It was beating in his chest, as if it would burst out of his chest and jump out at any moment. Their wet lips rubbed against each other. He hugged her and slowly, their bodies leaned against each other. Lin Che really yearned for it. Some scenes flashed through her mind. It seemed to have happened last night. For a moment, she suddenly remembered something. She had mentioned something about divorce, and he seemed to have said that he wouldn't let her go. Lin Che opened her eyes immediately. His taste was still in her mouth. It was so intoxicating, as if it had a magical power that could make people sink into it. Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, "See, you obviously want me too." Lin Che's face turned even redder. Jiyu Jingze said, "If that's the case, why do you still resist me?" He wrapped his arms around her waist. Lin Che bit her lip and looked at Jiyu Jingze. For a moment, her heart ached and she was afraid. "Jiyu Jingze. I'm easily attracted by your beauty. You're really good, too good. You're probably the best man I've ever met. I used to have bad luck. No matter who I met, they were all terrible. So, when I met you, I seem to have lost my direction because you're too good. But you love someone else, and I've already experienced it once. I won't let myself sink into it a second time. I saw the gift that Mo Hualing gave you yesterday. Jiyu Jingze, she was right about one thing. You two are actually more suitable. So, if you're just playing with me, don't do it again." Jiyu Jingze's heart sank. He thought of the gift that Mo Hualing gave him. He didn't even look at what it was. That gift is actually, no matter what it is, it's the same as you. I can't afford it. After speaking, Lin Che pushed Jiyu Jingze away. She suddenly felt sad and depressed, but she still smiled at herself. She had long gotten used to this feeling. Ordinary people like them had to face the fact that they had to look at the things they wanted every day, but they had to force themselves to forget them every day. Because they couldn't afford it. Chapter 146. Jiyu Jingze held her hand and slowly put it down. If it was only a physical need for her, then why did all the physical needs suddenly disappear after listening to this? Jiyu Jingze looked at her indifferently. "I'm sorry. If you're not willing, I won't force you. Jiyu Jingze really didn't think from her point of view. It was all because of Chen Yuqing's influence that he only thought about that sentence. That was why he only wanted to have her so that he could understand the struggle in his heart. However, this was indeed unfair to her. Jiyu Jingze said, I promise you, before I understand myself, I won't touch you like this again. Lin Che was stunned. Looking at Jiyu Jingze's face, she was very touched. It was said that men were animals that thought with their lower bodies. If he started to think with his upper body, did it mean that he still cared about her? This little bit of care already made her very happy. Her heart was actually very small. This little bit of kindness already made her feel very touched. But if you are angry because of the gifts that Mo Hualing gave me, then I can tell you. Jiyu Jingze walked to the side and opened a box. There were countless boxes of different sizes inside, which stunned Lin Che for a moment. Looking at the exquisite packaging, Lin Che said, What are these? I don't think they have been opened before. Jiyu Jingze looked at the dusty things and said to Lin Che, Some have been opened, some haven't. They are all gifts that Hualing has given me over the years. Lin Che looked at them in surprise. Why did you leave them here? Jiyu Jingze said, Hualing gives me a lot of gifts every year, but I don't use them and I don't have time to take care of them. She gives me more and more, regardless of whether I use them or not, so I can only leave them here. I just didn't have time to put the one you saw here. Thinking about it this way, Mo Hualing was actually a little too careless. She actually didn't pay attention to whether he needed these things or not. She also didn't care whether he needed them or not. She still kept giving things to him. Even if he didn't accept them, she would still give them to him. If he didn't accept them, she would be sad for a long time, saying that he didn't like her anymore. She was too self-centered. Lin Che still couldn't understand. Wow, these are all very expensive, and they're gifts. You're too. Jiyu Jingze said, At first, I replied to each of her messages properly. But later, I realized that it was a waste of time. I was busy every day, especially during that time when I was expanding the overseas market. I spent most of my time on the plane. I didn't have time to reply to each of her messages properly. So, I had to leave them here and deal with them when I had time. Lin Che thought, this Mo Hualing is too scary. How much did these things cost? However, this was also the difference between the rich and the poor. Even if Lin Che wanted to give gifts, he didn't have that much money to buy things. Moreover, gifts should be given according to one's heart. As long as one was attentive, it was fine. Why did he have to give gifts all the time? When he was buying things, he should just buy something useful. Lin Che saw that there were quite a few tie clips, bracelets, ties, shoes, and everything else. At first glance, one could tell that they were all branded goods. Just looking at them made one envious. You have such a girlfriend. If outsiders saw it, I wonder how envious they would be. What girlfriend? Jiyu Jingze said seriously. Lin Che looked at him and said, Isn't she your girlfriend? She spent a lot of money on you. How much did these things cost? Jiyu Jingze said, At first, I was very happy. But later, I realized that she saw that I was happy, so she kept giving me gifts. After giving me so many gifts, it became boring. They were all things that she asked people to buy for me. I didn't really need them. So, I probably didn't look forward to them as much after that. Lin Che thought that gifts were indeed more important than the intention. Otherwise, if it became a daily routine, it would be meaningless. Jiyu Jingze frowned and looked at Lin Che. Moreover, who said that she's my girlfriend? Lin Che looked at him strangely. Why not? Jiyu Jingze said, Actually, I told her from the beginning that she could find another man after I got married, but she didn't want to. I also made it clear to her that I have a wife, and we're not intimate anymore. She's not my girlfriend anymore. Jiyu Jingze was speechless. She's not my girlfriend anymore. Lin Che opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect that he would suddenly say that. Had he already made it clear to Mo Hualing? Jiyu Jingze looked at Lin Che from the corner of his eye. Am I such a terrible person in your heart? I thought you said that we would get divorced sooner or later, so you would still maintain that kind of relationship with her. To tell you the truth, I don't want to hold Hualing back, nor do I want you to be in such an awkward situation. If I were to be too intimate with her like before, how would people think of you? Don't worry, I won't do that. Lin Che's heart was once again filled with endless gratitude. He was really a very good person. Maybe she was too easy to coax. She really thought that they were still in a relationship and that she was in an awkward position. But now, she finally felt a lot better. At least, she was touched that he was thinking for her. Lin Che couldn't help but say, "Jiyu Jingzi. I don't want to." Looking down at his crotch, she blushed and said, "I'll help you with my hands. Otherwise, it might be too uncomfortable for you to endure it like this." Jiyu Jingzi really thought that he had heard wrongly. But he didn't. He looked at her blushing face. Because she took the initiative to say that, he felt that his body was becoming heavy again. His mouth still wanted to say no, but his body had already betrayed him. Lin Che was really moved and said it out of impulse. But when he saw Jiyu Jingzi's crotch suddenly rising, he felt a little regretful. Jiyu Jingzi said, "Wear that and let me look at you. Is that okay?" Lin Che looked back and felt even more embarrassed. The clothes he was talking about were the clothes that Shen Yuran had sent along with the tools. It was made of a lot of fabric, but it looked like the kind of clothes that covered one's body. Jiyu Jingzi was asking for a mile after giving him an inch. However, as Lin Che looked at him, his heart suddenly became impulsive because of what he had just said. Without thinking, he directly agreed. In the bedroom, Jiyu Jingzi unbuttoned his pajamas and sat on the bed, feeling restless. After a while, he heard the bathroom door open and quickly looked over. He saw Lin Che awkwardly covering the important parts of his body. Although nothing was exposed, it looked even sexier. His eyes moved involuntarily and stared in her direction. His gaze was filled with admiration and desire. Chapter 147. Lin Che had a bashful look on his face. When he walked in, his whole body was glowing red like a cooked prawn, and he was bashful. Jiyu Jingzi couldn't help calling her name. "Lin Che, come here." Lin Che paused for a moment. He really regretted saying something like that. It was too preposterous. But she had to walk the path she chose. She had to do what she said even if she cried. Lin Che braced herself and walked over to the bed. She looked at Jiyu Jingzi's half-open chest and lowered her head, not daring to look at his face. She lowered her head and walked over with a red face. When she felt Jiyu Jingzi hug her, she moaned miserably, "Really? I'm starting to regret it." Jiyu Jingzi's face darkened. Regret? It's too late. If she didn't help him today, he would eat her up in one bite. At night, Lin Che held her sore arm and thought angrily, "It's all Shenyoran's fault. Is she crazy? How could she give me so many of these things? I must kill her." The next day. In the morning, Jiyu Jingzi left feeling refreshed. And Lin Che went straight to Shen Yuran. "Shen Yuran, come here. I'm going to kill you." Lin Che rushed into Shen Yuran's house and wanted to strangle her. Shen Yuran was pushed onto the bed, and he hurriedly begged her for mercy. Spare me, I'm doing this for your own good. Look, you're glowing. Did you have a night of budding love? Get lost." Lin Che was still depressed. The two of them had nothing to do, so they went shopping together. Before graduation, the two of them would also go shopping. Like all girls, they would eat ice cream and buy cheap clothes in the night market. Lin Che was wearing a pair of large sunglasses so that no one would recognize her. Shen Yuran was eating ice cream with her. As they walked, she said, "Then you guys are too lousy." Nothing happened. "Really, do you know how much money I spent on those things?" Lin Che just wanted to kill her. "I'll send them to you tomorrow." "TSK, I don't need them." Lin Che's phone rang. She saw that it was her father, Lin Yotsai's number. She frowned and picked it up. "Lin Che, something happened to Lin Yu," Lin Yotsai said on the phone. Lin Che said, "What happened?" "She went to socialize and offended someone. They're coming to settle the score with us. What do you think we should do?" Lin Che didn't know that she had to come to their house for trouble. "How would I know? You know Jiyu Jingzi." Can't you ask him to come? Dad, this isn't appropriate. Why do we always bother others with our family's matters? That's your sister. You guys are related by blood. How can you be closer than others? Yes, when they were young, Lin Yu always stole her homework and treated it as her own. She must have felt the same way. Okay, Dad, I got it. I'll mention it to Jiu Jingza when I have a chance. Our family is counting on you now. Lin Che put down the phone. Beside him, Shen Yuran asked curiously, what's going on? Why is he still looking for you when something happened to your family? Why is he doing this? Now that he knows how powerful you are, why did he treat you as if you were picked up from the streets? Lin Che said, I can't bring this up to Jiu Jingza. He doesn't owe me anything, but I keep troubling him. Then what should we do? Lin Che said, let me see who she offended. Okay, I'm not shopping anymore. Take your time. I'm going back. Okay. Shen Yuran waited for Lin Che to leave. As soon as Shen Yuran went out, she felt something on her body ring. Shen Yuran was still puzzled when a few security guards ran over. What are you doing? Is there something on you that you didn't pay for? It can't be. I've already paid. Shen Yuran was still puzzled. The security guard asked her to pass again. Shen Yuran had no choice but to go over. The ring rang again. The security guard said, let's call the police. They don't allow us to search you anymore. We usually call the police to deal with this kind of thing. What? Shen Yuran said gloomily, I'll search. I really didn't take anything. However, when she touched her pocket, she found a box of condoms. She blushed. The security guard laughed. Ha ha ha, miss, can you buy it if you need it? Shen Yuran was still in a daze when someone walked over lightly and said, does that mean I can buy it if I need it? But I didn't expect you to use it. It was none other than Chen Yucheng who spoke. Shen Yuran looked at Chen Yucheng gloomily. Why are you here? Chen Yucheng said, of course. My studio is just next to here. I should be the one asking you that. Why are you here? Shen Yuran said gloomily, I'm here to shop. Isn't this a shopping mall? It was because Lin Che lived nearby and said that the shopping mall was fun, so he came with her. However, it was understandable that these rich people lived together. Shen Yuran glared at Chen Yucheng. She threw the condom to Chen Yucheng. I don't need it. I bought it for you. You're such a playboy. I'm afraid you'll get sick. Humph. Shen Yuran ran out quickly after she finished speaking. Chen Yucheng grabbed the condom from behind and frowned as he looked in the direction where she had left. Shen Yuran still couldn't figure out how she had managed to get that thing into her pocket. Just then, she heard her phone ring. It was a text message from Lin Che. Did you receive my gift in return? Shen Yuran reacted immediately. Lin Che had been messing with her just now. That damned Lin Che. Just you wait, Lin Che. Don't let me catch you next time. Shen Yuran felt so embarrassed. It would have been fine if no one knew her, but she had met Chen Yucheng, that bastard doctor, and he had even mocked her. Lin Che looked at Shen Yuran's message with a grin. Thinking of Shen Yuran's angry look, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Who asked her to mess with him? Soon, he reached home. However, before he reached the door, he suddenly saw a familiar car parked outside. Lin Che had just gotten out of the car when the people behind him quickly chased after him. Lin Che, don't go in yet. We've been waiting for you here for a long time. Lin Che turned around and saw that it was Lin Yotsai. Behind Lin Yotsai was Lin Yu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. She looked over and didn't want to come over. Especially when she saw Lin Che, she looked very disdainful. However, Lin Yotsai still pulled Lin Yu over. Lin Che, I brought your sister over to see you. Chapter 148. Lin Che looked at the father and daughter in shock. What the hell were these two people doing? Lin Yotsai touched the few strands of hair on his head and said to Lin Che with a smile, now that your sister has caused trouble, we have no choice but to bring her here to beg you. You can't not help us. This matter is really important. Since she is your sister, after all. Lin Yotsai looked at Lin Che and thought to himself. If he had known, Lin Che wouldn't have helped if he hadn't come looking for her. Looking at her, she really wasn't anxious at all. It was right to come looking for her. Otherwise, she would have pretended that nothing had happened and dragged the matter away. This Lin Che was too outrageous. His own sister didn't even hurry to help. Lin Che saw that they were blocking the door and could only look at the two of them. What exactly happened? I haven't asked clearly. Lin Yotsai hurriedly said, when your sister went out to socialize, she met a boss who wanted to take advantage of her. Of course, she didn't agree. With your sister's character, she wouldn't agree to this either, right? Your sister slapped him and now he said that we can't survive in City B. I'm still worried and don't know what to do. Your sister is still in her prime and she can't be ruined like this. Lin Che said, who exactly did you offend? Tell me the name first. Lin Yotsai ran over and nudged Lin Yu. Lin Yu said unwillingly, his name is Chen Jingxian. That fatty is ugly and disgusting. I won't have anything to do with him. Why doesn't he look at himself? Is he worthy of me? He even dared to take advantage of me. I already gave him face by going out to socialize with him. He still wants to touch me. I can't let him off. Lin Che frowned and looked at Lin Yu. If you don't want to have anything to do with him, don't agree to go out to dinner. You gave him hope first before rejecting him. You should have had your own principles from the start. Then, he wouldn't have gotten close to you. He invited him to dinner and his intentions must be obvious. How could you not see that? You should have rejected him from the start. Lin Che had encountered such gatherings before. She had never dared to participate in them. From the very beginning, those bosses had written it clearly in their eyes. Their intentions were overflowing with words, so Lin Che had rejected them thoroughly. Perhaps it was because of this that many people felt that she was insensible and lost so many opportunities. However, she had never regretted it until now. Fortunately, as her manager, Yu Minmin had never forced her to eat or drink with others. In this regard, Yu Minmin was very principled. Lin Yu said, then what should I do? He's such a big boss. I don't dare to offend him. If I don't go for a meal, how is he going to give me the bill? How could there be such a good thing? He gave her the bill just after dinner. Lin Che knew that it was useless to say anything now, so he could only look at Lin Yu. Lin Yotsai hurriedly said, all right, let's talk about this later. What should we do now? Sigh, Lin Che, aren't you going to invite us in to take a seat? We wanted to go in just now, but those little things in front of the GU family's door didn't let us in. I already said that we're your family, but they still didn't let us in. You should scold them for this. Lin Yu also said, that's right. Hurry up and fire them. Lin Che said, they have their own principles, that's why they didn't let you in. Moreover, it was true that the GU family didn't allow strangers to enter. Lin Che was usually very careful and didn't bring people in casually. Now that he saw his father suddenly come to the door without even greeting him, he frowned and didn't know what to do. At this moment, a security guard ran over. Madam, we informed sir. He said that he can bring them in to sit and wait. He will be back soon. They had been instructed by Jiu Jingza to inform him immediately if Lin Che had any problems. So when they saw that Lin Che had returned and was talking here, they hurriedly reported it to Jiu Jingza. When he heard these people call Lin Che madam, Lin Yotsai thought that Lin Che's status in the Jiu family was not bad. Lin Yu snorted and thought that they were really shameless. She had just moved in and was already being treated like madam. She must have asked them to call her madam. However, looking at these security guards, she couldn't help but think that they were indeed the GU family security guards. They looked professional and classy. When Lin Che heard that Jiu Jingza actually knew about this, he could only look at his father and turn back. Then come in with me and wait. Lin Yotsai was obviously very happy. He immediately said to Lin Che happily, my good daughter, tell Jiu Jingza about it later. As they walked in, Lin Yotsai and Lin Yu couldn't stop marveling at the gorgeous decorations of the Jiu family. This was indeed Jiu Jingza's house. It looked noble, but not exaggerated at all. The decorations were especially tasteful. This house was so big that it could fit many Lin family members. Lin Che was actually living here. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She thought bitterly that Lin Che was so lucky to be chosen by Jiyu Jingze. It would be great if she could stay here for a while. Lin Yu wanted to take a photo and send it back to show off. However, the security guard next to her saw it and immediately snatched her phone away. Lin Yu shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Lin Che replied, "Hey, you can't take photos here. How can you? I've seen you show off in your WeChat moments." Lin Che looked at the security guard, who said, "Madam can do whatever she wants, but outsiders can't take photos." "I'm sorry, I'll hold your phone for you." "What?" Lin Yu was so angry that she wanted to stomp her feet. Lin Che glanced at Lin Yu and said, "All right, let's go in." Lin Yu followed Lin Che and shouted indignantly, "You're just going to let them take my phone away like that? I'm your sister. What's wrong with taking a photo? That's their job. I don't care. Hey, looks like you're just like this in the Jiyu family. Even the security guards can step on your head." Lin Yu deliberately angered her. Lin Che said, "We have our own responsibilities. What's the point of stepping on my head? They're stricter and we're safer. I think it's a good thing." "You," Lin Yu thought. "You don't have any power in this family. You can't even control a servant, and you still have the cheek to find excuses." Soon, they arrived at the living room. Looking at the huge living room and the servants going back and forth, they quickly placed fruits, tea, and snacks on the table. She was even more impressed. There were so many servants here. Were they all here to serve Lin Che? Lin Che was living a little too comfortably. Not long after they sat down, they heard the sound of the door outside. Jiyu Jingze was back. He walked in a few steps, still wearing his company uniform. His suit was well ironed, and the coldness in his eyes made him look high and mighty. It was as if he was telling people not to get close to him. Such a dangerous aura attracted people's attention. Chapter 149. Lin Yu's eyes followed them immediately. She stood up when she saw Jiyu Jingze. Lin Yotsai went up to him. "Mr. Jiyu, we're here today to see Lin Che. We're relieved to see that she's living so well." Lin Che rolled his eyes. Lin Yotsai pretended not to see it. He continued, "This is Lin Yu, Lin Che's sister." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. She lowered her eyes shyly. "President Jiyu." Jiyu Jingze glanced at her, then calmly called Lin Che over, "Come over here." Lin Che walked over and looked at Jiyu Jingze. "My dad is looking for me, so I'm here." Lin Yotsai quickly said, "That's right. Our Lin Yu has been too upright and has too much self-respect since she was young. Hence, when she goes out to socialize, she offends people with her personality. Because someone tried to touch her and she refused to comply, she offended them." Look, Lin Yotsai first praised Lin Yu, then explained the situation. Jiyu Jingze said, "I'll get someone to deal with this." "Oh, I knew it. President Jiyu is a good person. Lin Yu, hurry up and thank President Jiyu." Lin Yu said shyly, "President Jiyu, I don't know how to thank you." Jiyu Jingze held Lin Che's arm and smiled at her. His gaze was doting, as if Lin Che was the most precious treasure in his heart. Lin Yu was mesmerized by his gaze. She was willing to die to be looked at by Jiyu Jingze like this. Jiyu Jingze said, "No need. Thank your sister." What he meant was that he was only helping them because of Lin Che. Lin Yu's heart sank. She felt depressed. She was not willing to thank her sister, whom she had never looked at properly since she was young. Jiyu Jingze said, "Don't worry about this." Lin Yotsai quickly said, "Yes, with President Gu's help, we have nothing to worry about. But President Jiyu, why don't we treat you to a meal?" Jiyu Jingze said, "Forget it. No, we're a family now. We'll just have a meal together." Jiyu Jingze said, "There's everything in the kitchen. You can just stay for a meal." Hearing this, Lin Yotsai was even happier. Of course, it would be better if they could stay here for dinner. President Jiyu is too enthusiastic. I won't stand on ceremony then. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze, pulled him and said, "Let's go inside first. I have something to tell you." Jiyu Jingza nodded. He asked the servant to look after them and went inside with Lin Che. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingza. Why did you ask them to stay for dinner? It doesn't seem appropriate for them to not stay for a meal after coming here. Lin Che said, you don't have to be so nice to them, they'll only take a yard after being given an inch. Do you think I don't know my own father? It doesn't matter. What can they get? Jiyu Jingza said indifferently. Lin Che said. But why did you come back? Jiyu Jingza looked at Lin Che and said, if I didn't come back, wouldn't they still be pestering you? Ah. Lin Che thought that Jiyu Jingza was actually thinking for his sake. He couldn't help but smile, and looked at Jiyu Jingza gratefully, but there's no need to keep them for dinner, really. It wasn't that she didn't see Lin Yu drooling at Jiyu Jingza. I don't know what kind of evil thoughts they'll have if they stay for a while longer. Jiyu Jingza pulled her and said, I'm giving them a chance to give up. Lin Che smiled at him. She felt that Jiyu Jingza must have his own ideas. And when it came to dealing with these kinds of troubles, Lin Che had absolute trust in Jiyu Jingza. At this moment, the two people outside were indeed harboring ulterior motives. Seeing that the two people had gone in, Lin Yu said angrily, why does Jiyu Jingza like Lin Che? Really? Lin Che's breasts were not as big as hers. Even though she was made of it. Lin Yotsai said, alright, back then I wanted her to marry into the Cheng family on your behalf. Now that I look at it, it's a good thing she didn't marry into the Cheng family. You're still talking about it. I'm scared to death. I'm not willing to marry that idiot. Lin Yu said, it's better to let her marry into the Cheng family. What's the good thing about not marrying into the Cheng family? Let her marry into the Cheng family and she won't have to show off in front of me anymore. I'm not happy to see her acting so high and mighty now. Lin Yotsai said, can't you think that way? It's good for us if she's at a higher position. I don't want the benefits she brings. I don't know what kind of evil tricks she used to get so lucky. Otherwise, who would want someone like her? Aya, Lin Yu, you have to think about it. Now that she's powerful, you'll have the chance to meet Jiyu Jingza and come to the Jiyu family. You have to seize this opportunity now. Lin Yotsai gave Lin Yu a meaningful look. Lin Yu immediately understood. That meant that she had met Jiyu Jingza now. Moreover, Jiyu Jingza was so handsome and charming. She had to seize this opportunity. It was time for dinner. The servants had already prepared the dishes in the dining room. Looking at the big table, the servants arranged the exquisite tableware in an orderly manner. The dishes on the table were appetizing. Lin Yu and Lin Yotsai sighed in their hearts. This was the life of a rich person. At this moment, Lin Che and Jiyu Jingza walked over slowly. Jiyu Jingza held Lin Che's hand and pulled out a chair for Lin Che when they arrived at the dining table. Seeing Lin Che sit down, Jiyu Jingza returned to his seat. It's a home-cooked meal. I hope you don't mind, Jiyu Jingza said. If this was a home-cooked meal, then they really didn't know what the Jiyu family would be like when they made a proper meal. Lin Yotsai quickly said, it's good enough. Good enough. While eating, Lin Yotsai kept looking at Lin Che. Seeing that Lin Che was ignoring him, he could only endure it. Finally, they were done eating. Seeing that there was no reason for them to stay, Lin Yotsai quickly said to Lin Che, I want to tell you something in private. Lin Che looked at Lin Yotsai speechlessly. He put down his things and went inside with Lin Yotsai. Lin Yotsai quickly turned around and gave Lin Yu a look. Lin Yu sat there and quickly straightened her back. She looked nervously and excitedly at Jiyu Jingza, who was sitting there elegantly. However, she didn't notice the cold light in Jiyu Jingza's eyes. When they were inside, Lin Che asked, Dad, isn't the matter already settled? Why did you call me? Lin Yotsai said, this Jiyu Jingza seems to be quite good to you. Lin Che said, yeah. Lin Yotsai said, Lin Che, it wasn't easy for our family to raise you. Think about it. If it weren't for the Lin family, would you be where you are now? You can't forget about our family just because you've become successful. Dad, what exactly do you want to say? Can you just say it? Chapter 150. Lin Yotsai chuckled. Lin Che, men are fickle. It's the same with women. They might get bored after a while, especially with a man like Jiyu Jingza. I'm thinking for your sake. I'm worried that he might abandon you if he doesn't like you anymore. I want your sister to get in touch with him so that she can take care of you. Lin Yotsai's words were vague, but Lin Che understood immediately after thinking about it. Dad, what do you mean? You want Lin Yu to go. What do you think Jiyu Jingza is? Lin Yotsai was embarrassed, but he knew that Jiyu Jingza was their biological daughter. He couldn't count on Lin Yu, so he wanted Lin Yu to have a bright future. Lin Che turned around and was about to leave when Lin Yotsai stopped him. Hey, Lin Che, why are you so immature? I'm immature? Don't you want your sister to be happy? You only care about yourself and don't care about others. Lin Che felt that his worldview was about to be overturned by his father. At the same time, outside, Lin Yu saw that they had finally left. She looked in Jiyu Jingza's direction with obvious adoration in her eyes. Even though she didn't know Jiyu Jingza at all, it was hard not to fall in love with a man like him. Jiyu Jingza's strong figure exuded a cool and masculine aura. He didn't have the femininity of many men nowadays. Instead, he was so good-looking. It was really rare. The Jiyu family had a good foundation. It was no wonder that they had a superstar like Jiyu Jingyu. The president was also a fan. Jiyu Jingza, who was mysterious and low-key, was also very likable. Lin Yu deliberately pulled down her collar to reveal more of her breasts. She looked at Jiyu Jingza and said, President Jiyu, your breasts are so big and beautiful. Hearing the woman's coquettish voice, Jiyu Jingza raised his head calmly and looked at her. Really? Lin Yu said, yes, I'm so envious of Lin Che. He can live here. Jiyu Jingza raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu said, President Jiyu, the security guards here are really good. When I tried to enter just now, I tore their clothes. As she spoke, she tugged at her slightly torn clothes and took the opportunity to pull them down a little more. However, Jiyu Jingza seemed to be looking at them, but at the same time, he seemed not to be looking at them. Lin Yu wondered if he had seen her chest. Her figure was very good, and the genes of the Lin family were also not bad. Just look at Lin Che, that little hoof, and he's already so good-looking. So, Lin Yu was very confident in her appearance and figure. Jiyu Jingza put down the cup in his hand, looked at him indifferently, and said calmly, this is their job. They can't slack off. Please understand. Lin Yu's expression sank. She thought to herself that Jiyu Jingza was too insensitive. Lin Yu felt that she was not bold enough. It was easy for a woman to pursue a man, but a man would not be able to resist the temptation of a woman's body. Lin Yu stood up immediately, looked at Jiyu Jingza, and walked forward. President Jiyu, I can't understand. President Jiyu, you have to compensate for my clothes. However, Jiyu Jingza narrowed his eyes. Before he could get close, a few men suddenly rushed up and pressed Lin Yu to the ground. In the end, Lin Yu's delicate voice turned into a scream. She was so scared that her face was pressed against the ground. She felt that she was pressed against the ground, and it took her a while to realize how ugly she looked. She was so ashamed that she wished she had never been here. Let go. Who are you? You. Why are you doing this to me? She struggled to get up, but these people did not know how to be gentle and protective of a woman. They pressed down on Lin Yu and refused to let go. At this moment, Lin Che and Lin Yotsai hurriedly walked out. Lin Yotsai's face darkened when he saw Lin Yu like this. This Lin Yu was too disappointing. How could she be so? Lin Yotsai hurriedly said, President Jiyu, please have mercy. What's wrong with Lin Yu? Lin Che glanced at them and seemed to understand. He looked at them indifferently and walked to Jiyu Jingza's side. Jiyu Jingza looked at the two of them calmly and raised his hand. What are you doing? Let go of her. The bodyguards then let go of Lin Yu, who was in a sorry state. Jiyu Jingza smiled faintly. He was apologizing, but his expression and tone did not seem apologetic at all. I'm sorry. The security guards at home are too sensitive. Other than familiar people, they act like this when unfamiliar people approach them. I've told them many times, but they can't do anything about it. Lin Yotsai looked embarrassed. He pulled Lin Yu up. Lin Yu wished that she had never been here. She did not dare to raise her head and looked down angrily. Lin Yotsai could only say, "Safety first. Safety first. It's good to be strict." Lin Yotsai supported Lin Yu and looked at Lin Che. He did not know what to say. He could only curse in his heart. This little bitch was getting more and more powerful. She was indeed a traitor. Now, she did not even care about them. Lin Yotsai smiled and said, "Well, there's nothing else now. We know that Lin Che is doing well here, so we can rest assured. We won't disturb you anymore, President Ji. We'll take our leave now." Ji Jingza smiled and said, "All right, Lin Che and I have other matters to attend to. I won't keep you two any longer." Lin Yotsai glared at Lin Che fiercely and turned to leave. When they were outside, Lin Yu shook off his father's hand. "Really, it's all your fault for asking me to come here. Look, look." Lin Yotsai was exasperated. "That's enough. You didn't seize the opportunity. However, you should see if there are any signs. If a man is interested in you, even if they don't make a move, you can still tell. You're still talking about it. I think he's not good enough. He didn't even look at me. Chumph, how could you not be good enough? He and Lin Che, how could I be worse than him? There must be something wrong with Ji Jingza. Otherwise, why would he like Lin Che and not me?" She turned around and looked at the tall building. She was furious when she thought about Lin Che living in it. However, Ji Jingza was so cold. What could she do? Inside, Lin Che saw that his father had finally left and said angrily, "They are too shameless." Ji Jingza said, "All right, they've left. Don't bother about them." Lin Che only felt bad for wasting Ji Jingza's time. "I'm sorry that you have to handle it. You should have told me earlier next time." Ji Jingza tapped her nose. "With your IQ, you definitely can't handle this. It's better for me to handle it." Chapter 151. Lin Che protested, "No, I don't. I just ignore them and stay far away from them." Ji Jingza looked at her and said, "You're so stupid. You should just stay away from them." Lin Che was very grateful. She felt that it was enough for Ji Jingza to help her like this. However, when Lin Yu returned home, she scolded Lin Che unrestrainedly. Her family was still there and Qin Qing was also there to listen. Lin Yu said angrily, "She's become a big star now. She's got connections with a powerful person. It's fine if she doesn't welcome us, but she even humiliated us on purpose. I knew we shouldn't have asked her for help. Why would she want to help us? She can't wait for me to die. She asked us to go there and help us. She just wants to humiliate us." After saying that, Lin Yu went back to her room angrily. The next day, Lin Che rushed to the filming. She was accompanied by the two assistants assigned to her by the company and Yu Minmin. Actually, Lin Che didn't think that she needed so many assistants. However, Yu Minmin said that since the company assigned them to her, it was a form of support and she should use them as a mentor for the newcomers and give them some experience. The two assistants were called Xiao Dao and Xiao Xiao. They followed Lin Che and ran back and forth. Lin Che didn't need to do anything. Lin Che got along well with the people on the set and the filming went smoothly. In the resting room, Lin Che had her own designated place. The two assistants brewed something for her to drink. Lemonade was good for the skin and fruits were good for the body. In the afternoon, the assistant even came to ask what she wanted to eat. Lin Che ordered a few things and asked them to eat together. Xiao Dao looked at the high-calorie food and said in surprise, "Sister Che, is it okay to eat this? Won't you get fat?" Lin Che smiled and said, "I have an alkaline body. I don't usually get fat. If I get fat, I'll lose weight if I starve for a few days." Xiao Dao was extremely envious. "I'm so jealous of you." At first, the two assistants were very afraid of Lin Che. However, when they saw that Lin Che was so carefree and didn't seem to have the airs of a star, they relaxed and started chatting with Lin Che. Little Xiao said, I thought the filming environment would be very tough, but it looks like it's not too bad. Lin Che said as he ate, of course not. I used to have a hard life too. This time, the production crew really treats me well. They even put me in this lounge. Before this, I was always outside, finding a corner to put a bench on while waiting for my scenes. Little Dao said, of course. Our sister Che is the female lead now. Of course she has her own resting room, and the environment is much better. Little Dao said, Sis Che, I heard that you have to work as an assistant for a period of time after entering the industry. Did you do that before? Yes, I've been an assistant for a year. As Lin Che spoke, he began to eat with even more gusto. He thought about how hard he had fought in the past, and now that he thought about it, it was also very fulfilling. Normally, everyone would come up to greet Lin Che. Lin Che was heartless, so she quickly became familiar with everyone on the set. Soon, they finished filming for the day. Yu Minmin knew that Lin Che was heartless and did not know how to give everyone some benefits, so she helped her order barbecue skewers for everyone and treated them to barbecue. After that, Lin Che left the place and followed Yu Minmin to the mall for an event. Soon, he left the mall. He had only taken a few steps when he saw Qin Qing. Lin Che then remembered that this mall belonged to the Qin family. Qin Qing stood in the innermost area and looked at Lin Che. She smiled as she walked out. Her tall and slender figure was very eye-catching in the crowd. Qin Qing smiled as she walked over. You're here for an event? Lin Che said, yeah, I forgot that this is your home. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten close to you and given me more money. Qin Qing looked at Lin Che and said, do you still need money now? Of course I do, Lin Che said as he walked out with her. Qin Qing thought about what happened that day and said to Lin Che, a few days ago, your family went to the Jiyu family to look for you. Lin Che thought about it and knew that when they got back, he didn't know how they would slander her. Lin Che looked at Qin Qing. Yeah, what did they do when they got back? Qin Qing said, it's your sister's fault. Lin Che said, actually, I didn't want to treat her that way. She knows what she did. Moreover, I didn't say anything or do anything. They were digging their own graves and I couldn't stop them. So, no matter what they say about me now, I can only listen. Just then, Lin Che's phone rang. Lin Che looked down and saw the words Dear Hubby written on it. Qin Qing was stunned by the way he addressed her. She didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable. Lin Che also felt embarrassed. He was used to this way of addressing him, but he still felt a little embarrassed to answer the phone next to Qin Qing. She answered and said, what's up? Jiyu Jingza said, are you done? We agreed to go out for dinner. Oh, I'm done. I'm on my way. Okay, I'll send someone to pick you up in a while. Got it, naggy guy. I don't need to be so naggy. I'm afraid that a retard like you won't be able to find the place. Get lost. Lin Che hung up the phone and raised his head. Seeing Qin Qing's gaze, he couldn't help but play with the hair by his ear with his fingers in embarrassment. What's wrong? Go on. Qin Qing looked at her phone and thought, is that Jiyu Jingza? Is that Dear Hubby Jiyu Jingza? But from their tone, these words were so normal, as if they were said every day and so natural. Qin Qing said, you and Jiyu Jingza really, what's wrong? Qin Qing said, nothing. It's just that I always feel that Jiyu Jingza isn't a good man. At least for a woman, he isn't the best choice. You should have a better one. Lin Che smiled and looked at Qin Qing. What's the best one like? The one that suits you, Qin Qing said. Lin Che said, why am I not suitable for Jiyu Jingza? Qin Qing said, this kind of person's life is too complicated. Lin Che said, I know what you want to say. It's because of my identity, because of my family background, because my life is too different from his, because I'm actually not good enough for him. No. Qin Qing just didn't want to see them together. Although this kind of thinking was very evil, she couldn't help but think this way. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I just feel that I don't really like you being with him. Lin Che raised his head in surprise. Qin Qing's expression was a little unnatural as she looked outside. Lin Che, we've known each other for so many years. Yeah. From the beginning, we were just classmates. Yeah, Qin Qing looked at Lin Che. Have you ever liked me? Lin Che looked at Qin Qing in surprise. Chapter 152. Lin Che was surprised. Did she find out that she had a crush on him? Why? Why do you ask? Qin Qing said, nothing. I think we were close in the past. We were together every day, but why didn't you like me? Lin Che looked at Qin Qing's young face and recalled the intimate moments in the past. They were indeed close in the past, as friends and classmates, but they didn't get together in the end. Because he got together with Lin Li, if I had a chance to go back in time, maybe I would confess to you, Lin Che said with a smile. Unfortunately, Lin Che was too weak and self-abased back then, so he didn't dare to say it out loud. Qin Qing's eyes lit up. Lin Che laughed and said, see? Did I scare you? I was just kidding. Maybe I didn't feel right. Anyway, isn't it great now? You and Lin Li are together, and we're not classmates anymore. Qin Qing suddenly felt very disappointed. She looked at Lin Che. Could it be that he really never liked her? Qin Qing looked at Lin Che. She played with her hair and smiled faintly. The way she looked made people's hearts skip a beat. Lin Che waved at her. I'm leaving. I have something to do. Qin Qing nodded. She watched her leave. She was a little dissatisfied at the thought of Lin Che going to Jiyu Jing's side. However, she suddenly had an idea. She wanted to snatch Lin Che away from Jiyu Jingze. Jiyu Jingze was such a powerful man. How could she snatch him away? Qin Qing wondered why it had to be Jiyu Jingze. If it had been someone else, it might have been possible. However, it had to be Jiyu Jingze, who was wealthier and more powerful than everyone else. At this moment, in front of her, Qin Qing suddenly saw something falling from above. It was falling straight down, and the person below was Lin Che, who was standing at the door and looking ahead. He didn't notice anything else. Lin Che, move away. Lin Che was still searching, but she couldn't find Jiyu Jingze's figure. In the next moment, Qin Qing's hoarse scream caught her attention. She turned around and saw Qin Qing's huge body pouncing on her. Before Lin Che could react, she was hit hard on the ground. Lin Che's mind went blank. When he came to, Qin Qing was already on top of him. Lin Che was shocked. Only then did he notice that a huge piece of glass had smashed down from above. At this moment, it had all shattered on the ground and also on Qin Qing's body. It was because he had been pushed to the ground that he had blocked so many fragments. Help! Help! Lin Che couldn't care less about anything else. He hurriedly hugged Qin Qing, who was on the ground, and shouted, over there! Jiyu Jingze waited at the door for a long time, but no one came. He didn't know where this lass had run off to. He picked up his phone and called Lin Che, only to find that Lin Che had turned off his phone. Could it be that this troublesome lass had stirred up some trouble again? Right then. In the hospital, Lin Che watched anxiously as Qin Qing was placed on the bed. She lay on her stomach as the doctors removed the glass shards from her body one by one. The blood on his back was a blur, and it was truly frightening. Lin Che had heard his phone ringing earlier, but before he could grab it, he felt his hand being held tightly by Qin Qing. Lin Che had no choice but to turn off his phone as he listened to the ringing. Looking at Qin Qing, his heart was already in a mess. She didn't expect Qin Qing to block such a disaster for her. Her heart was filled with guilt and sadness. Why did he do this? He looked so painful. Jiyu Jingze's car was parked outside the shopping mall. Seeing that Jiyu Jingze was inside, the bodyguard walked over and said, Madam just finished her event. Because she wanted to wait for you, she didn't leave with the staff and came to the door alone. I heard that she came out with second young Master Qin. Second young Master Qin, Qin Qing? His face instantly turned serious. The bodyguard hurriedly asked, Sir, then now, go back. Jiyu Jingze pursed his lips and waved his hand to let the driver close the car window. The car window slowly rolled up. The driver said, Sir, we have to leave from the back. The road ahead seems to be blocked because something fell from the building above and injured someone. Okay. No matter which road they took, he just wanted to go home now. In the hospital. Lin Che was still thinking about Jiyu Jingza's call just now. He was anxious and didn't know what to say, so he didn't pick up. Seeing that Qin Qing seemed to be much better, lying on her stomach, changing her clothes, taking medicine and applying a cushion, she finally picked up her phone. However, before she could call, Qin Qing suddenly snorted, "Lin Che? Lin Che?" Lin Che quickly put down his phone and walked over. "Qin Qing, what's wrong? Does it hurt?" Qin Qing held Lin Che's hand. Lin Che didn't think much of it. When he was applying medicine just now, he held her hand tightly. It was probably good to have someone he knew by his side when he was injured. Qin Qing looked at Lin Che. "Don't go. Qin Qing, what's your home phone number? I should call them. It's not good for you to do this. Will there be a risk of infection? We're in the city hospital and it's not the best hospital. Do you want to call your family and see how they will handle this?" "No, I just want to be with you," Lin Che said foolishly. "I'm right here." "No, Lin Che. I want to be with you alone." Lin Che calmed down and looked at Qin Qing. "Qin Qing, you." Qin Qing held his hand tightly. "Lin Che, in that instant just now, I suddenly had a feeling that I could do anything for you. Isn't that abnormal?" Lin Che's heart suddenly panicked. "What did you say?" Qin Qing said, "I know it's not good to say this now, but Lin Che, I suddenly feel a little regretful. Maybe I should have treated you better in the past, then you wouldn't be with Jiyu Jingza." Lin Che panicked and quickly let go of Qin Qing's hand. Qin Qing's grasp missed and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che knew that he had a crush on Qin Qing for a very long time. But at this moment, his sudden confession shocked her, and she didn't feel any joy at all. Youth seemed to be a grand miss. When you really realized it, it was already too late. Now, all that was left was panic and no surprise. "Qin Qing. You already have Lin Li. You're my sister's fiancé, you're my brother-in-law." Qin Qing's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Lin Che sadly. "I thought at least you liked me. You really didn't like me at all?" Since he had already missed it, it was better not to look back. Lin Che shook his head. "Not at all." Qin Qing's face fell. When she thought of Jiyu Jingza, she knew that she couldn't compare to him. Chapter 153. Is it because of Jiyu Jingza? He laughed bitterly. Lin Che shook his head and looked at Qin Qing. At least she used to like this young man. Liking someone or not doesn't matter because of another person. Liking someone was liking someone, and there was no need to compare it with others. She turned around and walked out. When she finally turned on her phone, she saw that there were already countless missed calls. As soon as she went out, she saw the butler waiting for her outside. Lin Che said hurriedly, "Butler, how did you know I was here?" The butler said quickly, "Sir looked for you for a long time. He said that you didn't go to dinner and he didn't know where you went." Lin Che slapped his forehead. "That's right, I forgot about eating. Something happened here. Leave it to me." "Madam, you can go back first." Lin Che said, "All right then, there's nothing else to do here." Lin Che sat in the car on the way home. He thought about how the usually calm and collected housekeeper was behaving abnormally today. He didn't know what had happened, so he hurriedly nudged the chauffeur in front of him. Is your master angry?" This man was so petty. He must be angry. The driver looked at Lin Che awkwardly. He knew that his wife was usually careless and didn't put on airs, but today, so was indeed. None of them dared to say anything and could only say, "Madam, you'll know when you get back." Lin Che knew that something was wrong. She quickly thought to herself, "Is he so angry because I stood him up?" Knowing that it was her fault, she quickly made up a plan in her mind and went inside. Coincidentally, Jiyu Jingza was walking briskly outside. When he saw Lin Che push open the door and enter, his dark eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. His heavy gaze landed on Lin Che. He glanced at her for a moment, then directly swept past her head and walked out. Lin Che watched as he strode out and said hurriedly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Jiyu Jingza, I shouldn't have stood you up. I shouldn't have ignored your call. But I was really panicking because I had something to do and didn't pay attention." His dark eyes turned to look at her. His unintentional lines were cold, as if he was a stone that had just been soaked in ice. The chill seeped into his heart. He really didn't know if he should be angry that she didn't pick up the phone a lot, or that she actually didn't pick up the phone because of him. He looked at Lin Che coldly. Was he panicking for a moment? Who did she panic for? Why didn't she say anything? Jiyu Jingze crossed his long legs again and walked outside. Lin Che panicked and shouted from behind, Jiyu Jingze, are you really angry? Seeing that Jiyu Jingze didn't even look back, she hurriedly chased after him. Jiyu Jingze, why are you like this? You didn't even ask me. Why are you so angry? I really have something to do. Besides, I just stood you up once. Do you have to be so angry? Explanation? Jiyu Jingze stared at Lin Che. What explanation do you need? Lin Che held onto the car door. Jiyu Jingze's gaze fell on her hand. He reached out and gently pushed it away. Wait for you to explain that you went to the hospital to take care of your beloved man, so you didn't answer my call? She thought that she was stupid. He must have known about it, so he asked the housekeeper to go to the hospital to find her. Jiyu Jingze was so omniscient. But, I just want to ask you. Do you remember that he is your sister's fiancé, the person you should call brother-in-law? Jiyu Jingze said these words like knives. He waved his hand and signaled for the driver to drive away. Lin Che could only stand there and watch as the car drove away. What was this? She didn't forget that he was her brother-in-law, so she walked out of the ward last. Hospital. Qin Qing was very puzzled. She didn't tell anyone, but the doctor still told her to transfer him to a more professional and better trauma hospital. Not long after, he was brought to the best military hospital in Country C and checked into the VIP ward. He could only lie there. Seeing the nurses coming and going, he quickly stopped one of them and asked, "Why am I here? Where's my family? Is it my family?" He could only think that Lin Che had informed the Qin family. However, if they knew, they should have come to see him immediately. But they weren't here now. The nurse looked at him awkwardly. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the steady sound of leather shoes approaching from afar. He was stunned. He looked up and saw a group of people following a man in the middle as they walked in step by step. It was Jiyu Jingze. His entire body was black, causing his gaze, which was already dark, to appear even more gloomy. His pair of malicious eyes, at this moment, seemed even sharper. When he looked over, there was an eternally unwavering calmness in his eyes, but there was also a hint of gloominess hidden within. Why was he here? Jiyu Jingze's gaze fell on him. Qin Qing quickly got up and said, "President Jiyu? There's no need. I heard from Che that you saved her. I'm very grateful for your heroic actions, so I purposely came over to take a look. Living here is comfortable, isn't it? This hospital is very good. I've already asked the people at the hospital to help you recover as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about anything else, second young master. I've already sent someone to inform the family, and they'll be here to take care of you soon." Che. Lin Che told Jiyu Jingze. Disappointment flashed across Qin Qing's face. She looked ahead hesitantly. She knew that she was very sad, but she couldn't show it. Since Lin Che told Jiyu Jingze and asked him to take care of her, she probably didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. It seemed that she had never liked him. Qin Qing laughed dryly and said, "Thank you. It's my duty. After all, Lin Che is a girl. It wouldn't be good if she got a scar." Jiyu Jingze said, "But I still have to thank second young master. After all, you did it for Che and for me." Qin Qing looked around. No wonder he could come to the hospital's VIP ward. Looking at the people around him, no wonder Lin Che liked him. Who wouldn't like a man like him? Even if he knew it was dangerous, he wouldn't give up. Qin Qing thought that her confession today had become a joke. Even in comparison, everyone on the street would choose Jiyu Jingze, not him. However, Qin Qing couldn't help but feel sad. If only she had realized how good Lin Che was earlier. Chapter 154. Lin Che waited at home for a long time. She called Jiyu Jingza, but no one picked up. She asked the servant next to her and the security outside, but they all said they didn't know where Jiyu Jingza was. She picked up her phone angrily. She didn't care if Jiyu Jingza could see it, and sent him a few text messages. Jiyu Jingza, I don't know why you're angry. Since you already know that I'm in the hospital because of Qin Qing, then you also know that he blocked the falling object for me, and that's why I'm in the hospital instead of me. What's wrong with me taking care of him in the hospital? Why are you angry? Should I be ungrateful and ignore him? Is that the right thing to do? She sent the text, but there was no response. Lin Che lay on the bed and waited for a long time. She felt like she was waiting for someone who wouldn't turn back. How terrible. Forget it. If he wants to be angry, then let him be angry. Lin Che didn't want to care about him anymore. She slept peacefully. The next day, she went straight to the filming location. She didn't want to come back at night and just stayed there. Lin Che thought of Qin Qing during the filming. It wasn't convenient for her to take care of him, so he wouldn't think too much. But it was better to call him first to check on his condition. After the call went through, Qin Qing's voice sounded very dull on the phone. Hello. Qin Qing, it's me. I'm filming and I'm a little busy, so I can't visit you. Qin Qing smiled. I've already been transferred to another hospital. Thank you. Oh, really? That's good. I was worried that the hospital's facilities weren't good and would delay your recovery. Thank you. Actually, it's okay. It's just an external injury. Of course it's related. You're injured because of me. She didn't know that Qin Qing still thought that she had asked Jiyu Jingza to transfer her to another ward. The two of them talked to themselves, but neither of them made it clear. Qin Qing smiled. Don't think too much. We've known each other for so many years, and you're like a sister to me. Even if you're not, you're just a stranger. Would I watch her get hurt? It's okay. Actually, Qin Qing was a very good person. Lin Che held the phone and paused. After a long silence, he said, Thank you, Qin Qing. Silly, Qin Qing said, You're still my sister in the future. Yeah, you're still my good friend. Lin Che put down the phone and felt even sadder in his heart. Time was really a strange thing. It washed away many emotions and took away many regrets. A day had passed, but there was still no news of Jiyu Jingza. Yu Minmin noticed that Lin Che was a little absent-minded. Seeing that Lin Che was playing with his phone, Yu Minmin walked over and said, Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you so out of sorts today? How can this be? I've been doing it all day. Yu Minmin said, I'm not talking about filming. Look at you. You came here after filming and your expression is so bad. Didn't you see that no one on set dared to provoke you today? Lin Che blinked his eyes and raised his head. It can't be, my complexion is that bad. Yu Minmi said, Of course. Lin Che got up and looked at Yu Minmin. How bad is it? Is your complexion that bad? What do you think? Oh my God, Lin Che said, I don't feel anything, but why doesn't anyone dare to provoke me? They're afraid that you'll lose your temper. No way. I'm so kind and cute. That's normal. You look like an old witch today, Yu Minmin said bluntly. Lin Che sighed and looked at Yu Minmin. Say, Sister Yu, if a man is always angry for no reason, what does that mean? Yu Minmin said, Oh, no wonder you're so distracted today. Are you angry with Jiyu Jingza? What happened? Why are you angry? Lin Che lowered his head and said after a long while, Well, it's like this. Lin Che briefly explained what had happened. He didn't mention that Qin Qing had actually confessed to him, something as inconceivable as that. Moreover, it couldn't be considered a proper confession. It could only be considered a test. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che in surprise. You're really something. You're with Jiyu Jingza and your childhood sweetheart got hurt because of you. Do you want all the women to be jealous of you? Sister Yu, what do you think we should do now? He's injured, and I can't just ignore him. But Jiyu Jingza is so petty. Just because I stood him up, he ignored me. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che. Are you sure he's not jealous? What? Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin with a shocked expression. Yu Minmin slammed the table. All right, can't you tell? Jiyu Jingza isn't angry because you stood him up. He's angry because you stood him up for your childhood sweetheart. Are you kidding me? He's jealous. Really? Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin awkwardly. That's impossible. She didn't want to think too highly of herself. Alright, men need to be coaxed, especially jealous men. You just need to lower yourself and coax them. Hurry up and go back. Don't waste any more time here. Just then, someone came to look for Lin Che. Sister Che, someone is looking for you outside the set, the assistant director ran over and said. From his tone and gaze, it seemed that the person was not ordinary. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin. Seeing Yu Minmin nod at her encouragingly, she quickly ran out. When she got outside, she saw that the person standing outside was Chen Yucheng. Dr. Chen, why are you here? Chen Yucheng looked at Lin Che. You haven't been home for more than a day, right? Lin Che pursed his lips. Yeah, I'm afraid that I'll be annoying at home. Chen Yucheng said, Sigh, I really don't know what Jiyu Jingza owes you. What? Chen Yucheng said, he must have had a lot of enmity with you in his past life. So in this life, you've reincarnated to torture him. Lin Che said speechlessly, who's torturing who? Chen Yucheng said, why aren't you going back to see Jiyu Jingza for the last time? What? Lin Che's heart jumped. Chen Yucheng said, Jiyu Jingza is dying. What did you say? You're pissing me off. Lin Che glared at Chen Yucheng, who was panting. Get lost. Seeing that Lin Che had lost interest, Chen Yucheng quickly said, Alright, I'll stop joking with you. But Jiyu Jingza is really sick. Lin Che's expression froze as she looked at Chen Yucheng. Sick? How could that be? Chapter 155. When Lin Che rushed home, she found that there were more security guards outside. The security seemed to be stricter than usual. She looked outside, her face full of anxiety. Chen Yucheng drove the car and said, because Master Jiyu is sick, they are worried that someone will take the opportunity to cause trouble, so the security outside is tighter. Oh. Lin Che turned to look at Chen Yucheng. Is Jiyu Jingza very sick? Not really. Chen Yucheng said. It might not be a big deal to others, but to Jiyu Jingza, he has a high status and power. Even the slightest movement will affect a lot of people. All right. Lin Che arrived at the door quickly. She went into the room, changed her shoes and ran in. Madam, you're finally back. The servant who had just been chased out of the room greeted Lin Che with a smile when she saw her. Lin Che saw that she had not touched the food in her hands, so he asked her, Didn't you eat? Yes, sir, I don't want to eat. Lin Che took the plate and quietly opened the door. It was quiet inside, as if there was no one there. She walked in and saw Jiyu Jingza lying on the bed, covered with a thick blanket. His handsome face was pale and sickly. He did not look well. Lin Che's heart ached and she hurried over. It seemed that he was seriously ill. Jiyu Jingza heard the sound, but he did not open his eyes. He just groaned and said in a hoarse voice, I told you, no one is allowed to come in. However, when Jiyu Jingza looked up, he saw the person standing at the door, fawningly holding a plate. He looked like a hard-working servant. It was none other than Lin Che. Jiyu Jingza's eyes flashed, but it was fleeting and soon returned to coldness. He raised his eyebrows and glared at Lin Che, pursing his lips tightly. Get lost. Lin Che's face darkened. She looked at Jiyu Jingza and told herself to forget it. Don't be so calculative with the patient. Moreover, Jiyu Jingza was really sick. How could she bear to leave him? She hurriedly walked over and put the tray aside. She pulled Jiyu Jingza up and said, Jiyu Jingza, you're sick. Don't make a fuss. Get up and eat something. The servant said that you haven't eaten anything all day. If you continue like this, you'll collapse. She grabbed Jiyu Jingza's shoulders, trying to help him up. Jiyu Jingza looked disgusted. He pushed her hand away and said, I told you to get lost. Did you hear me? Lin Che was pushed aside. He looked at Jiyu Jingza and gritted his teeth, but he still said to her, Are you done, Jiyu Jingza? Lin Che stood up and came to his side again. I know that you might not be able to eat when you're sick, but you still need to fill your stomach. Be good, I'll feed you. As he spoke, Lin Che grabbed his arm again. Jiyu Jingzi continued to push her away forcefully. I told you to move away. Don't you have any shame? You wouldn't leave even if I told you to. This time, Lin Che did not push her away completely. She only took a step back and stood still again. Looking at Jiyu Jingzi, she took a deep breath and said, What's wrong? I'm just shameless. Can't I do that? I'm not a young lady from a wealthy family like you who likes to suffer because of your pride. I'm shameless. What can you do to me? You. Jiyu Jingzi raised his eyes and looked at Lin Che sharply. Lin Che stood there confidently and looked at Jiyu Jingzi. Taking advantage of the fact that he was lying there sick, she stood very straight. Jiyu Jingzi's eyes were filled with helplessness. She had already said that she was shameless. What could he do to her? Get up and eat, Lin Che continued to say. No. Why are you so disobedient? Lin Che said helplessly. Get out. I'm not going out. Lin Che held Jiyu Jingzi's arm and picked up the spoon on the side. The chef had specially made a nutritious meal. It was not greasy, delicious, and nutritious. It could be said that the chef had put in a lot of effort, especially the soup. It looked very appetizing, but Jiyu Jingzi did not appreciate it. Seeing that Lin Che was going to use force, Jiyu Jingzi frowned and dodged. Let go of me. I'm not letting go. Lin Che, you really want to die, don't you? Jiyu Jingzi looked at her sharply. His eyes were full of threat, as if he would definitely kill her if she touched him again. However, Lin Che still did not move. She directly stuffed the spoon into his mouth. Jiyu Jingzi gritted his teeth and slammed the thing on the floor. Jiyu Jingzi. Lin Che was really angry. Jiyu Jingzi was so disobedient when he was sick. Did he think he was a child? Fine, fine. You don't want to eat. I'll make you eat it today, Lin Che said and took a step onto the bed. Jiyu Jingzi's eyes moved. He saw Lin Che riding on his body. Jiyu Jingzi's eyes widened in an instant. Lin Che rode on him and lowered his head to look at Jiyu Jingzi. I must make you eat it today. Lin Che, what are you doing? I'll feed you soup. You. Jiyu Jingzi saw Lin Che take the soup and gulp down a big mouthful. Then, with his cheeks puffed up, he directly pounced on Jiyu Jingzi. Before Jiyu Jingzi could react, her lips had already landed on his. When he touched her soft lips, he instinctively opened his mouth. The tip of her tongue pried open his mouth and the delicious soup flowed in. Jiyu Jingzi felt that something was wrong. Was he being forcefully fed by someone? He still wanted to resist, but he felt Lin Che's tongue stirring in his mouth, stopping all his movements. He inadvertently swallowed the soup. Jiyu Jingzi frowned. His throat moved as he looked at Lin Che. She was proud of herself. She was still riding on his body. Her movements were strange. She wiped her mouth and looked down at him. Jiyu Jingzi's eyes moved. He looked at Lin Che. His eyes were clear and there was a tinge of red in them. The tips of his ears were slowly turning red. Lin Che said, "You're not drinking it." "I don't think you're drinking it." With that said, she continued. Jiyu Jingzi hurriedly stopped her. Okay, stop." Lin Che stopped and looked at Jiyu Jingzi. Jiyu Jingzi's face was red. He looked at Lin Che speechlessly. He looked like he wanted to strangle her. If it wasn't for the fact that killing someone was illegal, he would really do it. But in the end, his eyes moved and he could only say, "I'll drink it." If you dare to feed me like that again. It was fine for him to feed her like that, but how could she force herself like that? Jiyu Jingzi really couldn't accept being forced by a woman, and his own woman at that. Seeing that Jiyu Jingzi had finally relented, Lin Che cheered. "That's great. That's good." Jiyu Jingzi watched as she spread her legs apart and straddled him inelegantly. He glanced at her and said, "So can you come down now?" Chapter 156. Lin Che jumped down from his body and clapped her hands. Did you forget? Come, I'll feed you. Jiyu Jingze glared at her. At the side, Lin Che carefully picked up the spoon and fed him. One bite at a time, he carefully ate everything. However, he didn't move. He raised his head and glared at her, as if he had some deep hatred in his heart. Lin Che pursed her lips. She didn't care about him as long as he ate. But how did you catch a cold? Lin Che said. Everyone catches a cold, he said. Of course I know that, but why did you suddenly catch a cold? Why? Are you impatient because I have a cold and you're waiting on me? Then you can leave, Jiyu Jingze said angrily. Hey, I didn't say that. She glared at him. I'm such a bullied wife. I have to wait on you while being scolded by you. How tragic. Jiyu Jingze glared at her. You deserve it. Lin Che looked at him resentfully. Also, there's really nothing going on between me and Qin Qing, she said as she stole a glance at his expression. She thought about what Yu Minmin had said, that he was jealous. Was he really jealous? Jiyu Jingze's eyes lit up, and he glared at her even harder. Lin Che said, It's true. I just met him at the mall and said a few words. Who knew that glass would fall from the sky? It's scary to think that I was almost disfigured. But I've known him for a long time, and he would definitely help me. Since he helped me, I can't not help him, so, enough. Jiyu Jingze stopped her with a dark expression. I don't want to hear your stupid explanation. You. Okay, I'm just explaining it to you because I'm afraid you'll be jealous. Jiyu Jingze laughed. Who's jealous? Isn't this jealousy? Jiyu Jingze gritted his teeth and looked at her. I'm worried about your IQ. What does this have to do with my IQ? Lin Che said indignantly. Jiyu Jingze's eyes darted around. He glared at Lin Che and said, because when something happens, you should know where you stand. He's your future brother-in-law. You shouldn't stand by his side. If something happens, do you want to see him for the last time? Do you think you're the one who can take responsibility? No, it's your sister and his family who are responsible for his life, not you, his sister-in-law. So, the first thing you should do is not to stay by his side, but to call his family and your sister. Lin Che blushed in embarrassment. I didn't think that much at the time. Then you better think about it more in the future. Forget it, don't think too much about it. If there's anything in the future, call me first. With your IQ, it's useless to think too much. Lin Che looked at Jiyu Jingze. So, you're really not jealous? Why are you jealous? Feed me now. Jiyu Jingze blushed. He never used to swear, but now he couldn't help swearing. Lin Che quickly lowered his head to feed him. Jiyu Jingze glared at her and took a deep breath. His eyes calmed down. When he was finally fed, Lin Che went out to deliver the food. As he did so, he looked at the servant and asked, Why did your husband fall sick? It's too sudden. The servant said, Madam, you're the only one who can keep feeding him. He won't eat no matter who we send him food. That's not true. Lin Che said, It's because you can't go against him. The servant said, Yesterday, Sir swam in the pool for the whole day and got a fever at night. He's still not getting better today. I'm so worried. Swam for the whole day? Seriously, how could he not get sick when he was so willful? Lin Che thought about it and shook her head. It was better to go back and take care of this sick child. At night, Jiyu Jingze still had a high fever. Lin Che gave him medicine, but it didn't seem like he was getting better. Seeing that Jiyu Jingze's face was getting worse, Lin Che was very worried. She could only stand by the bed and watch Jiyu Jingze sleep restlessly after taking the medicine. She didn't dare to fall asleep. Hearing him make a sound, Lin Che quickly leaned over and held his hand. Jiyu Jingze, what's wrong? Jiyu Jingze snorted. Lin Che, yeah, I'm here. Lin Che? Yes, I'm here. Lin Che hurriedly held his hand tightly. He could feel that his palm was covered in sweat. He quickly picked up his phone and was about to make a call, but he felt that Jiyu Jingze was still holding on to her. He was frowning and seemed to be in great pain. Lin Che had no choice but to call Chen Yusheng. Dr. Chen, Jiyu Jing's fever is not going down. Do you want to come and take a look? Oh, how high is it? 38.7 degrees. That's okay. Call me when it's 39 degrees. It's true. The medicine he takes makes him have a high fever. He even had a fever of 41 degrees. 38 degrees is nothing to him. How can that be? Hey, if you're too worried, you can exercise with him. Maybe he'll be fine after sweating a little. He's exercising in a daze. Bed exercise. Chen Yusheng hung up. Lin Che had no choice but to look at Jiyu Jingzi and touch his forehead with heartache. Jiyu Jingzi, get better. Jiyu Jingzi, how are you? She felt Jiyu Jingzi's mouth move suddenly. He seemed to be saying, cold, cold. Lin Che saw this and hurriedly covered him with the blanket, but it was useless. Lin Che was anxious. He lifted the blanket and crawled under it. She looked at Jiyu Jingzi and hugged him. When she felt him touching her, she seemed to consciously lean against him. That feeling made her feel inexplicably warm. She pressed her cheek against his and said calmly, really, why did you swim for so long when you had nothing to do? He woke up in a daze and seemed to see the woman on the side, moving her soft lips, looking at him, softly complaining, worried look, overflowing with overflowing. Jiyu Jingzi, are you awake? That's great. You scared me. Lin Che hugged him and rubbed against his body. The soft touch made his heart itch. He looked down at Lin Che and narrowed his eyes. He turned sideways and suddenly hugged Lin Che. Lin Che screamed. But she felt Jiyu Jingzi gently pressing his lips against hers as he said, don't go, don't go. Don't go, okay? That voice almost melted Lin Che's heart. How could he leave now? I won't go. I won't go. She comforted him, her fingers swimming into his hair. That soft voice caused his expression to tense up. Suddenly, he forcefully wrapped his arm around her body. He held her head and deepened the kiss. Forcefully, he pushed the hot tip of his tongue into her lips. Chapter 157. Lin Che whimpered. The burning sensation made her shudder. It was as if an electric current had struck her from the top of her head, causing her body and mind to constrict. He was hugging her, and his body was burning hot. Her hand was still pressed against his chest, but it was also frighteningly hot. For a moment, she even felt that he was a fragile doll. She didn't dare to touch him lightly, nor did she dare to use force. He kissed her more and more forcefully, as if he was going to suck her soul out. It seemed that this was not enough and he wanted more. Like a hungry leopard, he bit down hard on her lips. She moaned in pain. Blood seeped out. The sour taste made him look even crazier. He flipped over and pushed her onto the blanket with all his might. His body was as hot as a fireball, and it was tightly sealed. Lin Che's hands were held tightly by him and laid flat on both sides. His slender fingers clasped tightly onto hers. His lips left her mouth and moved downwards. Lin Che felt his body tense up even more. His fingers tightly grasped his fingers, and his entire person was flustered and nervous. However, as he kissed her, wave after wave, he was confused and intoxicated. Although it wasn't Lin Che's first time, it still hurt. The last time was too sudden. Even now, when she thought about it, it still felt like a dream. But this time, it was shockingly detailed. It had been too long. She felt as if she had experienced her first time again. She felt as if her whole body had been cooked and it was uncomfortable all over. Jiyu Jingzi let go of Lin Che and fell there, panting. After a long time, he turned his head and looked at the marks all over Lin Che's body. He didn't know whether it was because of the fever or because his face was really red. At this moment, it really looked like his face was red and swollen. He said to Lin Che, go wash up. Lin Che didn't move. She turned over and said unwillingly, no. Jiyu Jingzi had no choice but to prop himself up and pat her. She still didn't move. He could only say, let me help you. As he said this, he carried Lin Che. Lin Che snorted. His body was still hot, but it seemed to be much better than before. It was just that his sweat was sticky, making him feel very uncomfortable. He said, "I don't feel comfortable if I don't wash. Let's go." Lin Che didn't move. She felt Jiyu Jingze put her in the bathtub. The temperature of the water from the shower was just right. It washed over her body and helped her struggle out of her tiredness. She looked at Jiyu Jingze with a red face and said, "No, I can do it myself." Jiyu Jingze frowned and looked at her. "All right, I'll do it. Don't move." As he spoke, he had already pressed Lin Che down and was gently and meticulously cleaning her up. Lin Che felt that she didn't dare to look at him at all. She turned her head away and covered her face with her hands. It wasn't until she was finally done that she felt him wrap the bathrobe around her from behind. After wrapping it around her entire body, he picked her up and sent her back to the bed step by step. When Lin Che sensed that Jiyu Jingze had left again, and that he had probably gone to take a shower as well, he wrapped himself in his bathrobe and hugged himself tightly. His face was burning hot. After a long time, Jiyu Jingze still hadn't come back. Lin Che was still wrapped in the bathrobe. There seemed to be no sound inside, only the sound of running water. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly turned over, put on the bathrobe, and hurried to the bathroom. "Jiyu Jingze, you're not done yet." Lin Che first knocked on the door, but there was no sound. Lin Che jumped in shock and quickly opened the door. She saw that Jiyu Jingze had actually fallen to the ground just like that. Lin Che was really shocked. She hurriedly ran in and helped Jiyu Jingze up. "Jiyu Jingze, wake up." He was already in such a state. Where did he get the strength to carry her to take a shower? Lin Che still felt embarrassed when she thought about it. At this moment, she finally stopped thinking about how embarrassed she was just now. In this state, it wouldn't be good to call for help, so she could only help him to the bed. After much difficulty, she managed to get him to fall onto the bed. She helped him put on his pajamas and covered him with the blanket. She was already drenched in sweat. She touched his head and felt that his temperature had risen again. She couldn't help but quickly call Chen Yucheng. Chen Yucheng was obviously still asleep. When he heard the voice, he said groggily, "Mrs. Jiyu, what's wrong now?" "Jiyu Jingze fainted just now. Hurry and come and take a look." Lin Che was really frightened. She had never seen Jiyu Jingze so weak before. He seemed to have lost all his strength. He lay there and didn't know if he would stop breathing in the next moment. Such a tall man had always given her the impression that he was omnipotent and superior. However, he was actually so sick today. She really didn't know what to do for a moment. Lin Che gave him an ice pack and wiped his body, arms, armpits, and chest with a towel. She didn't stop for a moment before Chen Yucheng arrived. Until Chen Yucheng finally arrived. When he knocked on the door and came in, Lin Che hurriedly ran over. "Dr. Chen, hurry up and take a look." "What should we do now?" Chen Yucheng came in to take a look. He didn't expect that Jiyu Jingze would suddenly have such a high fever. It can't be. Why did he suddenly have a fever? "Did you take the antipyretic?" "I did, but it didn't work." Chen Yucheng gave Jiyu Jingze a blood test and then put him on N4. Looking at the ice pack and towel that Lin Che had prepared, he smiled and said, "It seems that Mrs. Jiyu has taken good care of him." Lin Che said speechlessly, "Not bad. I was almost scared to death. Why didn't you come? I wanted to give Mrs. Jiyu a chance to show off. If you show off again, Jiyu Jingze will die." Chen Yucheng cleaned up and went out. "I'll wait outside. Call me if you have any problems." Lin Che nodded and turned to look at Jiyu Jingze. His heart kept feeling uncomfortable. After Chen Yucheng left, Lin Che stayed by Jiyu Jingze's side and looked after him from time to time. The sky gradually brightened. When Jiyu Jingze woke up, Lin Che was lying on the side, sleeping very uncomfortably. Jiyu Jingze moved a little and Lin Che immediately got up. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Seeing that Jiyu Jingze had finally woken up, Lin Che rushed over and said, "How are you, Jiyu Jingze? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Jiyu Jingze frowned and looked at Lin Che. "Did you lie here and sleep?" "Yeah." Lin Che wiped her mouth. She thought that there was saliva on her face from lying there, but she didn't feel anything. Ji Jingze frowned and looked at her small actions. He shook his head speechlessly. After Ji Jingze woke up, Chen Yucheng quickly came in to check on him. Chapter 158. You had a fever caused by pneumonia during the day yesterday, but why did it become so serious at night? I gave you the right medicine and it shouldn't have caused such a big reaction. Lin Che suddenly remembered what happened at night. She raised her head and looked at Ji Jingze. She stole a glance at him and blushed. Meanwhile, Ji Jingze thought of something and couldn't help but look at Lin Che. These small movements naturally did not escape Chen Yucheng's eyes. He looked up at the two of them and smiled. President Ji, you're not feeling well, right? Don't force yourself. Some things can be done at any time. Ji Jingze said, what did you say? However, his originally solemn and expressionless face was no longer convincing when he saw Lin Che's face, which was red to the neck. Chen Yucheng looked at Lin Che and coughed dryly. Take the medicine first. It should be fine. If there are any problems, I'll be here anytime. Chen Yucheng packed his toolbox and walked out. As he walked, he turned back and said, oh, right. Physical activities, especially those that take up a lot of time and effort, are not recommended for now. Ji Jingze grabbed a book and threw it at him. Before the book landed on the ground, Chen Yucheng opened the door and ran out. Lin Che's face was already red. She stood there, fiddling with the clothes in her hands. She didn't even know that the bottom of the clothes was almost torn. Ji Jingze was silent. He looked up at Lin Che. Lin Che's face was red and her eyes kept moving. After a long while, Ji Jingze said, you didn't rest well last night. Go to sleep first. Lin Che looked up. No, I'm fine. I'm not sleepy. Just go, Ji Jingze said. Lin Che said, it's okay. I'll stay here to take care of you. After all, you're still sick. I'm not so sick that I can't move. But, Lin Che, you fainted last night. I can't leave. Lin Che was very stubborn and wouldn't listen to anyone. You. Ji Jingze looked at the marks on her body and lowered his head. He still felt that he couldn't run away. There was no way to run away. There were some things that happened, and they really did happen. Well, last night. Ji Jingze had never dealt with such a thing before. What happened at night was probably because he was sick. His willpower was low, which was why he ended up like this. He was just about to say that he wouldn't pretend that nothing had happened that night. But she heard Lin Che say hurriedly, oh, I understand. You didn't do it on purpose. I know. You must be in a daze from the high fever, so you don't know what happened. I won't mind. The expression on Ji Jingze's face fell as he stared at Lin Che. Lin Che said, we're all adults. If something like this happens, then it happens. We have to deal with it rationally, so you don't have to worry. I'm fine. Right now, your illness is more important. Let's talk about it after you've recovered. The way Ji Jingze stared at Lin Che's face made Lin Che feel very surprised. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, I just want to know what your brain is made of. Why did he look like a normal human, but his thoughts were always so weird? Lin Che touched his own head. What? Wasn't what I said sensible enough? You're not touched that I'm thinking about you. How dare you say that to me? Ji Jingze just looked at Lin Che. Was he sensible enough or did he not mind? Did she really not want to have a complicated relationship with him? All right, you don't have to say any more. I understand, Lin Che. Lin Che only wanted to escape now. He didn't dare to look him in the eyes and didn't know how to get along with him. Oh, I'll get you some water. She hurried out. Ji Jingze sat on the bed and looked at the closed door. His expression turned serious. Lin Che came back very quickly. She passed him the water and said, all right, drink more water. You're sweating a lot because of your fever. Ji Jingze glanced at her. I'm not sweating a lot because of the fever. I sweat more when I do other things. Lin Che suddenly understood what he was talking about. To be honest, he sweated a lot at night. Jiyu Jingze, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Che yelled. Jiyu Jingze looked at her. He picked up the water and took a big gulp before saying, you said it yourself. We're adults. Why? Do adults have to be evasive in the face of such things? Lin Che didn't know how to refute him. She looked at Jiyu Jingze and yelled, I was afraid that you would hurt your pride. I don't know who it was, but you fainted. In the future, just do what you can. How dare she say that his stamina was not good? Jiyu Jingze narrowed his eyes and said, fine. I'm not in good health now. I won't argue with you. You'd better remember what you said today. I'll do what I preach someday and let you know if my physical strength is up to par. Lin Che blushed. Who wants you to do what you preach? Humph. Seeing Lin Che turn around with a red face, Jiyu Jingze looked down at his own body. Who was the one who said that he kept thinking about her because he couldn't have her? Then why was his body still so easily aroused because of her now that he had a taste of it? Soon, Chen Yuqing came back to change Jiyu Jingze's drip. Jiyu Jingze watched Lin Che walk out and said to Chen Yuqing, when can you recover? Chen Yuqing smiled and raised his eyebrows at Jiyu Jingze. Why do you need to recover? I think it's good for you, President Jiyu. You can take the opportunity to enjoy Mrs. Gu's special care. Jiyu Jingze's face darkened. Chen Yuqing, so you didn't come yesterday on purpose? Chen Yuqing chuckled. I just wanted to create an opportunity for the both of you. This fever is actually nothing much. Mrs. Jiyu did the right thing by wiping your body more often. It's very easy for the gun to go off by accident. Jiyu Jingze said, Chen Yuqing, I think you've had enough of this job. Hey, President Jiyu, you have to admit that I contributed to what happened yesterday. You can't kick me out just because you've had a taste of me. Jiyu Jingze said, tell me. She wiped my body yesterday. Jiyu Jingze still remembered what happened before, but what happened after that? He had really fainted. Chen Yuqing said, yes, Mrs. Jiyu is so good to you. She must have taken care of you for the whole night. When I came, there was an ice pack and water beside you. She kept wiping your body with a towel. It helped to reduce the fever. Although it's not a big effect, you must feel much better now. Otherwise, a fever would be very uncomfortable. Jiyu Jingze looked outside. His gaze became even deeper. There were only a few flashes of light. Gently. Chapter 159. Lin Che walked back quickly. Seeing that Chen Yuqing had disappeared, she asked curiously, has Dr. Chen left? Jiyu Jingze was looking at her with a deep gaze, as if there was something special about her. It made Lin Che's hair stand on end. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong again? Jiyu Jingze looked at the things in her hands and said, all right, there are many servants at home. Why do you keep doing these things? Lin Che scratched her head. I don't have anything else to do. I can't help much seeing Dr. Chen running around, so I can only do some chores. Jiyu Jingze frowned. All right, put it down. You don't have to do these things. It's okay, I want to do it, she said. All right, I told you to put it down. Jiyu Jingze took the tray she was holding and looked at her with a deep frown. Lin Che paused. Seeing Jiyu Jingze frowning, she snatched the things from him and put them aside. Then, he pulled her arm. Come up. Lin Che sat on the bed and saw Jiyu Jingze pressing her onto the bed and making her lie down. What are you doing? It's broad daylight, come and sleep. But, sleep with me. No. Jiyu Jingze didn't allow her to say anything. He wrapped his arms around her body and pressed her down. Then, his arms pressed down too. Lin Che still wanted to move. Jiyu Jingze looked at her with a stern face and warned her not to move. Lin Che could only stay there. I don't want to sleep. Your illness, I told you to sleep, so go to sleep. Jiyu Jingze pressed her onto the bed tightly. Seeing Lin Che's unwilling face, he lowered his head and said to Lin Che, what's wrong? But I'm not sleepy. Why do I have to sleep? Why don't I find a way to trap you? Jiyu Jingze was about to climb on top of her as he spoke. Lin Che quickly stopped him. I was wrong. I don't need it. I'll sleep, all right? Lin Che hurriedly pulled up the quilt and covered herself properly. Jiyu Jingze looked at her quietly and lay back down. Actually, Lin Che was indeed very sleepy. He was just worried that no one would take care of his illness, so he was very excited and didn't feel like sleeping. At this moment, her head was on the pillow. Yesterday's exhaustion hit her. She lay there, and not long after, she fell asleep. Jiyu Jingze looked at her. He said he wasn't sleepy, but he soon fell asleep. He shook his head. When Lin Che woke up, Jiyu Jingze was already gone. She hurriedly got up and ran out. She looked around but didn't see Jiyu Jingze. She bumped into Chen Yuqing at the door. Seeing that Chen Yuqing was still there, she felt relieved. She quickly pulled him and asked, "Where's Jiyu Jingze? Has he recovered from his illness?" Chen Yuqing said, "I'm much better. I no longer have a high fever, but my body is still very weak." "But where did he go? He's such a stubborn person. When he's better, he'll start working." "Ah, how can we do that?" Lin Che hurried to the study to look for Jiyu Jingze. He saw Jiyu Jingze reading some documents in the study. Lin Che hurriedly said, "Hey, you haven't recovered from your illness, and you're already busy. What if you fall sick again?" Jiyu Jingze looked up. "I'm already better. I still have some work to do. You can stay aside for now. I'll take you to dinner later." "No, how can you work now?" Lin Che walked over and said, "You have to rest for a few days for pneumonia. If you work too hard, you'll still have a fever." "I know my body. I'll be fine if I get through it," Jiyu Jingze said. "Be good. Go read some books, okay?" He reached out and tapped her forehead with his finger. Although his voice was hoarse because of his illness, it made people's hearts flutter. This man was so sexy even when he was sending people away, but Lin Che still insisted on his principles. "No, you didn't see how serious your illness was." "I saw it." "Of course not." Jiyu Jingze looked up at Lin Che, who was standing there with his hands on his waist and staring straight at him. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "Why? Are you worried about me?" Lin Che was speechless. Of course I care about you. You're my husband after all. I don't want to be a widow so soon." Hearing that, Jiyu Jingze's expression changed. Before that incident, when he talked about being a widow or not, it might be more of a joke. However, when he talked about it today, it had a completely different feeling. He suddenly stood up and moved closer to Lin Che. Lin Che was taken aback and jumped in fright. She felt him leaning over, his gaze filled with a strong sense of ambiguity. His fingers brushed against her hair, and a strand of hair brushed past his fingers. He said in a calm voice, "Don't worry, I won't let you be a widow." It was a normal sentence, but why did Lin Che blush and her heart race? Jiyu Jingze paused and said, "All right then. I won't do it. I'll take you to dinner first." Lin Che was stunned as she looked at Jiyu Jingze. He had changed so quickly. Jiyu Jingze seemed to be in a good mood, and he quickly walked out. When Chen Yuqing saw the two of them coming out together, he asked Jiyu Jingze, "President Jiyu, where are you going?" Jiyu Jingze said, "It's not about design medicine. Dr. Chen, you don't have to ask." As he spoke, he went inside to change his clothes. Seeing this, Lin Che could only say to Chen Yuqing, "We're going out to eat." Chen Yuqing paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Che and said, "You're the first person to pull him out of his work." Lin Che looked at Chen Yuqing. "Really? No way. I don't think he likes to work that much." Chen Yuqing shook his head. TSK, you don't understand the Jiyu Jingze in other people's eyes. Trust me, I've known him for more than 10 years. Jiyu Jingze came out and saw that Lin Che was still chatting with Chen Yuqing. He came up to her and said, "Let's go." "Hey, I haven't changed yet." "What's there to change? You're showing it to me anyway. I don't mind what you're wearing." Just like that, Lin Che was dragged out by him. Chen Yuqing shook his head and said, "Really, don't worry. I don't want to reveal any of your secrets. What's there to be afraid of?" Jiyu Jingze took Lin Che and left the Jiyu mansion. As for Chen Yuqing, He had stayed here for a few days because of Jiyu Jingza's illness. Seeing that Jiyu Jingza seemed to dislike him and didn't need him at all, Chen Yucheng packed up his things and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he heard his phone ring in the room. He touched his phone and saw that it wasn't his. He turned around and saw the phone shaking on the sofa. It seemed to be Lin Che's phone. He didn't pay much attention to it, but he saw the name on the screen, Shen Yuran. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.